class 9th. I had 2 Tamil friends at that time. They used to come to my home and we used to play. That time they introduced me this game.
2019 election time என் ஃப்ரெண்டு ஃப்ரீ ஃபயர் விளையாடிட்டு இருந்தான். அப்போ அவனை பார்த்து நானும் ஆட कத்துக்கிட்டேன்.
मैंने फ्री फायर 2018 में खेलना स्टार्ट किया था. दोस्तों के साथ ऐसी मस्ती करते थे, चिल करते थे.
मैं सुबह बास्केटबॉल खेलने जाता था तो मेरे मतलब फ्रेंड्स थे वो फ्री फायर खेलते थे.
पहले मैं वो COC खेलता था, क्लैश ऑफ क्लैंस. फिर मेरे पास में एक दोस्त था, उसने बोला ये खेल के देख, ट्राई कर. फिर मेरे पे डिवाइस नहीं था ऐसा मतलब खेल पाऊँ. फिर पापा ने दिया सेकेंड हैंड कुछ फ़ोन था तो उससे ऐसे खेलने लगा, मज़ा आने लग गया था. फिर ऐसे ही धीरे धीरे कॉम्पी पे आ गया.
बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट था स्टडीज़ एंड गेमिंग मैनेज करना. उस टाइम सिर्फ फ़न के लिए खेलता था तो उतना सीरियसनेस नहीं था. शाम को गेम खेलता था, दिन में स्टडीज़ वगैरह. खुद का फ़ोन भी नहीं था तो पेरेंट्स के फ़ोन से छुप छुप के खेलना पड़ता था. दे यूज्ड टू शाउट एट मी, व्हाई आर यू प्लेइंग दिस गेम, इट्स टाइम वेस्ट, फोकस ऑन योर स्टडीज़.
It was a lockdown at that time, so I had anything else to play. So I used to play this game, and then I got to know about esports and all. I got to know about many other people from the esports. Then some inspired me as well, and then I started continuing it.
मैं ऐसे ही स्टडीज़ करता था. दैन उसके बाद ऐसे रैंडम खेलता रहता था ऐसे रैंक वगैरह. उसके बाद मेरे को एक टीममेट ने बोला, मतलब फ्रेंड्स था वो, कि आजा खेल ले. ऐसे स्क्रीम्स था कुछ, मैंने खेला उसके साथ. बोला कि सही खेलते हैं, खेल ले सर, टीम बनाते. खेला फिर मेरे को उसके बाद एवरेज टीम से ऑफर आ गया था कि आजा. गया मैं उधर, दैन खेला उधर, जमने लगा, लोग भी जानने लगे मतलब उधर से मेरे को.
तो मैं देखता हूँ मेरे पे जब तक डिवाइस नहीं था, मेरे पेरेंट्स ने बोल रखा था तू 12th कर तब तेरे को डिवाइस देंगे. मैं उनका डेली देखता हूँ गेम. अब ऐसे मेरे को 1-2 महीना हो गया, उनके साथ मैंने खेलना स्टार्ट करा उन्हीं के डिवाइस में. तब मैंने आईडी वाईडी बना ली थी बट फेसबुक मेरे पे है नहीं डिवाइस, तो मैंने बनाई नहीं. फिर मेरे को 2-3 साल के बाद भाई का फ़ोन मिला, मैं भाई के फ़ोन में छुप के खेलता था गेम. हाँ, उससे मैंने अपनी फ्री फायर की आईडी बनाई, फेसबुक जो भी है सब कुछ. फिर 11th क्लास में था जब लॉकडाउन लगा, मेरी 11th पूरी हो गई थी, तब घर वालों से जिद विद करके मिल ही गया मेरे को 12th से पहले फ़ोन. तब मैंने गेम ஸ்டார்ட் करा.
நான் ஸ்கூல் முடிச்ச உடனே ஃபஸ்ட் எங்கள் அக்கா தான் எங்கள் ரெட்மி நோட் 4 கொடுத்தாங்க. அந்த ஃபோனில் ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் நான் டவுன்லோட் பண்ணேன் ஃப்ரீ ஃபயரை. அதில் ஆடும்போது லைட்டாக லேகியாக தான் இருக்கும், ஏன்னா ரெட்மி நோட் 4 வந்து ரொம்ப ஓல்ட் ஃபோன். இப்போ தான் ஒரு 2 years முன்னாடி தான் நான் ரெட்மி நோட் 12 வாங்கினேன். அதில் தான் கொஞ்சம் லேக் इलामा இருந்தது.
प्रोफेशनली मैंने आफ्टर लॉकडाउन खेलना स्टार्ट किया था. पहले तो T3 में खेलते थे, अंडरडॉग्स थे. फिर धीरे धीरे खेलना स्टार्ट किया. फिर कुछ समय बाद GDR से खेलने लगा, NG Pros नाउ नोन एज GDR. कुछ समय के लिए मैंने गेम ड्रॉप कर दिया था. लीडोमा एशिया का अनाउंसमेंट हुआ था तो उसके बाद मैंने सोचा कि एक ट्राई और करते हैं. फिर उसके बाद मैंने कम बैक किया. फिर आई जॉइन टोटल गेमिंग एंड उसके बाद यू कैन सी मी यार.
Hardest part was convincing my parents. Parents were not supportive in the start. वो चिल्लाते थे कि क्यों खेल रहा है, स्टडीज़ पे फोकस कर, ये सबसे कुछ नहीं होगा. वो बहुत बड़ा इशू था. टाइम नहीं मिलता था खेलने का, ग्राइंड करने का. तो उनसे छुप छुप के खेलना, उनको समझाना, वो बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट था. स्टार्टिंग में छुप छुप के खेलना पड़ता था. देन आफ्टर सम टाइम व्हेन दे सॉ दैट आई एम गोइंग गुड, then they started support.
2 years when there was no official tournaments, then there was no source of income as well, so that I can prove my parents that I am doing something. But when the game came, then it was all fine. But before that, the 2 years, there was nothing to play, no tournaments, no big level tournaments where I can prove.
लास्ट टाइम एलिमिनेट हो गए थे, उसके बाद ऐसा हुआ था थोड़ा. उस लोग ने मोटिवेट किया कि अच्छा खेलता है, ट्राई कर. 1 महीना तक तो पूरा सा बहुत कम खेलता था, मन नहीं कर रहा था. क्योंकि उसके बाद एक दूसरा भी ऑफिशियली था, इससे डायरेक्ट उसको इन्वाइटेड स्लॉट था, तो उसमें भी चांस नहीं मिल रहा था वैसा. तब भी फ्री बैठा था, नहीं हो पा रहा था कुछ.
Yeah, there was a phase when I thought कि अब छोड़ देते हैं. जब मेरी फर्स्ट टीम टूट गई थी बिकॉज ऑफ परफॉर्मेंस इश्यूज, फर्स्ट टीम गॉट ब्रेक डाउन, तब लगा था कि छोड़ देते हैं. लेकिन उसके बाद नए फ्रेंड्स बने, वापस गेम खेलना चला, तो फिर वो ठीक हुआ. वरना वो पॉइंट बहुत बेकार था. पूरा मैं डिप्रेस हो गया था कि नहीं अब नहीं हो पाएगा.
जब हमारा परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा चल रहा था उसके बाद जैसे अब टूर्नामेंट होने बंद हो गए थे एक टाइम के बाद. नहीं तो पहले जब पीरियड हुआ था मतलब थोड़ा बैन गेम वगैरह तो चलते थे. सुबह से मतलब 12 बजे हम खेलना स्टार्ट करते थे और रात के 12 बजे हम उठते थे, ठीक है, फ़ोन से. तो 1 साल के बाद ऐसा हुआ टूर्नामेंट होना ही बंद हो गए. तो फिर हमने सोचा चलो अभी डाउन है, तो हम बस रात को नॉर्मल मज़े के लिए खेलने आते थे। तो फिर सोचा सबने चलो सब अपने अपने काम पे लगते। केडी तो वैसे भी पढ़ ही रहा था, वो तो अभी भी स्कूल में ही है। तो हम सोचते चलो अपना कॉलेज वॉलेज पे ध्यान देते हैं। फिर हमको पता चला थोड़ा कि गेम वेम आ रहा है ऐसा ऐसा, फिर हमने स्टार्ट करा।
टाइम नहीं दे पाता था किसी को, ना फ्रेंड्स को ना फैमिली को, स्टडीज़ को भी उतना टाइम नहीं दे पाता था। तो ग्रेड्स गॉट लो ऑल्सो एंड फ्रेंड्स गॉट डिस्टेंट। पूरा फोकस गेम पे चला गया, तो पर्सनल लाइफ पूरी ख़त्म हो गई। दैट सैक्रिफाइस्ड आई रिग्रेट। मुझे इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करना है एंड ट्रॉफी लानी है कंट्री के लिए, दैट वाज माय गोल। सो बाकी चीज़ों को मैंने अवॉइड किया एंड पूरा फोकस इसमें डाला।
लाइफ ऐसे कुछ है नहीं, मतलब you have to put everything in this gaming only. We have to put all our effort in esports. We can't think of anything else. We can't focus on enjoying other things and all.
अपन उठ जाते 9:30 खेलते, ट्रेनिंग वगैरह, रैंक वगैरह, फिर 12 बजे स्क्रीम्स होता है या फिर टूर्नामेंट खेलते, फिर 3 बजे, उसके बाद 6 बजे अपन नहीं खेल के ऐसा ब्रेक रहता है। किसी को प्रैक्टिस करना है तो करे, कोई चिल करे वैसा। उसके बाद अपन 9 बजे खेलते हैं, उसके बाद 12 तक सो जाते।
से गेमिंग में था, पीसी गेम्स खेलता था एंड कैफेज जाता था गेम खेलने। मैं गेमिंग में अच्छा था, बाकियों से पता नहीं कैसे, शायद इनबिल्ट टैलेंट था, बाकियों से अच्छा था गेमिंग में। तो फ्री फायर भी खेलना स्टार्ट किया, तो अपने फ्रेंड्स वगैरह से मैं अच्छा ही खेलता था। तो वो लोग बोलते थे, कोई भी मैचेस होते थे किसी से वर्सेस वगैरह, तो वो मुझे कॉल करके बुलाते थे, भाई आजा इनसे वर्सेस है, जीतना है। तो उसी से थोड़ा मोटिवेटेड भी रहता था कि हाँ मैं अच्छा खेल रहा हूँ। फिर धीरे धीरे पता चला कॉम्पिटिटिव सीन के बारे में, तो मैं अच्छा खेलता था, तो फिर स्टार्ट करना ही था कॉम्पिटिटिव सीन मुझे। ऐसे स्टार्ट हुआ, वही टर्निंग पॉइंट था मेरा।
हम बैठे थे, पूरी टीम बैठी थी, हमारा एक इवेंट था, ठीक है। तो हम खेलने जा रखे थे, पीछे से कोई बोल रहा है सैल सैल करके। मेरे को क्या पता कौन बोल रहा है, मैं देख ही नहीं रहा पीछे। मैं पीछे मुड़ के बोलता है, भाई एक सेल्फी है, सेल्फी है, आजा भाई तो अच्छा लगता है जब फैंस बोलते हैं।
You can say like it's a life decider. Like if I play well in this, then I can continue in this. Otherwise, then I have to wait again for some few months to again qualify and then again prove something else.
बेस्ट देंगे अपना, और सून इंटरनेशनल भी हम जीतेंगे।
लास्ट इवेंट था ना, जब एंट्री हुई थी हमारी, तो ऑडियंस के आगे अच्छा लगा। फर्स्ट टाइम जब आए हम अपना फ्लैग लेके।
अभी ज़्यादा लोग एज ए एथलीट देखते नहीं हमको, वो बोलते हैं कि हाँ गेम ही तो खेल रहा है। वो इम्पोर्टेंट है कि हमको फील होता है कि हाँ हम कुछ कर रहे हैं। लोगों को समझाना बहुत मुश्किल होता है कि ये भी कोई चीज़ है। तो वही है, धीरे धीरे होगा ये सब चीज़। लोगों को जब पता चलेगा, वो देखेंगे कि हाँ ये भी है, तब हमको वो टैग मिलेगा कि ये एथलीट्स है। ये
Winning this cup for me will be like a life deciding moment for me, like whether I want to continue in esports or not. Because as I'm growing up, I also need to think of my career. Like I need to choose between studies and esports. So if I win this cup, then I think I can continue it.
इंडिया कप इज़ अ बिग थिंग फॉर मी नाउ, क्योंकि मैंने नई टीम बनाई है और मेरा पहला टूर्नामेंट है एज आईजीएल। तो इसको जीतने का मैं पूरा ट्राई कर रहा हूँ। सब कुछ लगा दिया है, दिन भर सिर्फ ग्राइंड कर रहे हैं, टीम को ग्राइंड करवा रहा हूँ और पूरा फोकस इस पे ही जीतने का।
टू विन, ओनली विन, देयर इज नो अदर गोल।
नेसेसिटी है मेरे लिए जीतना। अगर ये मैं नहीं जीतूंगा तो लाइक कुछ लोग इसको फ्लूक बोलकर मे बी आगे बढ़ा दे।
तब जीतना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है हमारी टीम के लिए। अंडरडॉग है अभी, हम जीतेंगे, सबकी नज़र में आएंगे। अभी भी मतलब जो स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर्स है, जो ऑडियंस है, उनको हमारे बारे में सब पता है। बट जो बाहर की ऑडियंस है, जैसे कोई भी यूट्यूबर की है, वो मतलब मोस्टली जैसे टीजी, सोल, ज्ञान गेमिंग, मतलब ऐसे जिन पे नंबर्स है उनको जानते हैं, हमको नहीं जानते। अगर हम जीतेंगे तो मतलब हर कोई जानेगा हमको। हमारे लिए तो इम्पोर्टेंट ही है वो।
भाई आप जैसे ही फैंस के लिए हम लोग इतनी मेहनत करते हैं।
माफे भाई ने पॉजिटिव पीआर भी करवा रखी है कमेंट सेक्शन में, बढ़िया है।
लग रहा है पहले की तरह डोमिनेशन कब वापस आएगी? अरे आ जाएगी भाई। नहीं आएगी,
ऐसे कैसे आएगी, मान ही नहीं। अरे भाई क्यों बुलाया मैं यहाँ पे?
पता नहीं यार।
अरे इधर देख वैगर।
भाई तू क्या कर रहा है यहाँ पे?
तो हिल रहा है,
कुछ छुपा रखा है इसने।
छुपा रहा है ये।
दे भाई, इधर दे भाई, क्या छुपा रहा है? दे
खींच खींच
ले। कुछ तो है भाई इसमें।
तो खोल लगा इसने।
अरे इसका क्या करना है?
ये तो कमेंट्स हैं,
रिएक्ट करना है शायद।
इसी से पूछ ले।
रिएक्ट करना है। ले लेजेंड, तू भी अपने चाहने वालों के मैसेज पढ़।
देखना पड़ेगा।
यार लेजेंड को बहुत तकलीफ हो रही है, इतनी भारी चीज उठा ली है, क्या है लेजेंड?
चलो
का
इस चीज के लिए तो बॉडी बनाई थी। बॉडी तो वीक हो रखी है फिलहाल।
बन जाएगी।
FFMIC ट्रॉफी के लिए वार्म अप है ये।
हमें उठा के देंगे।
ये कमेंट 5 वीक पहले किया है जब हमारे खुद के वाहन थे क्वालिफाई होने के। उसको भरोसा था तुम पे।
भाई कोई हो कहीं से हो घंटा फर्क नहीं पड़ता, तुम लाओ अपनी स्क्वाड, क्योंकि मेरी टीम में तो
मकरी का जाला लेके आ रहा हूँ भाई।
वो स्किल लेके आ रहा है राइडन।
आलोक भाई के सामने ये सब। भाई तेरी स्क्वाड के 4 में से 3 बंदे टॉप पर हैं, आलोक को क्यों ले रहा?
वही है ना, इंसान में कभी पेट नहीं भरता।
लेना पड़ता है गाइस, आलोक की भगवान है।
फ्री फायर का।
I miss those days with a crazy squad, ओजस्वी, लेजेंड, स्टोनर, ऋतिक भाई। मैं भी मिस करता हूँ अपनी पुरानी टीम को। देखते हैं खेलेंगे कब। बाकियों का तो पता नहीं, लेकिन अपने इलाके से
ओजी डायलॉग है भाई।
ये तो हर जगह सुना है।
ये तो है ही। थैंक यू ब्रो, मेरे लाइफ में एक हैप्पी मोमेंट देने के लिए। मैं एक सीरियस हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम से सफ़र कर रहा हूँ मैक्सिमम 8 मंथ से। मेरे फेस पे मेरे मम्मी पापा एंड फैमिली ने मेरी स्माइल नहीं देखी, बट आज IQOO OG के क्वालिफाई होने पर मेरे फेस पर एक खुशी सी आ गई। मेरे मम्मी पापा बोल रहे थे आज कैसे स्माइल कर रहा है तू। भाई आप जैसे ही फैंस के लिए हम लोग इतनी मेहनत करते हैं और थोड़ा लेट हुए हैं, बट इस बार और स्माइल करने का मौका देंगे आप। कभी कभी लगता है लेजेंड भाई बहुत चिल हो जाते हैं मैच में। चिल तो होना पड़ता है ना यार।
बिल्कुल
भाई चिल होना पड़ता है। फैंस को बस वही ओल्ड डोमिनेशन वापस चाहिए।
कब दिखाओगे
भाई ओल्ड ओल्ड तो ओल्ड हो गया ना यार।
अब न्यू डोमिनेशन,
मेटा ओल्ड हो गया, अभी गाइस न्यू डोमिनेशन दिखेगा। कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस लेजेंड भाई, बहुत उम्मीद है आपसे और IQOO OGXTSG से। फुल लव एंड सपोर्ट, इस बार निराश मत करना। इस बार निराश नहीं करेंगे, इसलिए यहाँ पे बैठे हैं।
लीग स्टेज है।
व्हाट हैपन टू TSG आयुष, वाई ही लेफ्ट TSG? क्योंकि भाई ये माफिया भाई ने आयुष भाई को थोड़ा छीन लिया था हमसे,
जाल में फंसा लिया
कोच, बट अभी वापस लेके आ चुके हम आयुष को। सो ये बी केयरफुल फॉर रशिंग भाई। आई थिंक आप बहुत फ्रैंक रश मार रहे थे इन मिड गेम बिना ग्लू डिप्लॉय करे। आई नो यू नो बेटर देन मी, बट जस्ट एज अ फैन आई थॉट यू नीड टू नो। ज़रूर भाई ये चीज़ का ध्यान,
एक ही ग्लो आता भाई,
थोड़ा अंधा भी करना पड़ता है कभी कभी, बट यस ध्यान रखूँगा आगे से।
देखो राइट से
स्काइलर दिया, सेल बोल्ट डाल दे पूरा जोन में। आ रहे राइट में, आ रहे, मार मार, हमारे साइड आ रहे, थोड़ा देखो पीछे आ बोलें थोड़ा सा। नाइस 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 नाइस।
चलो देखते हैं इस वीडियो पे क्या कमेंट्स आए हैं। इतने प्रेशर में तो मेरे टीममेट्स हक देते हैं। लगता है इसको टीममेट्स ही बदल लेने चाहिए।
बदल दे भाई, टीममेट बदल।
और एक और कमेंट देखते हैं। इतनी दरिंदगी, लगता है ट्रॉफी जीतेगी तो हिंदी। सही बोल रहा है भाई।
क्या शूट करवाना है?
जीतेगी क्या माफिया?
हम लोग भी तो है भाई।
जीतेगी भाई, वो तो देखते हैं लाइन पे,
मैच में देखेंगे।
मैंने लाइव देखा था, कास्टर्स पागल हो गए थे।
क्या बात,
गेम प्ले ही ऐसा है भाई, अब तो पागल तो होना पड़ेगा। हो सके तो आप अपने गेम स्ट्रेटजी में थोड़ा चेंज लाओ, लाइक रोटेशंस, एंगल्स एटसेट्रा। भाई तू ही खेल लेना आगे, तू ही खेल ले।
अरे गुस्सा नहीं आ रहा है।
इस वजह से टीम में अच्छा स्नाइपर होने के बावजूद टीम कमजोर पड़ रही है। रश और अच्छा कर लो। तो मेरी तो तारीफ कर रहा है, बट रश में करा है भाई, करा है। प्लेयर चेंज करा है, एक न्यू प्लेयर ऐड किया है, देखते हैं परफॉर्मेंस। ब्रो टुडे यू केम इन माय ड्रीम, आई वाज प्लेइंग एज अ प्राइमरी रशर इन योर टीम इन योर बूट कैंप।
स्वीट ड्रीम्स देख रहा है,
लगता है हमारे बारे में ही सोचता रहता है।
टीम वगैरह में जा रहा है।
केडी ब्रो प्लीज गिव टिप्स फॉर मैनेजिंग स्टडी एंड स्पोर्ट्स।
स्टडी कर लो भाई।
बताओ भाई।
भाई करना पड़ेगा मैनेज, तो सुबह स्कूल वगैरह जाओ और टाइम मैनेज करो, पूरा शेड्यूल बनाओ और हो जाता है फिर।
केडी भाई ने पर छोड़ रखी है।
नहीं भाई 11th में
एग्जाम लिख लेना,
मैंने किधर छोड़ रखी है। 10th में 82% आई थी मेरी।
वाह ब्रो।
केडी भाई बुया करने याद है ना, एटलीस्ट 15 किल तो मारो।
क्या याद है भाई, 15 किल नहीं मार रहा।
मारता हूँ भाई, मारता हूँ। केडी भाई जियान के साथ 1v1 खेलो।
नॉट पॉसिबल।
44 गेम है यार, 1v1 खेल के क्या फायदा भाई। केडी भाई स्कूल में आपकी कभी रैगिंग हुई है? नहीं यार,
ये तो होती होगी।
अभी तो 2 साल और बाकी हैं।
हाँ 1 साल और बाकी है, 11th हो गई, अभी तक तो नहीं हुई।
कॉलेज वगैरह में शायद।
नहीं तब तक हाइट बढ़ जाएगी।
कौन से पंजाबी सिंगर के गाने सुने हैं, कोई फेवरेट बताओ? मैंने करण औजला के सुना है काफ़ी, और उसका वे भी काफ़ी अच्छा है।
गा के सुनाओ।
गा के ही सुनाओ, सिंगर थोड़ी। जब से RNTX का प्रीफिक्स रिमूव किया है तब से परफॉर्मेंस आ रही है। बोल तो सही रहे हो भाई।
अरे अभी प्रीफिक्स किसी और पे है, पर
देखते हैं उनकी परफॉर्मेंस। अब अभी लगा है प्रीफिक्स उनके में भी। केडी, व्हाट आई फील यू गाइज नीड अ गुड मेंटोर और कोच, स्पेशली मेंटोर। यू आर अ वेरी गुड आइजल, योर टीम इज जस्ट आउटस्टैंडिंग, यू गाइज आर ऑलवेज ऑन फायर इन ग्रुप स्टेजेस, अचीविंग बैक टू बैक booyah, but in final against the same team you guys are choking. Don't know why. Don't take it as a negative or criticism, take it as a suggestion of your wisher. Love from TG. हाँ भाई, मैं भी कुछ एग्री करूँगा आपके कुछ पॉइंट से। हम करेंगे इस पे वर्क और इम्प्रूव करेंगे। बाकी थैंक यू प्यार देने के लिए। भाई आपका रिलोड और स्विच बटन कहाँ है? कैन यू प्लीज़ शेयर योर कस्टम HOD कोड? HOD कोड मैंने इंस्टा स्टोरी हाईलाइट्स में अपलोड किया है, आप उधर जाके देख सकते हो।
यहाँ पे
प्रमोशन ही
और किधर से तू भाई, उधर उसको DM करोगे जाके।
तो हेलो गाइस, मैं और मेरा कोच अंश हम करने वाले हैं एक प्रैंक माफिया के ऊपर। तो चलिए चलते हैं।
स्नाइपर को इंजर्ड ना करें। नहीं इंजर्ड तो नहीं हुआ उसने। माफिया बी लाइक मुझे की तोड़ा, वही तो मैं सोच रहा हूँ यार, मुझे की तोड़ा।
स्क्रिप्ट में भी नहीं था ये तो।
बोने के साथ बुरा हुआ, वही ना यार, बहुत बुरा कर रहे हैं लोग।
बोना क्यों बोलते हैं भाई? देखो
वही यार,
वो थोड़ा प्यार से बोलते हैं। माफिया भाई को ऐसे मत करो प्लीज ना।
अरे
वही समझाओ यार तुम
हर्ट
लोग
हो गए
को।
शायद से
मेरा बच्चा।
माफिया को लेकर।
माफिया भाई बॉम्ब बनाने वाले से ज्यादा ग्रेनेड तो रखते हैं, ऐसी सिस्टम है भाई। माफिया भाई खेलते नहीं, पूरी लॉबी को पढ़ा के जाते हैं। कहीं तो पढ़ लो यार, इसलिए। टीममेट्स आफ्टर क्लच, ये तो रोज का काम है माफिया का। वही ना यार, वो थक जाएंगे बेचारे, कितनी बार रिएक्शन देंगे। तेजी माफिया बोलते 2 मिनट में खोपड़ी बोलते।
ये तो भाई हमारा चुना है ना डायलॉग, ये हमारा था।
कोई बात नहीं, बुरा क्यों मान रहे हो भाई।
टीजी में हर जगह होता है।
अर्ली गेम स्ट्रॉन्ग है पर लेट गेम में प्रेशर दिख जाता है। हाँ ना भाई,
क्या यार माफिया प्रेशर।
सॉरी भाई, आई विल वर्क ऑन इट। हर मैच हाईलाइट नहीं होता, कंसिस्टेंसी भी जरूरी होती है। +1 भाई।
सही बात है,
सही बात।
माफिया भाई कैसे हो, गीली पुच्ची देते हैं। ये लो ब्रो,
गीली।
अब क्या गीली कैसे करेंगे?
गीली करके दे भाई।
आपकी और एस्टेक की टीम अनबीटेबल है, लगे रहिए। थैंक यू भाई, टच वुड।
एस्टेक की अलग टीम है?
अरे वो साथ में जोड़ के बोल रहा है यार,
सबको डाउट
और ये पहले के
अलग भी
क्वेश्चन
थी ना एक।
वो
चेंज होते रहती है।
वो फास्ट है, फास्ट को फास्ट ही रहने दो। घर के पीछे 2 भी है, माफिया भाई ओपी है।
वाह 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 वाह,
सब सही
क्या
कमेंट आ रहे हैं, बट इसका
ऐसा सिस्टम है भाई। माफिया भाई ने पॉजिटिव PR भी करवा रखी है कमेंट सेक्शन में, बढ़िया है।
लग रहा है।
एक भी अभी तक नेगेटिव कमेंट
खर्चा
नहीं
तो किया है माफिया भाई ने।
ऐसी है भाई सिस्टम है।
डिलीट हो जाता है क्या?
डिलीट नहीं होता यार, अच्छे ही आते हैं।
भाई बाकी सब तो बहुत बढ़िया है और आप लोग की केमिस्ट्री भी बेस्ट है, लेकिन आप कॉल्स क्यों नहीं दे रहे हो? वो वुडन वाली फाइट में मुंह पे 2 बंदे लॉन्च मार रहे थे, बट आप तो मस्त चिल रैंक गेम की तरह मार रहे थे। भाई आपका पोटेंशियल बहुत है, कॉल्स दिया करो। गॉडल को बहुत ट्रॉफीज जीतनी है। नॉट ए हेटर, जस्ट बोल रहा हूँ। एंड आप लोग को मेरे से बेटर ही मालूम रहेगा। आई नो ये छोटी टूर्नामेंट और स्क्रीम्स में क्या ही होगा, बट बड़े ऑफिशियल में संभाल लेगा। मेरी
खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा है, कमेंट इतना बड़ा है, बढ़े ही जा रहा है।
इसको बोल मेल करे भाई तेरे को, इतना बड़ा कमेंट।
अरे ये ऑफिशियल में ज्यादा कॉल्स देते हैं, मुंह बंद नहीं होता, ये स्क्रीम्स में ज्यादा
सारी
बोलते
बातें
नहीं
कॉल
हैं।
से
नोबिता
करते
देता है क्या?
हैं।
तू भी देता है कॉल्स?
अरे हाँ देता हूँ ना।
अरे
तमिल में चलती है हमारी। भाई गॉडलाइक अब पहले जैसा परफॉर्म क्यों नहीं कर पा रही है टूर्नामेंट्स में? पहले की तरह डोमिनेशन कब वापस आएगी? अरे आ जाएगी भाई।
नहीं है,
ऐसे कैसे आएगी, मान ही नहीं देंगे।
लग नहीं रहा है।
मुश्किल लग रहा है मेरे
नोबिता
को।
को खेलना ही पड़ेगा।
देखेंगे भाई। I wanna see you playing official international. Don't worry about performance. Upcoming official will be ours. All godlike fans are disappointed with present performance in ongoing events. Give your 100% efforts in upcoming official tournament. Well wishes to you and for team godlike. Our team gonna give their best in official. Please support them. Don't spread hate about bad performance and don't be disappointed. Keep supporting them. पढ़ के आ ही नहीं रहा।
मार्कर क्वेश्चन हो गया।
Hoping for your reply. If there are any grammar mistake, अरे मेरे को grammar mistake आ रहे पढ़ के।
फैन से भाई गॉडलाइक
10 मार्कर क्वेश्चन आ गया।
याद है क्या पढ़ा तूने?
अरे वो
5-6 क्वेश्चन एक साथ थे।
सपोर्टर है बहुत अच्छा, पढ़ा है मैंने 1 कमेंट पहले ही। थैंक यू भाई। इम्प्रूव तो है बट मोर मूवमेंट नीडेड, कीप इट अप नोबिता भाई। अरे कर लेंगे भाई,
मैं सिखाता हूँ।
आप तो स्नाइपर हो,
आपसे अच्छी मूविंग है।
अरे Hello Nobita, I am back in the game after years and wanted to get an opportunity to be in esports and stand by the team with my skills. I wanted your guidance to know that how I can go forward in test and qualification rounds for godlike teams. क्या ही
इनके खुद के बांधे लगे हुए थे।
भाई अच्छा खेलेगा तो कंफर्म मिलेगा, आपको भी कोई अच्छी और मिलेगी, गॉडलाइक भी मिल सकती है, हमें निकाल के आपको ले लेके आप अच्छा खेल रहे हैं। बिग फैन फ्रॉम नेपाल, आई वॉच लाइव, यू क्रश द लॉबी। अरे थैंक यू।
अभी किया भाई क्रश,
डेली करते हैं।
करते हैं,
हमें तो नहीं दिख रहा भाई।
अरे वो
ईगल ईगल
25 वाली लॉबी में कर रहे थे।
25 इम्प्रूव करो भाई शॉर्ट रेंज। ठीक है भाई, करता हूँ भाई।
ये तो मेरा ही कमेंट है।
दूसरी आईडी से
क्या आते हैं भाई। भाई योगी भाई को बोलो इतना आराम से ना खेले, अपोजिट टीम रश करती है और वो पहले चाय पीते हैं। ज्यादा प्रेशर नहीं लेना भाई, ऑफिशियल के लिए संभाल के रखना है। नोबिता ब्रो तेरा
तेरा मतलब वो गनवीर पे आ रहा है।
नोबिता ब्रो तेरा M590 में मिस शॉट्स काफी ज्यादा है, मार्को 90 से टिप्स ले ले। एको बेटर नेटर देन योगी इन माय ओपिनियन। और अरे ये तो यार
पूरे
लाइक गेम प्ले किया करो, ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर फ्यूचर टूर्नामेंट।
तेरा ही
थैंक यू भाई, सीखता हूँ भाई, सीखता भाई। तो स्नाइपर है हमारे, वो कैसे नीडिंग करेंगे।
क्विक रीलोड लगाया कर ऊपर।
हां ठीक है भाई, थैंक यू।
लेजेंडरी दिखा रहे हैं देखो,
ट्रेनिंग में वो होता है ना रिएक्शन
भाई
टाइम,
फोटोज है
पे।
वैसे भाई ऊपर कोने में क्या देख रहे हैं, स्पाइडर वेयर होटल में सफाई नहीं है क्या? अरे पोज है भाई। नोबिता भाई गलत लाइन में हो आप, मॉडलिंग में जाओ।
छोड़ दो गेम।
ये तो मैं भी मानता हूँ,
सही बात है।
5-6 साल से तो गेम खेल रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं? कुछ भी कर लो भाई, शिजुका तो मेरी। डेकी सुकी है क्या ये? डेकी सुकी भी होगी। अरे उसका रिप्लाई मैंने करा है, डेकी सुकी तू पढ़ने में ध्यान दे। थैंक यू गाइस आपके इतने प्यारे प्यारे कमेंट्स के लिए।
ऐसे कमेंट्स करते रहा करो,
इनसे हमें बहुत मोटिवेशन मिलती है।
तो चलो मिलते हैं नॉकआउट स्टेज में, तब तक के लिए बाय बाय, लव यू गाइस, पीस आउट,
बाय बाय
बाय बाय।
भाई छोड़ो यार ये सब, चलो देखते हैं FFMIC में कौन जीतता है।
अभी इतना बोल रहा है ना, अभी तू आ नॉकआउट स्टेज में, तेरी सारी फ्लेवर दिखाता हूं।
आ रहा हूं, टेंशन मत लो, आता हूं ड्रॉप पे।
तेरा सारा तीखा
मिर्च आ रहा हूं,
सब दिखाता हूं।
आ रहा हूं अपने 4 बंदे लेके।
तुम्हारे घर पे ना पार्टी होती है जब ये सब आता है।
Hello guys, I am Black from RNTX.
Hey guys, I am X Divine from RNTX.
Hi guys, KD here from Team Hind.
हेलो गाइस, मेरा नाम साहिल जाट है और मैं टीम हिंद स्पोर्ट्स से खेलता हूँ। और भाई कहाँ फंसा दिया तूने भाई?
किधर ले आया भाई हमको? क्या है ये सब?
ये सब क्या है भाई?
हमारा काम है भाई गेम खेलना, ये खाना वाना तो बनवाएगा क्या हमसे?
रुक जा भाई, बता रहा है।
क्या बनवा रहा है हमसे? कुछ बनवाओगे क्या?
क्या कर रहा है ये? कहाँ लेके जा रहा है मेरे को?
तेरे साथ खेलेगा भाई, आ जाओ।
अरे ओए किडनैप कर रहा है ये?
कुछ तो करना चाह रहा है
गंदा सा, इधर डाल दिया।
और भाई मैं तो बढ़िया भाई,
पेयरिंग कर रहे हैं भाई।
चलो खाना बनाओ,
शुरू हो जाओ भाई।
अरे डिवाइन तू ही चूज कर ले यार।
भाई मेरे बस नहीं, तू ही कर।
अरे मैं करूँ क्या?
तो अपना काम करना भाई। सेफ जोन टेंगी। चल भाई डिवाइन बनाते हैं,
चल
कुछ खिलाएंगे।
अच्छा सा बनाना भाई,
बताएंगे अभी। तो नहीं रहा ना?
नहीं भाई।
हाँ नहीं भाई, इसमें तेरे को बनानी है डिश इन लोगों के लिए, ठीक है?
कर स्टार्ट
भाई देख हमें ना थोड़ा सा
जल्दी
खट्टा करना है, सार, ठीक है? राइट वाला हैंड आगे कर, 2-3 चिप्स उठा,
उधर भाई
डाल उसमें। बहुत बढ़िया। अब थोड़ा हाँ चल रहा है, लेफ्ट
भाई
आगे जा, आगे जा,
आगे।
हेलो
हाथ आगे, राइट कर, राइट और आगे थोड़ा सा आगे। हाँ बस नीचे कर, थोड़ा सा
गिर गया
थोड़ा सा बस।
तो ये क्या बना रहा है?
बस और लेफ्ट हैंड के नीचे ही। टेंशन मत ले भाई,
जल्दी करो, टाइम खत्म हो रहा है।
वो देखो लास्ट में टॉपिंग्स है, थोड़ा सॉस भी डालते।
क्या बना
ऑन
रहे
लेफ्ट, ऑन लेफ्ट। हाँ नीचे कर हाथ थोड़ा। ये मस्टर्ड सॉस है।
ये गिरा।
लेफ्ट लेफ्ट लेफ्ट।
गिर गया।
अबे नहीं गिर गया,
कपड़े खराब हो जाएंगे। हाथ नहीं लगा सकते मेरे भाई, चीटिंग।
थोड़ा सा डालना, ठीक है, ज्यादा नहीं। वैसे करना। हाँ
भाई चीटिंग हो रही है।
वो तो बंद है। हो गया टाइम, हो गया।
डाल डाल डाल। नहीं हो रहा, प्रेस करने थोड़ा उसको, प्रेस कर।
अरे कपड़ों पे गिर जाएगा भाई, रहने दे।
अरे फ्रीजर में था क्या भाई?
अबे दूसरा ले,
छोड़, इसको रख, इसको रख। राइट 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 राइट।
भाई ये मत ले, पागल है क्या? भाई फेल हो गया। फेल कर देंगे अभी से ही।
आगे आगे आगे।
आए ले।
इसको भी डाल।
ये अच्छा है
भाई तुम्हारी डिश का कुछ नाम वाम है भी क्या? ऐसी कुछ भी बना दे रहे हो?
ये चिप्स डाल दे थोड़ा आगे, बीच में, बीच में। राइट राइट।
भाई तुम्हारा टाइम जा रहा है, खत्म होने वाला है, जल्दी करो।
ये गंदा है साहिल ही गंदा है मतलब।
यही डाल बस।
भाई 20 सेकंड बच रहे।
थोड़ा मिक्स, हाँ मिक्स कर दे उसको। अच्छा है
अबे कुछ अच्छी चीज भी डाल दो। क्या
भाई कोई अच्छी चीज डालो।
एक अपनी तरफ से डाल दूं कुछ?
हाँ इधर क्या?
इधर पे आ, और राइट आ, और आगे कर, आगे कर। ये वाली चिप्स डाल दे।
हाँ ये डाल दे, डाल दे, डाल दे।
बहुत बढ़िया।
बस
और एक और चीज ऐड कर दे, बस लास्ट एक स्लैश ऑफ पॉइंट। हाँ बस।
ओए बस हो गया टाइम, हो गया तुम्हारा। छोड़ दो,
उठ ही नहीं रहा।
हो गया
हो गया, रोक।
हो गया भाई। क्या गंदी चीज
भाई क्या बनाया है ये? कुछ नाम वाम भी है इस डिश का?
मेरे को तो अच्छा लग रहा है भाई, कुछ तो बढ़िया बनाया है इसने।
कैसे अच्छा लग रहा है?
तो अच्छा ही है
यार आंखें बंद करके इतनी अच्छी चीज बनाई है ना, अब भी फेल कर दिया। डिवाइन स्पेशल तुम ट्राई करो ना भाई।
पेंगुइन भाई ने टाइम थोड़ा ज्यादा दिया होता ना तो और अच्छा लगता है।
जरूरी है क्या खाना?
चल लग नहीं रहा है, पास होगा
भाई। नीचे से ट्राई कर, नीचे से।
यार
और जो चटनी गिराई थी ना भाई वो लगाना।
मैली गंदी सी आ रही भाई।
क्या अबे नीचे से उल्टी पड़ रही है
ये बात
क्या है भाई?
पास
खीरा सब कुछ डाल रखा है इसमें।
ये खाना भाई, अब बता मेरे को, अब बता।
ये थोड़ा अच्छा था।
उतना भी ठीक नहीं है।
सॉस वगैरह बेकार डाली इन्होंने।
केडी कैसा लगा भाई?
भाई देखो मैं अपना ऑनेस्ट ओपिनियन देना चाहूँ तो दिखने में तो कुछ खास था नहीं, बाकी ब्लाइंड फोल्ड के हिसाब से अच्छा था, तो मेरे हिसाब से तो पास है।
चल भाई ब्लैक तू भी बता दे तेरे को कैसा लगा?
भाई
टेस्ट कर रखा था तो देखो भाई, जो ऊपर का खाया था मैंने चिप्स, जो तुमने सॉस ऐड किया था बहुत भाई तक गंदा था एकदम।
तुमने सॉस डाली क्यों जब तुम्हें पता ही नहीं था उसके बारे में?
ये सॉस
मस्टर्ड सॉस है भाई,
तो गंदा लगता है चिप्स के साथ। कौन
गंदी लग
खाता
रही
है?
थी।
क्या बात कर रहे हैं?
ये तो तुम भाई हलवे में यूज करते हो ना?
हाँ
तो मैंने देखा था तुम्हारे घर पे ना पार्टी होती है जब ये सब आता है।
हाँ तो होती है।
लास्ट टाइम जब मैं लेके आया था ना कि अरे लेके आए भैया, लेके आए खाना, उस समय
पार्टी बना था। एक सेकंड रुको,
कहाँ जा रहे हैं भाई?
रुक जा।
कर रहा है भाई
ये दे, मारूंगा इसको।
अबे
दे मेरी तरफ से भी दी
देगा इसको, रहने दे। तो गाइस को डबल फेल करूंगा।
कोई नहीं यार,
चल अब घर जा।
पर जीता कौन ये तो देख ले, कौन जीता?
मैं जीता भाई।
तू जीता, अपन जीते ना जज।
जज जीते भाई।
जज जीते, हमने जज किया ना।
यार, हम लोग
ये
ऐसे
जीत गए
ये
यार।
तुम डबल।
भाई छोड़ो यार ये सब, चलो देखते हैं FFMIC में कौन जीतता है।
चलो यार।
Hello guys, I am TSG Legend and I play for IQOO OGXTSG.
I am TSG Arjun. I play for IQOO OGXTSG.
I am K9 from K9 Esports.
Hi guys, I am K9 Zoro from K9 Esports.
भाई ये सब क्या है और हमको यहाँ क्यों बुलाया है? क्या है भाई ये सब?
बता दो भाई क्या
है भाई ये सब? बहुत दिमाग पे प्रेशर बन रहा है। तो कोने में लेके जा रहा है भाई वो भाई।
अरे
मेरे को पकड़ ली।
क्या कर रहा है ये?
इरादे अच्छे नहीं लग रहे पेंगुइन के।
जज बन गया।
क्या चिट्ठी दे रहा है भाई?
कुछ तो दे रहा है, ले लेता हूँ। भाई ये क्या आ गया?
थर्ड पार्टी केओस।
ये क्या है?
बनाना क्या है फिर इसमें?
तू बना रहा है ना? कुछ तो
खाता है मैं अब।
चल भाई रेडी है?
बता दे।
रेडी भाई, रेडी।
अच्छा बनाना भाई, हमें गाना
बता दे
पड़ेगा।
कितना नंबर है?
सही है।
चल टाइमर स्टार्ट कर दे।
चलो करो।
रेडी?
चलो भाई करो।
स्टार्ट है।
जोरो सिर्फ मेरे को सुन, ठीक है? पकड़िए।
ठीक है।
हाथ आगे ला, हाथ आगे ला। बस इधर आ, थोड़ा मेरी तरफ आ, मेरी तरफ आ।
लेफ्ट
और आ, और आ।
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, fans and gamers tuning in from across the globe, welcome to the TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring. I hope you're ready to feel the fire. I'm Samina and this is Mamba. Together, we are your hosts for the day.
And we have an exciting day lined up for you because today is when the grind meets glory. Every drop, every rotation, every second could change the story. The best squads from across the country are locked, loaded, and ready to battle it out.
Exactly. Our teams are going to be battling it out not just for points, but for pride, for dominance, for eternal glory, and one stunning trophy. And let's not forget the massive 1 crore prize pool.
This journey did not begin today. It began 3 months ago with millions of players chasing one dream. We witnessed relentless qualifiers. The grind has been unforgiving. The competition, ruthless. And now only the strongest remain.
Exactly. 3 months ago, this stage was a dream that belonged to millions. But today, it belongs to 12 solid teams. The best that India has to offer. This is where the pressure peaks. This is where the legends are born.
But before we call upon the teams, let me walk you through what is happening in the next 2 days. Today is Point Rush. That is where the teams battle it out for a head start. But tomorrow is Champion Rush. And that is when we crown our one true champion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this party started. It is time to welcome and introduce our top 12 contenders. From grinding their way up to topping their knockout group, bringing you straight up dominance, we have GYAN Gaming.
The team that dominated the group and carried that momentum forward. They are fast, they are fearless. RNX Esports.
It's time to welcome the defending giants with a cabinet full of trophies, but definitely hungry for more. Let's hear it for IQOO Total Gaming!
Bringing you a deadly combination of veteran composure and rookie hunger. Unpredictable and ready to strike, Team HIND!
The pros are here bringing you the rain of fire, God's Rain Pros!
A team that is explosive, aggressive, and want to top their group. Their motto, see it, shoot it. FIREEYES Gaming!
Legacy in action, one of the most feared names in the scene, GODLIKE Esports.
From the city qualifiers to the grand stage, chasing their dreams, GG, Instinct.
Underdogs that brought heavy firepower, the highest scoring team coming into the finals. AEROBOTZ Esports rolling out.
Silently making their way from the jungle to the stage, IQOO Orangutan TSG.
A spark that may light up the stage, ready to ignite and dominate. REVENANT XSPARK.
A team that fought tooth and nail to be here, awaiting their reckoning. Reckoning Esports.
Twelve teams, one shot at glory. An incredible day awaits.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to feel the fire!
Casters, take it over!
Well, you've often heard of a race to the finish line, but this race line will establish the starting point for tomorrow. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring Grand Finals, and this is the points rush stage. I'm Ausar Aiden, and on desk is a dangerous duo whose vocals will deliver the vicarious experience of this game to you till you see your goosebumps rise. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you so much.
And Crips.
This is an incredible entry that you've given for us, and I think this is the most warmest of welcomes and literally made us feel goosebumps. This is what we wanted. This is the energy, and this is what we were waiting for when we started in February. We are finally here in the final stage of the LAN. 2 days of action is all that is left. One is the point rush and then is the champion rush, and I'm super duper excited for it.
Exactly. A very long and arduous journey spanning across 3 months will reach its epic conclusion this weekend. Today is all about setting yourself up for success tomorrow, because today is the point rush day and tomorrow we will have the champion rush day. Let's figure out how this format works so that you guys know which team can take the lead.
That's right, the points rush, how well it's going to aid those teams who are looking forward to at least get some kind of a head start. Boys, over to you. Please give us a
Let's talk about it. This is why we were kind of in this day, right? When we kind of went to the 25 season, we had CS and we had BR. And now we have 2 days of BR where we have a head start. What is this head start? Teams fight out with each other to stay on the top of the charts. And what do they get? They get 10 total points as a head start to start tomorrow, because everybody's scorecard is going to be nullified. So the team at the first spot, who are going to be at the end of the day today, start with an additional 10 points tomorrow. That is a big advantage if they make use of it, Crips.
Exactly. So all about getting that head start, all about setting up that advantage for yourself, because tomorrow this advantage will be super important when you go towards the champion rush stage. How does the champion rush stage work? The first thing you need to do is get 80 points. As soon as you cross the 80-point marker, you will activate something called as the champion rush condition. Once that condition is active, you need to win 1 booyah to be crowned as the champions of TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring.
Now when we talk about the point rush, right, there we saw teams at the top get 10 points as addition, then 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Meaning teams till the top 6 secure something to start tomorrow, but they have nothing from the 7th to the 12th position team, and that's what I'm a little worried about.
Exactly, which basically means that tomorrow, before you even fire a bullet, some of these teams will have 10 points in the bag already.
That's right, and all of that grind for what? It is going to be for the prize pool, total of 1 crore rupees, and we all have been eyeing for who is it going to be the champion. And well, the answers, the days, the way it's going on, we are definitely feeling the fire.
We indeed are. The champions are going to walk away with 35 lakhs. That's a big, hefty briefcase at the end of tomorrow. Not today.
Cha-ching.
It is tomorrow. A lot of cha-ching. But yes, teams at the top also in the 12 that we have right now on stage have made sure they secure a minimum guaranteed 2,50,000. This is the perk of coming to the LAN. This is the perk of being in the grand finals. Whereas everybody else who did miss out on this chance, they are at the 13th spot with 1,50,000.
Yeah, of course, in the knockout series itself, we have given away some 90,000 rupees on every single day. Even if you get to the knockout stage, you get a minimum of 77,500. But more than the money, what matters more about coming to the LAN is seeing your fans in person cheering for you. That is going to give players goosebumps. And on top of that, the grand final MVP will also walk away with 1,50,000 rupees for himself. So individual performance will also matter a lot with team performance.
And all of that, how is it going to be accomplished? It is going to be the point system, which has been the God Almighty for all of these days, whether it be online phase or the LAN. This is how things break down.
Plain and simple, right? Anybody who gets a booyah gets 12 points, but from there on you descend the numbers. There's no 10 in between or 11. It's going to be 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you like to count down numbers, that's as easy as it gets. But teams at the 11th and the 12th, they get nada. That is 0 points for placement, but the advantage is the elimination, and so far, elimination is the name of the game.
Exactly. A lot of these teams have been farming up eliminations to get their points as high as possible. Of course, if they tie up, we will first check the number of booyahs, then we will see the number of eliminations, and then the most recent placement.
And you know what the most pickled up part is? That is the one unique active skill. You cannot bring in 2 Tivas. You cannot bring in 4 Wukongs. No 4 bushes trying to ambush you. And that's where I would say this is one of the best things to change the entire course of the action.
It is indeed. And when we started this season, right, of 26, we had Morska walking into this fray. And now we have another one. So a lot more in one unique active skill for a team to figure out their best 4 to win booyahs, to get eliminations. That is a ray of hope, maybe.
Yeah. I want to see if any of these teams actually pick up the new character, but a lot of these teams will have already adapted to the OB53 meta. It's been out for a couple of weeks now, so I hope these teams can make the best possible use of that.
And here's the thing, right? All the teams that have grinded so far the online stage to reach towards the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, we present you the top 12.
The best 12 of TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring. This is what we were waiting for. And now with them here, what do we figure out of what they do? Who's going to be taking the top of the charts? Day 1 is all about that. Who's looking good? And starting with the top rank, right? In the first row, we have God's Reign Pros, IQOO Total Gaming, IQOO OGXTSG, Godlike Esports. Very big names and very big caliber to win.
Exactly. Amongst these, God's Reign Pros is the most aggressive team in the country. IQOO Total Gaming, the final boss. They are the defending champions. IQOO OGXTSG, the fan favorites who have been struggling up until now but have finally made it to the LAN. Now they must deliver. And amongst all of that is a godlike esports, an ever-looming threat on the horizon. Apart from that, we also have AEROBOTZ Esports, REVENANT XSPARK, Team HIND, RNX, Reckoning Esports, GG Instinct, GYAN Gaming and FIREEYES Gaming as well. All 12 of these teams must put their best foot forward today so that they can have a big stride already before they start tomorrow.
A huge smile on the face, and that's how they would want to continue tomorrow. As well, today the entire arena is empty, but tomorrow it's going to be filled with a lot more people watching it live in Ahmedabad. So a lot of pressure for the home teams, specifically Total Gaming alongside GYAN Gaming, and all of them. They're going to be, on their nervous 99.
Yeah.
So in order to break out of the shell, what do you think they have to do something better today?
Good thing that you brought this out, right? The nervous 99. The first game, jitters, you fumble, you stumble, you make it all happen in the very first game. That is the only way to get out of it. And especially that you have an added day before the grand finals, before the champion rush, you try to do it today.
Exactly. But what you see today might not paint an accurate picture of what to expect tomorrow. Some of these teams can get a fantastic start today, but that will only translate to 10 head start points tomorrow. And if they don't perform tomorrow, that head start will count for nothing. At the same time, some of these teams might not even reveal all their stats today and just display their exemplary performance tomorrow.
And for the head-to-head, we have Marco from the likes of Godlike, and we have Shoto from the hands of Team HIND. Both of them remarkable players. Look at their head-to-head. It is so close. It's like 19 and 20. You just can't see the difference to it.
On one end, experience coming in from Marco. He was there in the previous LAN, whereas Shoto, he's the newbie right now. He's the young gun and still matching up with Marco when there was Nancy in Godlike's fray. This is what excites me. This 25 season to 26 comparison, a lot has changed. Young guns are here who are firing at all their capabilities. The amount of damage, look at him matched up. There was only barely a single double-digit difference, nothing else. That is what this season is bringing us.
Exactly, and someone like Marco performed really well in the previous 2025 season compared to that Shoto. Even though this is one of his first lands, he is still not feeling the pressure. He's playing here as if he's always belonged here. So that is a massive feather to have in your cap. The fact that you don't feel the pressure, the fact that you're as cool as a cucumber could make or break the difference.
Well, and all of that, right? The direction towards which this team is taking each other towards, that is the most best part, right? I've seen these players from OB52 to OB53. Adapting all of that is no joke. You have to change the meta, you have to change the entire course of action. You need to know which player, which character is going to aid a lot, or it just might dismantle the entire meta, right? And the team's confidence as well. And that's where I would say Marco has done remarkable. Most eliminations, 203. This dude is a top-notch performer. And right after that is Yogi.
You have to give him all the love because that's what he's done. And on top of that, a transformation of Yogi. Look at the amount of damage coming in from his end. That is insane to end up seeing a number very close to that and his teammates supporting, because when we went back to the 25 season, that was not the same case.
Yeah, another person that I want to highlight is Mad God from AEROBOTZ Esports. The numbers say that he has the most revives, but keep in mind that while he's healing his teammates, he's also trying to heal his hands. This man has been suffering from thumb injury, and he's not been able to play at the best of his potential. And despite all the pain, despite all the hardships that he's facing, he's soldiering on like an absolute champion.
You mean that his performance right now is not yet to what we kind of would have expected at the top S of the mark, and he's delivering like this? This is insanity coming in from Mad God.
Oh, wait. I just have to tell you guys, hold on. I still will just create this scenario in your head, okay? It is Refinery, Kalahari, Godlike versus AEROBOTZ. And AEROBOTZ is Mad God still alive. And that dude, the way he utilized the grappling hook, Prodigy was right there. He was trying to create the room. And from there on, the change, the merry-go-round action in Godlike, even though they had the height advantage, they could not do much. That's the kind of captivity, that's the kind of hope that this player carries forward. And Mad God, I have mad respect for this dude.
Yeah, indeed. Big respect for him, and what he's done has given underdogs, right, young guns, to understand without those difficulties, you don't come up. You do take an advantage of that.
Exactly. And the best part here is the game schedule tells us one thing very clearly. Bermuda, Purgatory, two old maps at the very beginning, which will make the players set the momentum. But later on, there is Solara. There's the element of surprise, which might just break the entire backs of these teams. So I want to know from your end, guys, what do you think?
I kind of think that 6 games are not enough to see what these guys have in store. We've been seeing them for the last 3 months. They must have played like 60 games up until now across the last few months. And today, when you play these 6 games, it will not feel the same. Having an empty arena is not the same as having an arena full of cheering, loud fans.
Yeah.
And it is definitely not the same as playing from the comfort of your own house.
Now, while I kind of think about when you mentioned, right, 60 games, this is the teams that went all the way till the end. What about the teams who qualified in the very beginning, meaning in the week 2 of the knockout stage? They did not play much. Do you think that's an advantage as we go
That
ahead?
is always, that's always an advantage. You watching your nemesis, looking at their metas, even though, yes, there's a shift in paradigm from 52 to 53, that's the OB that we're talking about, but still it's about the mindset. That's what I would say. The entire team who have already paced themselves forward towards the grand finals, they're going to have a ball. And look at the preferred drop spots. Each and every one trying to take a drop clash so that they can dismantle the gameplay of the others.
Hey, we have to be honest, right? We've done right now so many weeks of FFM action that we know these preferred drop spots are only to foil our plans or whatever. We think, oh, there's a drop clash here, there's a 3-way fight happening. And I think it's just their initial preferred drop spots, but it is going to change because they know they do not want to have a clash at the very beginning. Imagine at Bhima Sankti Strip, right? The 3 teams, RNX, GYAN Gaming and FIREEYES, all 3 dropping together. Godlike, yes, they love peak. That should be the position they're going, but IQOO Total Gaming and IQOO OGXTSG, a war that used to happen when we were seeing in our knockout stages, somewhere a little rivalry, but it didn't brew to a bigger thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the bigger war over here is going to be between AEROBOTZ Esports and God's Reign Pros, because both of them love split dropping across the northwestern periphery of the map, across Observatory and Graveyard. They might even fight each other in Katli Sutwa when they try to make that rotation inwards towards the high ground of Peak. And during the rotations, most of these teams feel the most vulnerable. So I kind of have a feeling that a lot of these teams will need to just prioritize their rotations. Since this is the first day, you just need to feel out the lobby. And it's very different when you can hear your opponent from the other seat, across the other booth.
Screaming their lungs and telling that this is going to be a call. This is where we're going to head towards. And Total Gaming, the defending champions of 2 titles. And on the other end, we have the Emote Kings as well.
Our next man, oh man, these young lads, the way they've managed to qualify, they've baffled everybody. And on top of this, while we are seeing teams, right, they made their huddle. And then we heard a shout. You guys are missing out because this is only going to be seen by you guys tomorrow. But let's talk about even Team Hind, right? They were up on our screens. They delivered really, really well. And if this continues like this, that teams, even at their stages of wondering, can they make it happen? Can they not? And they still make it happen is right now today's whole storyline of, wait, they did it in the last days, right? Making that 18 matches done in their favor. They qualified in the top 6, but is it enough?
Yeah, I mean, RNX were one of the first teams to make it from the knockout stage to the grand finals. They got that early ticket in week 2 itself. They didn't have to play in week 3. Meanwhile, you had GYAN Gaming backed by Vasio, one of the most experienced players in the country. The man who has worn the Indian flag on his back the most amount of times on international soil. He's backing up GYAN Gaming, and I'm definitely sure that his LAN experience is going to be invaluable.
And for GYAN Gaming and Vasio, this is home ground as well, as you mentioned about the soil. This should be the arena that Vasio and co should be able to grab and call themselves as the champions, because there could be no other better part to this, right? You're right here. A lot of us, when we generally do events, right, when we are in such stages, we wish that it's in our hometown. We see our parents, we end up seeing our close relatives, all of them, friends and family coming down, and this is happening for Vasio. That is a big thing, and if he's able to pull off this for GYAN Gaming, along with them, this is going to be an overjoyed moment that he's going to be taking across the table.
You know, there's a best thing, right? GYAN Gaming often plays with a lot of heart. And there's a lot of community pressure at the same time as well to perform, to showcase how well they play. So all of that, do you think the expectation is fueling them or weighing down on them?
For GYAN Gaming, I think they are feeling a neutral amount of pressure. The audience expectation is the highest for IQOO OGXTSG. I mean, this team has been struggling in some of the other third-party tournaments, and this is the first time that they've made it to a LAN, despite being one of the most favored, the most anticipated, and the most cherished teams in the country. So having so many fans, but not having enough results to back it up, puts an insane amount of pressure on their shoulders, especially now that they will be physically present to see their fans in person.
But at least their fans are going to be happy that they made it to this stage. This is the expectation they had in TEZ FFMIC 2025 season, right? But finally coming here in the 26th season, Legend is also going to be happy. He is gearing up for a situation where he's comfortable with his team and also comfortable on stage. As you did clearly mention, Trips, that this is their very first time. While they've had experience over multiple titles and games, this is not the same feeling. There's a lot of lights, there's a lot of noise. There are opponents who are right next to you who are shouting when they are finding an elimination. All that is an added on pressure, and especially tomorrow, there's another vertical of pressure that adds on is our audience.
Yeah, the audience is going to add a whole new dimension of pressure, which I don't think most of these players have experienced before.
They still are.
One team that has never experienced a LAN before certainly are the underdogs, FIREEYES Gaming. Because they are a rather new name to the Tier 1 circuit, there's no pressure on them. They will see the audience and they will see just a barrel of fuel which will fuel their fire even further. I mean, some of these teams, because the audience has a lot of expectations from them, they will feel the pressure. But for new contenders, them making it to the LAN itself is a big deal. Anything they achieve on top of this is a bonus. So for underdogs like AEROBOTZ Esports, for FIREEYES Gaming, this is going to be the opportunity to engrave their history right here and now.
I'm glad that you took the point of FIREEYES Gaming. Start, they were super good, right? Consistent as always, getting the eliminations. They were racking it up, kicking up a row, making a lot of noise. And all of a sudden, the noise became too low. And in that decibel, right, they started picking up the pace. Do you think this is the same kind of a pattern that we'll see even today and tomorrow they're going to kick up a row?
I mean, you say yes, but I think I'm a little dicey about this because yes, when we talk about underdogs, right, while their firepower online seems to be the best, they are gunning for everything and anything because they know they have nothing to lose. Their chances of qualification, they have no idea about it. Whereas the big name teams, they are worried if we don't make it to the stage, then what will our next situation happen? Because we even spoke about FFMAI that's going to happen after this. So a lot at stake, but when these young guns made it here, now they're on another bigger stage and they're going to be even more happier.
Yeah, and one team which is going to be super happy about making it to the LAN again is obviously going to be God's Reign Pros. Some people call them the most aggressive team in the country. I mean, last time these guys were putting the screws to IQOO Total Gaming. If there was one team who could have taken down the champions, it was them. And this time, God's Reign Pros are going to be gunning for the top spot once again.
You know, I've seen Manu in person. Dude's just an absolute demon when it comes to the entire lobby of it. And the performance for sure is crazy good this time around. He needs to showcase why he is the most feared sniper out there. God's Reign Pros, yes, they were very consistent when it comes to the performance point of view, but later on they started, you know, tapping their toes, thinking that this might be just way too easy, but that's where the learning curve came right in. And the learning curve has given them some really good lessons, valuable lessons, to which they have to just implement it today, and it'll just be easy peasy.
I think when you speak about learning lessons and figuring out the curve of where the performance stands, I think one team that is in that position is going to be Reckoning Esports.
Right.
They were at the top looking amazing, and now they're figuring out what's their best, as they did have their highs and lows.
Well, for now, we are here, we are ready for the game. Map number 1 is going to be Bermuda. A battleground where survival isn't earned, it's stolen. And we all are here to feel the fire. Casters, over to you!
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment of reckoning is here. The moment that you have been waiting for is now upon us. 3 months of hard work, infinite effort, more than that, tears, blood and sweat, all shed by the players, will all be determined today. 6 games to decide who's gonna take the lead tomorrow, and then the champion rush condition to crown a new king of Indian Free Fire Max circuit. And it all begins here on Bermuda.
Rimnam, the village, is where the action seems to be. IQOO OGXTSG with Reckoning. And Arjun wants to find his first, but he's the one on his knees. Ash, the IGL, opens it all up. Krish trying to hold it off, while Fox9, he's taken down. Arjun is also confirmed with the players. Krish is going, but the Zazzle on Yuzi, and he's unstoppable at this moment. Legend's helping him out, and that's going to be him double, with Legend picking 1. 3 from Reckoning out from the race at the very beginning.
Sheesh! Talk about not being able to handle the pressure. Reckoning Esports were one of those teams that were dominant in the group stage, but they started to fumble during the knockout stage. In fact, they even had the gall to call GODLIKE Esports free kills, and boy, did they regret that statement. They barely made it to the LAN finale by the skin of their teeth. They just scraped by a hair's breadth. And now you can kind of tell why that they were suffering. You can tell why they were struggling so much. Losing your 3 players within minutes of landing when the moment is upon you, yeah, that's going to be a lot of pressure to handle. But hey, at least it's not all over. They will have their chance. The last member of Reckoning Esports is still somewhere out there. Meanwhile, you've got IQOO Total Gaming, the defending champion, splitting up 3-1. Aztec is still somewhere in mill, while the other 3 players are already near Plantation looking for their first target.
And they've already scoped in towards one. That's going to be GYAN Gaming's player. Tried to take some shots. Didn't work in their favor. Maybe a couple of chip, but right now chipping is going to be God's Reign Pros, and Kunal gets hit by Cropsy. He thought he was safe and sound, but God's Reign Pros had them around it already. Observatory right now, a position of observing for teams in elimination mode. And there is a jump coming in. Quick save, but FIREEYES, they thought they could be a sniper and they could rain from above. Instant shutdown. God's Reign Pros, they're going to be happy finding another.
God's Reign Pros were called the #1 aggressive team in the country for a reason. And for them to now go up against the second most aggressive team, FIREEYES Gaming, is going to be an incredible battle of titans. Meanwhile, TSG, these guys are trying to eliminate people who are just getting in their way. Reckoning Esports is their next target. You can see that they are already trying to make sure no teams who are trying to rotate will be able to escape their grasp. Meanwhile, all the way north in Shipyard, Total Gaming have already entered GYAN Gaming's vicinity. Total Gaming left Mill within minutes of finishing their looting, and now they are looking for their first target already. Shanky strikes Arup down. Meanwhile, you got the rest of the GYAN Gaming members just scrambling for cover. They are nowhere close to provide each other any backup. Ninja knocks delete, but I don't think he can confirm delete by any stretch of the imagination. Aztec avenges his fallen teammate by knocking Ninja down on his feet, but Ninja is up on the warehouse, which means the chances of him getting revived are really low. Shubo is already moving towards his teammate. Meanwhile, Total Gaming have eliminated Ninja already, and they revive delete, instantly putting them at a 4v3 advantage. Make it a 4v2 as Shubo also gets buried 6 feet under.
GYAN Gaming, the very first game itself having trouble. Shanky finds another, and that is the end for it. Very first game, and GYAN Gaming out with nothing. 0 points, and IQOO Total Gaming showing us why they are the defending, reigning, and undisputed champions. Doesn't matter a loss, doesn't matter a knock. They know how to bring the game back in their favor. But is that caliber same in the end of FIREEYES Gaming? Is it going to be there for Godlike as well? Seems like Yogi was a little too ahead of his teammates, and AEROBOTZ found an opportunity in that mix. And FIREEYES, they're also trying to do the best over there because they've got an opportunity for eliminations.
Yeah, that's a very important pick to get. Yogi is the highest damage dealer in the entire lobby. He's been reigning the online phase like an absolute boss. And to get him out at the very first opportunity you get is a big W for FIREEYES Gaming. Now the rest of Godlike Esports try to get inside the main territory of Observatory. Jack is going to be the first point of interception. He connects a couple of shots onto Nancy, but not nearly enough to take him down. And they both invade this vending machine room. They know that Godlike are going to try to res Yogi, and they've successfully done it already. Troll tries to intercept Nancy. Prince will be able to take down Marco, and Troll will be able to get the confirmation as well. FIREEYES Gaming are trying to stop Godlike Esports in their tracks, but all they managed to do is just get a couple more eliminations. At least Godlike were able to secure that revival before they lost a couple more of their members. So Godlike Esports will continue trading members, but FIREEYES Gaming, they continue farming, bro. They continue rising.
6 eliminations already. They're at the top of the charts, having a launch pad now. Doesn't seem like there is a change with a OB53 update. They're like, this is as usual that we've played. It's a day in the office, and on the land stage they're doing it, and they go back to Bullseye. Observatory, Bullseye, back and forth, and they're finding another. That Stroll finding Prodigy, and now Matt got out in the open, already caught, trying to do the damage. He's trying to dodge as much as possible, but no glue wall can save from the plethora and barrage of blows coming in from FIREEYES Gaming.
Yeah, FIREEYES Gaming have absolutely no intentions to stop anytime soon. Bro, it's been just 6 minutes since the game began.
Yeah.
You can't even count the first minute because you're still in the air. Your feet don't even touch the ground, and they already have 8 eliminations. Yeah, I think we know what these guys are going to do here. It's just the first day. They want to build up their confidence, and they will pick up a fight against anyone that moves. They don't care if it's AEROBOTZ Esports, one of the strongest firepower team in the lobby. They don't care if it's the defending champions themselves, Total Gaming.
Yeah.
They will shoot at anything that moves.
And right now trying to do the same is going to be RNX as IQOO OGXTSG is getting closer. Krish is close. He's the one who put down Reckoning. Now can he do the same to Arman? But RNX holding off with a fortress of glue walls, and IQOO OGXTSG playing it smart. Now they found the opening on Shoko, and Chris, he thought he could make a jump, but Hassan instantly puts him down. Doesn't give IQOO OGXTSG an opportunity, but Hassan, he becomes the last man standing, but still firing as much as possible with the Thompson. IQOO OGXTSG have him surrounded. He tried his best, but they will be eliminated. IQOO OGXTSG, they're here for redemption. What they missed in 25, they're making it happen in 26.
Their fans have been itching to see them in person. They've been vying for a spot at the LAN tournament since the last year. And now that they have finally arrived, they will declare their arrival with a barrage of loud explosions. Godlike Esports also see them on the horizon. They can see that TSG are trying to step into their territory, and Godlike Esports try to cut them down to size. The two finest fan favorite teams now clashing against each other, but hold on! GG Instinct, they steal all the eliminations away from Godlike Esports, and within just a matter of seconds, IQOO OGXTSG are out of the game. They found themselves to be on the top of the world when they eliminated RNX just a couple of seconds ago, and Godlike Esports dealt a bunch of the damage, but it's GG Instinct that steal away all of those points. And now Godlike are furious. They declare, how dare you steal our points? How dare you steal our birthright? So now they will turn their attention towards GG Instinct.
GG Instinct, while they took away all those eliminations, they were smart about it, but we know they are an opportunistic team. They find their way in and they make sure they make the play and they're done with it. But if they are thrown a wrench in their works, they don't know what next to be done better. And right as now, I think that's what they're trying to figure. Godlike has spotted them. It's not an easy position to get out from. They're stuck around this plantation, Catalystiva region. And Godlike have a better position because of the ridge they are on. They have the height advantage. What do GG Instinct do? But if Godlike also waste a lot of time in the position they are in on the ridge, GODLIKE Pros and FIREEYES are right behind them.
Yeah, this place is starting to heat up. It's just the second zone, and all the teams have already figured out where the circle is going to move. Of course, the info box helps you a lot, and circle prediction has become a lot easier in the OB53 update. But that being said, though, Godlike Esports never needed the updates to plant their foot deeply onto the circle center. And all the other teams have also started to figure out. It's just 9 minutes into the game, Lucifer, and the teams have already started shopping for real estate. They're already trying to play the long game and try to settle in before the storm kicks off.
I cannot believe this is the very first game, Crips.
Yeah. I mean, I can to some extent. I knew that this is going to be a super duper interesting game because all the teams are going to go ham. I knew that there's going to be aggression right from the moment their feet touch the ground, but I didn't expect 3 teams to be eliminated already.
Yeah.
That was unexpected.
And 3 teams to be IQOO, TSG, RNX and GYAN Gaming.
Yeah.
Especially RNX and GYAN Gaming. They were the very first qualifiers.
Yeah, exactly.
That tells you, I think this is what the reason I was having this question in my mind, that do the teams who managed to qualify in the very beginning be able to cope up to what the action now arise in the grand finals?
Yeah.
But to wait and watch in the next few games. But for now, GODLIKE Pros, they're ready as the pros to find and spot FIREEYES Gaming.
Yeah. FIREEYES Gaming, at least they have plenty of cover for themselves, so they don't need to worry too much. Troll lands a lovely shot on the Struggle, and GODLIKE Pros, by using Tiva, will be able to get Struggle back up on his feet already. Heal guns also deployed. While GODLIKE Pros enjoy the high ground advantage, they will go to the Arsenal as a temporary form of cover and to upgrade their weapons. But luckily, they're not being gate-kept by anyone, so GODLIKE Pros can still get inside the circle without any difficulties. Meanwhile, in the center of Bhima Sakti Strip, Team HIND are forcing a fight against Reckoning Esports. Reckoning have been struggling all game, man. They have just been on survival mode, and Wild Fox once again gets knocked down by the Shoto's plushie. Reckoning Esports once again find themselves repeating the same mistakes that they were making during the knockout stage. Once again, they are just running for survival. They will leave Ash behind while the last member of Reckoning Esports has already escaped. Hold on, Shoto just walked past his opponent. They didn't see Ash over there. Oh, finally, Sahiljat spots Ash, and Ash is just desperately trying to stay alive, but Sahiljat will blow him apart with a grenade launcher.
That was close. Ash was almost about to survive, hit the vending machine and try to get his teammates back up, but with him going down, a lot more trouble happens. Hemu is the last one standing. Team HIND, they've also not done much. They've played as survivors here in the very first game. Being Bermuda, I thought it's going to be a lot more ease going for teams. They wouldn't have to go through a lot of those fights and eliminations, but right now going towards a fight is going to be GODLIKE Pros. They push towards the Arsenal. Aztec gets that information, instantly backs down the tower. But he also knows that he's in a difficult spot as the zone is closing right behind him. Was popping a nade, but it did not reach the mark, and now Aztec has to make a run as he's losing his HP. If this continues, GODLIKE Pros will be able to gatekeep him.
GODLIKE Pros were once in a position where they were outside the zone, and they have outmaneuvered IQOO Total Gaming. while this is just the third circle, it won't really hurt you much. But these bullets will hurt you, not just your health, but also your ego. Cropsy struggle, taken down within a matter of moments. Mafia proving why he is the finest sniper in the country. And just like that, the gatekeeping attempts have fallen apart. God's Reign Pros, the team that once enjoyed superior positioning over IQOO Total Gaming, were able to do absolutely nothing to stop the champions' advance.
But right now, Godlike, even for them, advancing has become a trouble. Nancy has been lost, and Godlike, even though they have the circle, GG Instinct have always been here. And after what IQOO Total Gaming have done, they have to gatekeep them. Riptide Rhythm goes across, trying to find a knock. They're unable to do it. IQOO Total Gaming, the way they're moving as a pack, there's nobody who's able to take them down, and they've gotten into a compound. Now, what do any team do against them?
Godlike Esports enjoying the center of the circle means alarm bells for every other team. Godlike Esports now have the permission to fire in every single direction. They try to take pot shots at FIREEYES Gaming, but keep in mind that FIREEYES Gaming are not just harboring their own entrants, they are harboring a fugitive called Hemu, who is just using them as meat shields. Hemu is literally behind FIREEYES Gaming, using them as their human meat shield. So they're just hoping that, Hemu doesn't get spotted. FIREEYES are just focusing all their attention towards Godlike, and Hemu's hoping that nobody spots him. So, yeah, that's basically the entire situation. FIREEYES land a lovely shot onto Team HIND, but, I mean, they need to get their priorities straight. HIND are not the real problem over here. Both HIND and FIREEYES are in a lot of trouble because they will have to get ahead of the zone, and FIREEYES Gaming are just making sure that their backlines are clear. That's why they're shooting at Team HIND. Woolvin tries to make a mad dash towards that compound, uses the launch pad to get inside, but Team HIND just keep on stealing away all their frags, and even GG Instinct will not be spared from this.
Revenant, XSPARK, Divine, he opens it up, X-Divine with the help, and Hemu, he's coming into play. FIREEYES in big trouble. Hemu's position is compromised, but he's still fighting out in the open. Can he land another knock? If he's able to, then FIREEYES Gaming will be in deep trouble, but they put him down. However, FIREEYES, they're not safe and sound. IQOO Total Gaming, they find them knocks after knocks, and Mafia and Aztec together once again. 10 total eliminations, and IQOO Total Gaming, they ended with a booyah. They won the championship, and they're starting with one now.
Yep, even Team HIND will fall and succumb under the pressure. Now all the pressure is upon Revenant XSPARK. They need to get inside the zone. No, AEROBOTZ try to make it inside. Prodigy cannot find any safe spot, and AEROBOTZ will also fall. Revenant XSPARK, they had one of the best positions in the entire game. But look at the next circle, Lucifer. Nobody is in there except for Godlike Esports. So all three of these teams, IQOO Total Gaming, God's Reign Pros, and Revenant XSPARK will have to fight each other and get inside the circle. It's a death race towards the center. And right now, IQOO Total Gaming want to make the first move. Delete lands a lovely shot onto Anubhav. That puts an end to the God's Reign. And now Revenant XSPARK need to turn this spark into a wildfire. Even GYAN Gaming Instinct are trying to get inside this one. Godlike Esports, no, what happened? How did Swaroop pull this off? A triple elimination to eliminate Godlike Esports. They had the best spot, and now GG Instinct can steal that spot and secure this booyah, unless IQOO Total Gaming have something to say about this one.
Oh no, one after another. Now Delete's gone. Revenant XSPARK, they were safe and sound, all calm. These wolves and now started taking shots. Now to a 4v4. Shanky was the last one standing. He's been eliminated. GG Instinct, they've stolen all eliminations. Now they have to steal away a booyah. Revenant XSPARK, they've played all calm, but they are ready as a pack of wolves to jump and grab this in their favor.
Yeah, and they will grab this with an iron grip. GG Instinct need to eliminate Revenant XSPARK, but Roshan has something to say about this one. Lands a lovely shot onto Power. Vincent takes him down. Roshan tries to go for the flank, deploys the time turner. Patlu invades it, but falls. Swaroop cannot back him up in time. The Drogon failing him when it matters most. Roshan in a one versus the wall situation, and Roshan will win this. Revenant XSPARK turn this spark into a wildfire. The flames engulf Mahatma Mandir Convention Center as Revenant XSPARK get the first booyah.
Look at Arsh and Roshan. They are so goddamn happy. The very first game, Revenant XSPARK, they were waiting in their den as a pack of wolves, holding their action off. They were never seen in any of the fights, and now, when it mattered the most in the final circle, they started making trouble for everybody. They didn't care that GG Instinct was right there, taking away all the eliminations. What mattered for them was the very first start, and what a start for Revenant XSPARK.
Sheesh! That was incredible. incredible. I did not expect that Revenant XSPARK will be able to pull everything off, especially all the odds stacked against them. Godlike Esports had a lovely central spot. They couldn't hold on to it. They succumbed under the overwhelming pressure from GG Instinct. And while GG Instinct set themselves up for a wonderful amount of success, they couldn't hold their advantage against Revenant XSPARK. It's like whichever team holds the advantage somehow loses their grip on it.
Man, this was not supposed to happen. Swaroop was having a heyday right now in terms of taking away eliminations, even in landing blows, and that's what he was doing with the help of Tiger. But when it came into the final fight, it was Roshan. The way he played around that Trogan and movement was very crucial. Swaroop thought he would made it across. Chrono was still there, but unfortunately Chrono fell and Roshan's bullets passed through. That is where this booyah worked in the favor of Revenant XSPARK. Very well played, very well strategized, and especially very smartly guided. You have to give credits to XDivine. He makes this happen when his team needs him. This is why everybody says XDivine is one of the finest IGLs out there.
Yeah, XDivine, man. So many people were doubting him, but now he's shushed all the doubters, he's silenced all the haters, and he's secured the first booyah.
What a way to see this very first game. Revenant XSPARK, they take the booyah away with a total of 22 points. However, GG Instinct, they topped the charts by just an additional point that they had because of the eliminations. 14 in the very first game. They took it from one team, two team, three team, four team, and every team that was there, the 12 teams, sorry, 11 excluding them, but at this point they took it away from everybody else, Zora.
I mean, fair enough, you're including them in the 12 teams. That's amazing, that's high and mighty of you, but I'm talking about Revenant XSPARK, man. They were a different beast in the final week of the knockouts, and it is that momentum thing which is landing right on spot right here. They figured out, man. They know the drop locations, they know the drop spots, and the rotations were sublime. But like you rightly mentioned, there was a lot of stealing of those knocks coming through, and GG Instincts, they played it a bit better.
Yeah, GG Instinct stole the eliminations from Godlike at the very start of that Riverside battle, and then they couldn't even, get Godlike in their crosshairs. The moment they stole those flags away from Godlike, they dipped back in cover. They did not give Godlike a chance to avenge them, and then Godlike got the prime spot. They got the best piece of real estate in the entire game. Somehow GG Instinct stole that as well. I don't know if they are out here to play Free Fire Max or if they're out here to steal a bunch of points away from Godlike specifically. It's almost like they're pulling off a Hrithik Roshan cosplay from Doom 2. Meanwhile, Vincent is pulling off a John Wick cosplay. 4 eliminations, so much damage, all of that with the Car 98K.
That's what happens when you mess with the devil, you get the horns. And Vincent, he has been sending so many players packing, man. This dude is great when it comes to a Car 98 performance of it. And he's a sniper, so of course, bringing in Moko Raphael, the silent sniper alongside Moko. No matter how much she gets nerfed, the Indian circuit will never let go of Moko. They need those additional pings. They need the information on where the opponents are, and that's how they captivate those very moments.
We were talking about this even before we started the show, right? In terms of one unique active skill and what do the players pick. And XDivine having Iris. While his teammates have Chrono, Oscar and Skylar, right? This is something that we have seen as the norm. Chrono is being used a lot more by the rushers. Oscar, yes, to destroy the glue wall, or if an opponent is super low, dash to his face and find that knock as well. And Skylar, Vincent has to use it as a sniper to find a window of opening. But Iris, XDivine, this is just smarts coming in from his end. He already made the calling of playing safe from the very beginning, and at the end made sure they were jumping in together because wolves run as a pack, not as individuals. And when they jumped, his Iris helped tag opponents. That ability was the reason they knew where everybody was and when they had to attack.
Exactly. And at this point, I would like to point out that most of the information-based abilities have been nerfed, including Iris, including Moko and Koda and every other thing. And despite all of that, XDivine remains one of the only people in this entire tournament who uses Iris. I don't even know if he was using it during the knockout stage. I definitely don't remember him using Iris before, but Clearly, he's doing something that the others aren't. He's using it in a way which nobody else is able to use. So that puts XDivine in a lovely spot because he's got 6 assists and he was also able to guide his team to a very lovely booyah using all that information.
Indeed, man. And that's the best part, right? The metas always gives you the kind of edge that you need in the overall run of it. I did see that GG Instincts, they had a couple of players aligned right there. But Roshan, the way he performed, that dude is so precise when it comes to the battle point of view that he just kept running around. He knew the more he moves, the less he's going to get tagged. And that's the kind of concept most of them forget in such clutch moments. And Roshan, dude, showcase that he's going to stay cool, calm as a cucumber, even it is the nervous 99 point of views.
Nervous 99, right? When we kind of talk about this, and especially when we thought that it could happen in this very first game, to be honest, I did not see that from any team. While yes, they did lose out, GYAN Gaming did not have any points. It was not the nervous 99, it was just another team attacking them before they could even think about it.
Yeah, speaking of attacking before they could even think about it, I would like to now see what the circle looked like when these guys stole those spots away from them.
Indeed.
Because when you see the game started off in a rather normal fashion. Everybody dropped off and then the fights began towards the northern periphery. You had teams like God's Reign Pros over here who are doing a really good job. AEROBOTZ over here also winning their fights whenever they pick it up. And even when they fight each other, none of them had a devastating blow. None of them lost too many of their players. But later on, I'm going to put this down at normal speed. And then what I want you to focus on is this part over here, IQOO Total Gaming. They started to figure out that, hey, we need to start getting a lot of eliminations. So they ended up eliminating GYAN Gaming over here. Even when AEROBOTZ and FIREEYES Gaming tried to interfere in that battle, they did not let any of that affect them. And after that, I will also point out what GG Instinct did, okay? Because GG Instinct, these guys were doing a phenomenal job of stealing away eliminations from Godlike Esports. Yeah. I mean, they have to be the masters of the heist. Look at this, okay? Godlike are somewhere over here. And then they will start fighting against IQOO OGXTSG. IQOO OGXTSG have now started fighting against RNX. Godlike Esports are somewhere on top of them. But none of them got any of those eliminations. All of those eliminations were stolen away by GG Instinct. Now, as the circle goes in towards the center, take a look at this position over here. Godlike Esports have one of the best possible spots in the circle, but they are not able to hold on to it.
Now, there's one more thing I want to talk about, like where we were, right? In the very beginning, very side of from Plantation, all the way to Riverside and back and forth is what this game was. Observatory, back again, and towards the end of this whole final circle is where the fight ended up happening. And especially Godlike's position was very crucial. If they kept that position and fought with GG Instinct, cleared that position, they would have had the best opportunity for a booyah. They are the team with the highest amount of booyahs on Bermuda. It should have been their game.
Exactly. And the reason why they have the highest amount of Bermudas is because Godlike Esports has the best possible spot. When the circle will progress ahead, when the circle shrinks and it will become smaller, you will notice that Godlike continue holding the #1 spot. They will continue having the only piece of cover over here. And they have to traverse like a minimum amount of distance. But when they start moving, GG Instinct getting their way over here. And once GG Instinct getting their way over here, Godlike Esports die off. GG Instinct will try to steal that spot away from them. And GG Instinct was set up for success. They had such an amazing position because REVENANT XSPARK, even though they enjoy a lovely position over here, now they will have to abandon it. They will have to get out of here. And after that, it is just coming down to firepower, right? Because over here, these two teams will start fighting each other soon. REVENANT XSPARK wipe off Anubhav, they wipe off IQOO IQOO Total Gaming, and then GG Instinct, they couldn't do much over here because while they are busy fighting in this spot, they will end up losing their players. This became like a 2 versus 3 situation. Meanwhile, REVENANT XSPARK have all 4 players alive.
That's the best part, right? REVENANT XSPARK, in their whole game, we were talking about this plantation area. This is where we ended up seeing a split of IQOO Total Gaming. They, if also held the position for a very long time, they could have had it. But they also went back and forth. We ended up seeing them going towards the observatory. And from there on, the fight working in and against their favor at times. And the most against that the fight worked was when they decided to get back into a position. They were looking a lot more confident. It didn't work out. Because we spoke about it, a situation where Godlike were spotting IQOO Total Gaming but did not land a blow. They tried everything. They tried the Riptide Rhythm. They tried to shoot their glue walls, but still IQOO Total Gaming traversed along that path and were able to get to a safe spot. But that was still not safe because this zone, then the circle, was moving against them, and that time they had to run out in the open. Whereas REVENANT XSPARK, I think choosing that eastern side, this is what, the eastern and the western side, these two divisions, if you would have made in Bermuda, that was a clear picture in itself. The western end of Bermuda had all the action that everybody wanted to witness. Eliminations, teams being eliminated, a lot of placements being taken away from each other, and then REVENANT XSPARK, like, wait, let everybody fight, slowly cross that bridge, and like, oh, it's still happening. Oh wait, oh now we are in the final circle, it's time, everybody's out in the open. They don't have anywhere space to hide because Plantation was such a good spot for REVENANT XSPARK because nobody else knew where everybody else is.
Exactly. And to some extent, you have to give credit to REVENANT XSPARK for just winning all their gunfights.
Yes.
I mean, they did not have a great position. GG Instant, Godlike Esports, they were fighting for the best spot. IQOO Total Gaming also figured out the best possible real estate is where these teams are fighting. Then while these guys are fighting each other, REVENANT XSPARK are just like sitting there. They're like waiting. Okay, you done now?
Yeah.
Done now? Should I come in now?
Exactly.
You guys have missed the entire point of how a team is trying to survive for so long.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it. You know, starting 3 minutes, 28 seconds, I could see Reckoning with just one person surviving.
Oh, yeah. That
And from there on, they did get the revival.
Yeah.
Yes. But did you notice the final circle where Hemu was the only person standing and he's still struggling to be there and exist? Coincidentally, get a couple of eliminations or two. While the other action was going on, the wildfire was spreading all across. All of that was fine. But it was Hemu's, all thanks to him, that the team was surviving for so long. And all of that action, I hope that it doesn't affect in this particular map because Purgatory is one of those places where you have to gamble a lot in order to be ruthless. And at the same time, call in for the drop clashes where we can already see Brasilia is one of the plain fields where most of the teams are heading towards. Alongside RNX, well, they need to showcase a really good performance. GYAN Gaming as well. This time, if they head towards Forge, then, well, that's a very good side for them as judging by the first game, it did not go good. They would need a really good, convincing gameplay in order to stay back into the game.
Let's talk about any team trying to stay back in this game, especially Purgatory. If the very first one, Bermuda, started in such a manner, it is going to be very tough for every other team to figure out in the next ones as well. But we see a cluster, a quadro, REVENANT XSPARK, RNX, IQOO, GTSG, and IQOO Total Gaming, all stuck at one position. That could be a four-way fight if it happens, but we generally know it'll not happen. They'll move in other directions. But to be honest, it could, because as we saw how Bermuda played around, and if we kind of think about it, it could be heavy in one of the regions in Purgatory, not all of it, and it would cascade into a fight. Because how you mentioned about Hemu, right, the last one standing, he was also kind of crucial for REVENANT XSPARK to get their booyah because he took the attention of FIREEYES Gaming, and FIREEYES Gaming instantly turned around. REVENANT XSPARK, they could have had a clash with FIREEYES. FIREEYES had the better high advantage. They were at the ridge. But FIREEYES were turned around and REVENANT XSPARK got the opportunity to move in.
Yeah, so it's very smart play for Hemu to use FIREEYES Gaming as their literal meat shield. He was hanging behind them. He was tanking the blue zone damage while FIREEYES Gaming were tanking the bullet damage for him.
Correct.
So now when Reckoning are expected to drop near crossroads, I hope that they can find themselves in a similar spot where they can survive. Because even though the predicted drop locations expect a nice clash towards field, we know that IQOO will love going towards crossroads as well.
But for now, this is going to be the second map, Purgatory, where every step is a gamble and only the ruthless make it out alive. Purgatory, ladies and gentlemen, on our screens right now, and casters, take it away.
REVENANT XSPARK, they are the ones who showed us what the true meaning of a spark is. Got the very first booyah of TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring Point Rush. And now on game 2, can they do it once again? While this home ground so far in the overall tournament has been better for IQOO OGTSG. Let's see if IQOO OGTSG will be able to do it. They land around God's Reign Pros, so it could be a trouble for them around Brasilia. God's Reign Pros, however, are spread apart, so Cropsy could be in the line of fire. Team HIND, they take complete other island of our Purgatory. That is towards the Fire Brigade, and it's completely safe. No other team is jumping in that direction. Golf Course and Marble Works, a position of clash. But Reckoning again in another fight already around the fields with RNX.
Reckoning Esports had a rough start to the first game, and them clashing against RNX could mean a bad start for them again in game number 2 as well. And to make matters worse, Revenant XSPARK have also arrived on scene. Now, luckily, the UAV will spot the potential third party on the horizon, so this will give Reckoning Esports a little more time to react. Lovely flank from Sabo. He does get the knock onto Hassan, but Adib will pump his face with a shotgun. And that is amazing. RNX recover really quickly. They even managed to get the res onto Shoko. But as soon as Hassan plugs him into the vending machine, he will go down yet again. They need to make sure they finish this fight quickly because Roshan has crossed that treacherous gap of the open field and he's invaded the house. And he's trying to take control of the vending machine room. Reckoning Esports will be able to shoot down a member from GYAN Gaming, which also means that there's a fourth party on the horizon. So they need to wrap this up quickly. They need to get out of here.
We were talking about this fields having 4 different teams. A 4-way clash is happening, but not the same teams that we saw in the preferred drop spots. Revenant XSPARK have surrounded RNX. Arman is the only one who's a little further away. Hassan in trouble, Adib as well. But Revenant XSPARK taking their time, making sure they abide to the rules of war. They make sure that they are not the ones first in the line of fire falling down. They want to be RNX. They want to take them down. Glue Melter used. It could push Revenant XSPARK in a position that they'll be a little unfavorable and unready for, because there's a lot of openings, windows to climb through, but Revenant XSPARK not trying to do that.
Yeah, Revenant XSPARK suddenly have just hit the brakes. They came here for a third party and now they realize that one of these teams has already left the area. So they don't want to be the team that starts the fight. They wanted a third party and they realized that they're a bit too late over here, so they would rather just wait for that opportunity. But the moment Arsh climbs up on that roof, Shoko finds the angle. At least Shoko is instantly shot down by Vincent, so that's revenge taken by Revenant XSPARK. And luckily they control the room with the vending machine, so they are able to plug Arsh back into that vending machine and get the back on him. But Roshan sprays down Arman. Amazing stuff. He tries to go for a sight in the middle of a gunfight. That's just brave. And Hassan says that your bravery will be punished. Your recklessness will be punished. You can't walk into a gunfight with a knife. We are not a bunch of bots. RNX, they stand their ground and they repel away Revenant XSPARK.
Revenant XSPARK still in trouble. Vincent has been spotted. They are running to get him. There is no safe and sound spot for him. He has to get knocked down. There is a revival point, but he has no chances of getting a team revive from there. It is only a vending machine, and RNX, a super strong start compared to what happened in the previous game. 5 total eliminations already, and RNX, what a control at field. Such an open position, and they were able to use the time that Revenant XSPARK gave them.
This is the staging compound right towards the north of the river. And God's Reign Pros are trying to catch IQOO OGXTSG in the middle of their rotation. Cropsy, lovely shot onto Ayush, but he needs to get the confirmation. Krish jumps out, so now Ayush definitely cannot be revived. Krish just is trying to get out of here. He tries to get back up on the first floor, but he's been heard. He puts up a glue wall, hoping to block the advance of God's Reign Pros and buy some time to get the res onto Ayush, and he's done it. Time turner deployed, but Shanky invades it anyway. And both the members of IQOO OGXTSG will fall. Shanky will even find Legend. And Shanky is from IQOO Total Gaming, which means there's a potential third party somewhere over here. Yes, you can see Total Gaming on the minimap. They are on the other end of this compound, and they are trying to get a piece of this pie, but I think they're a bit too late now. One member of IQOO OGXTSG is still hiding somewhere over here, and God's Reign Pros need to find him before Total Gaming do.
There was an Avon being used, which does give information to them that, hey, there's a full team ready to jump upon them. But it's not going to be easy as IQOO Total Gaming. They also think that, hey, I think we have to get a better position in the circle. God's Reign Pros as well, not having the right information of where the player is, they would have to decide to disengage because Brasilia is not as safe as they would have wanted it to be. The circle, however, right as now is very big, accompanied for every team in the position that they would want to fight. But right now, fighting is going to be GG Instinct and Godlike, something that had to break out in the previous game. Right now working. Echo gets taken down. Yogi is way too far. Patlu in a 1v1 if possible to take down Yogi. But Yogi, he has no opening, no chance because that glue wall doesn't give any opportunity or a window of a knock. And Patlu, after getting both his players up, now running towards Yogi, has already found openings, and now that is the last one also found. Godlike Esports and Patlu What did he just do, Patlu? Unbelievable as the IGL and for his city. He finds an entire team out.
And GG Instinct have been bullying GODLIKE since the last game. This rivalry did not exist in the online phase, but we would love to see it now. Moving on to the next fight, it's Reckoning versus RNX. Once again, in Ski Lodge. This fight began in fields, they disengaged from each other, and now they find each other again in Ski Lodge. Like star-crossed haters, they will continue hunting down RNX. They know that Shoto will just try to go towards the vending machine. They know that he's going to try to make his move, so Hemu activates the Morse already, and he's trying to find Shoko. He finds him in the zipline room. The ramp is not going to leave any cover. They just have to use the glue walls. Hemu pre-fires around the corner, but Sabo still wins. Wow! That is incredible. The backup is there. And just like that, one more team falls. They wipe out most of RNX. But in the background somewhere, even GG Instinct have been eliminated. We didn't catch that on the camera, but we will probably get a replay of that later. Meanwhile, AEROBOTZ have arrived on scene for a potential third party in Ski Lodge. And while all of that is happening, IQOO Total Gaming are in golf course. How on earth did they even end up over here? Just a couple of seconds ago, they were trying to third party in on the fight where we saw IQOO OGXTSG. And now they have crossed the river and gone over towards golf course to fight FIREEYES Gaming.
They fought with GG Instinct. They were the ones who eliminated GG Instinct, and now they're gearing up for another fight. They did lose out on a player. FIREEYES also the same. But Jack making a jump, and I think they spotted Shanky, who made a jump, and now they're running behind Shanky in a vehicle, and Shanky, that's just a distraction, I feel. He's gotten closer to a vending machine, spotted, shots taken. Shanky will be able to revive one of his teammates, but he has to be worried about the shots coming. Shanky instantly gets deleted up, and now Prince in big, deep trouble, but Shanky forced to run out in the open, and Prince very well placed his teammates outside, waiting for Shanky to make that run. And as soon as Shanky stepped out, that was an elimination.
Yep. So they do get the revive on to delete, and he's going to land somewhere in Central. And as soon as he lands in Central, he is able to revive Shanky as well. So all the members of IQOO Total Gaming are back up online. Meanwhile, FIREEYES Gaming, they will have to make that rotation away from the Western Island and go towards the mainland as the circle now continues to move towards Brasilia and campsite. There's just a tiny bit of landmass from the southern island, which I think will not be relevant as the circle shrinks. But while that happens, there's a potential clash happening between the two IQOO teams. IQOO OGXTSG and both IQOO Total Gaming will probably end up clashing against each other on the southern island as they try to take that bridge up towards the mainland. And while they try to do that, Team HIND is already in a compound next to the bridge, so they can potentially gatekeep their opponents.
Gatekeeping right now is going to be Reckoning before their elimination. RNX again challenging in them, and this time they did not have the numbers. And RNX will finally be able to shut down Reckoning Esports. 7 total eliminations, but they're still fighting outside the zone. They have to get through the fields and get towards Brasilia. That's where the circle is at. But 7 eliminations, for them to cope up to what happened in the previous game, they need a lot more as of now. IQOO Total Gaming on the other end, they've managed to somehow survive, have all their players back up, and they're gearing up for another fight. But again, look at the chart. Game standing shows us that REVENANT XSPARK only has 2 eliminations, and after that we have not seen REVENANT XSPARK at all. In the very beginning we saw them. Where are they right now?
REVENANT XSPARK are trying to take one of the best possible spots on the ridge of Brasilia Hill, so that way they can enjoy the high ground advantage and the center of the circle. But last time REVENANT XSPARK managed to win even without having a great spot in the circle. So I think them having control of this mansion house isn't going to be that great for them. I would much rather have them on the top of the ridge. But hey, they've already made their compound a fortress. They've turned this mansion house into their home. So let's see whether or not they can stay over here. And as the circle shifts more and more towards campsite and away from Brasilia, all these teams will now start to look for a compound. HIND have taken the double black house over there. Meanwhile, FIREEYES Gaming have just a tiny little shack for themselves. GYAN Gaming don't even have a house. They are just hanging out near the shore of this island.
Yeah.
And IQOO Total Gaming are just near the bridge, with Mafia acting as a satellite near the rock.
And we know how deadly Mafia is. As soon as he spots a player who's out in the open and he lands a knock, his team is going to instantly jump for action, find eliminations. And right now, that's what they're doing. They're just scouting out for information. FIREEYES biding time. using binoculars, and finally Revenant XSPARK's position is revealed. Until now it seemed safe and sound, but with that binoculars, they have full information. That is a full squad waiting in the compound and taking the center house, as you rightfully mentioned, right? Revenant XSPARK thinking that is the best spot. It so far feels to be the one. But on the other end, GYAN Gaming, they've had a better run so far. They've tried to make their way out. So is even God's Reign Pros. We spoke about this, the fight out in the open, and now there is an opening. Legend helping out for IQOO Total Gaming here, and struggle. His confirmation will come through from Mafia, VSK and Aztec also helping him with the Woodpecker.
Yeah, God's Reign Pros just need to move a couple more inches into the circle, but before they do that, IQOO Total Gaming will take pot shots at them from the beach. Meanwhile, IQOO OGXTSG are shooting at them from above the hill. At this point, the best thing that God's Reign Pros can hope for is that IQOO OGXTSG and IQOO Total Gaming start fighting each other. That's the only possible situation where they come out of this alive. Because if they don't, they will be stuck here near a tiny little corner, which is near the staircase. Yeah, and there you go. Now the zone will start to hurt them. The third zone can be manageable, but the fourth zone will really start to chew away at your health. So I hope that you have enough medkits to tank all this damage.
And there it is, another one. And IQOO OGTSG on one end, IQOO Total Gaming on the other, and the zone against them. Players, opponents, all against them. Plushie being used again, Anubhav gets knocked. God's Reign Pros, they don't have a safe haven at all. The only path that they can choose is of fighting. And if they don't fight now, they're not going to fight anymore in Purgatory.
Yeah,
Aztec,
they have to shoot their way out. I mean, getting the knock onto Aztec is a start, because now, in order to revive him, Shanky will have to make a massive crossing. He uses the dash to get towards Aztec. Even though the Skylar Riptide Rhythm is used, they will not be able to protect Aztec. Oh, wow, that's a lovely shot. Mafia taking off Propsy's head. And it's just Manu left now. Yeah, but IQOO Total Gaming, losing Aztec is going to be a big loss, because there is no opportunity to revive him anymore.
But right now, no revival option even for GYAN Gaming. They got in crosshairs of Team HIND as well as FIREEYES Gaming, and they get eliminated. IQOO Total Gaming on the other end, under the bridge, safe and sound, and they're waiting for every other opponent to fight, because they already have information of God's Reign Pros. They're not much worried about it.
Oh, one more thing that's happening right now that you need to keep your eyes on is the fact that the circle shifted again. And IQOO OGXTSG, the team who was once on top of the hill shooting down at God's Reign Pros, have bigger problems to deal with, because AEROBOTZ Esports are landing right on top of their head. Even IQOO Total Gaming will decide to use their launch pads and get in towards the urban areas. God's Reign Pros will succumb under the pressure, but IQOO OGXTSG, the team that was holding this hill and controlling it with an iron grip, now have to deal with AEROBOTZ as well. Glue wall melters being thrown to make sure that Kunal and Johan won't have much to work with, but they will toss glue wall melters of their own. The dragon nades don't connect, only 32 damage dealt. Krish and Ayush trying to look for an opening. Plushie sent forth, still doesn't do much. It will be destroyed instantly, and it only tickles Krish. They need one knock to kickstart this battle, and Mad God looks to make that happen. He's trying to use the dash and get the knock onto Ayush, but he ends up dying to Arjun, and that's the mistake that AEROBOTZ couldn't afford to make. Even Johan goes down. Yeah, sure, Kunal will be able to get a knock, but he can't get any conversions, and Krish is dashing in his face. The Rebel Rush, no, it won't help him out. The car crashes into another monster truck, and that is what leads to his elimination. AEROBOTZ forced to fight against IQOO OGXTSG, but these guys are no small fries. They quickly get their teammates back up on their feet and use the heal guns to heal themselves and head towards the circle.
The Bolt Makers, however, called, and the circle's moved against them. They have to get closer to the circle. They are the closest, and nobody else is in the circle. IQOO OGTSG, they have to take this advantage. On the other end, trying to take an advantage is going to be Team HIND against IQOO Total Gaming, because they're on the back lines, on the play zone's edge, and Shanky tries to rush in, gets put down. However, IQOO Total Gaming, they've tried to make their way ahead. Confirmations coming through, and TSG also helped putting down Total Gaming. This is what we said. They have to take the advantage of moving into the circle, and that's what they're doing. IQOO OGTSG, Arjun keeping his eyes on Team HIND, and FIREEYES helping them out. Crossfires throughout this Purgatory. There is nothing safe for anyone.
Yep, not a single safe haven. No inch will be spared. Everything will be engulfed in fire. IQOO OGXTSG find the low ground ridge, which somehow works in their favor. FIREEYES Gaming hop into the monster truck and get inside the circle as quickly as they can. They hop out as well before any more damage can be accumulated. Jack lands a lovely shot onto Vincent, and Revenant XSPARK are being hunted down. And in all of this chaos, RNX will succumb under the pressure. Revenant XSPARK enjoyed that mansion house, and that was their fortress, but now they will be forced to abandon their castle and get out into the open, where X-Divine, the IGL, is the only one standing, and Jack will eliminate him. 4v4 between IQOO, OGXTSG and FIREEYES Gaming.
FIREEYES wanted this. That's what they were trying in the very first game. But right now, they are in the top 2 of 4v4. Arjun was the man with 21 glue walls, the most so far destroyed in this game. FGL being used, Arjun forced off his glue wall in a position that he wanted to cover his teammates, but his teammates, they've taken the higher ridge. The zone is moving in the likes of IQOO, OGTSG, the traverse that they've made, and FIREEYES, they're in big, deep trouble. Riptide Rhythm used from Arjun. Jack, he is below AC80, but Jack lands on Legend. That was the angle they needed. Confirmation comes, and FIREEYES, they've started as Arjun is left all alone against Jack.
Bunny with the double. That's the elimination spree that they were looking for. Arjun on his last legs will finally land a lovely jump shot with the VSK against Jack, turning a 1v4 into a 1v3. But the pressure is on. Bunny climbs right on top of his head, and Bunny, with his superior movement, will claim the second booyah of the day. With fire in their bellies and targets in their eyes, FIREEYES Gaming prove their superiority. Underdogs no more. They will not be doubted. They will not be challenged. The team coming through from the FFC qualifiers has proven that their steadfast will remains unshaken even under the crushing land pressure.
FIREEYES Gaming, what did they just do? And this is the reason I said FIREEYES could have gotten their booyah in the previous game. It was a distraction coming in from Hemu. And if Hemu was not there, FIREEYES could have put down Revenant XSPARK, gotten the booyah. It could have been a back-to-back by now.
Yep.
What
exactly.
a team. And this is the very thing that I did mention when they managed to qualify. They've opened the gates for a lot more underdogs to make their way into this LAN finals. Every underdog now has an opportunity. That's what FIREEYES have shown us of what can happen when you believe in yourself, when you believe in your team, and you believe in the gun power that you guys have. No challenge is as big as your own that you put in your mind.
Let's take a look at that final battle, because I think this is the most fair fight that we've seen in the last few weeks. I'm talking about the knockout stages included. A proper 4v4 fight with no interruptions. We have barely gotten to see that all tournament. And in that kind of a fair fight, Bunny uses that movement, jumps over the glue wall which Arjun had put up to get that elimination. You also have to give credit to Jack, who got that first frag. He's the one who turned it from a 4v4 into a 4v3.
This was an incredible Purgatory game coming in. FIREEYES Gaming, for them to kind of pull off something like this, where they've not had a single booyah so far in the entire tournament, and they pull off a booyah in the LAN Grand Finals, in the point rush stage, and this is how they start against all odds. A back-to-back almost is what I would say, Crips, because this is not a feat that anybody can achieve in terms of consistency, and FIREEYES are already delivering in that direction.
Yeah, and FIREEYES Gaming, Purgatory used to be their bane. It was a thorn in their side. It's one of their weakest maps. But now that they have got a booyah on Purgatory of all maps, they have proven that they can cover all their bases. They can cover up their mistakes. They can solidify their weak points. And that basically means that they have no chinks in their armor.
This is what underdogs are, Ozora.
That's right. I've seen them go for a hit or miss every single time. Occasionally comes to first, right? But this time, in the second game itself, FIREEYES, they have not at all doubted their skills whatsoever. 25 total points, 13 eliminations. Doesn't matter where the folks are coming from, whatever is going on, it's them reigning supreme, showcasing absolute domination. And the best part here is IQOO, OGXTSG. Well, they're such mechanically gifted team. Seeing them in the top 2 itself is a treat to the eye.
It is indeed a treat to the eye, but GODLIKE going out with nothing. GYAN Gaming with just 4 points. GG Instinct, that clash between them, they have only 4 points. And God's Reign Pros as well as 7. AEROBOTZ and Reckoning. AEROBOTZ, I think they are kind of having a little bit of a jittery start, but it's okay. They will be able to make their move. And Reckoning Esports, They are trying on their eliminations perspective and spectrum. They're able to grab it, and that's the reason they have 9. But in terms of placement, they still need to make a mark. And a good recovery, to be honest, from Reckoning Esports compared to game number 1.
Required. It's always required. You got to recover yourself, reset that mentality on what just happened in the game, and then get back into the next following one. One by one, these players were falling down. They were getting all of those eliminations. They were showcasing some really nice impact performance, and this is where the entire overall standing is looking like. FIREEYES Gaming, second game into the round, and they are yet again in the tip-top spot. REVENANT XSPARK in the second spot, and on the third we have IQOO OGXTSG.
Eliminations is the name of the game. We clearly said that, and FIREEYES Gaming ruling in that department. This is just 2 games down there at the highest in terms of total eliminations, and then we end up seeing IQOO OGXTSG, and I'm happy, especially for the fans who are waiting to see them on LAN, and they are delivering. Yes, missed their Booyah game. However, they're still doing a way lot better than how much confusion we had towards the week 3 of the knockout stages of how OG were playing.
The survivability here is actually one of the parts where I would say have a focus towards. 20 placement points by REVENANT XSPARK. They're not focusing that much towards eliminations, even though eliminating is the meta right about now. Being aggressive is the meta. Still, they're choosing to stay passive, and they're cool, keeping their cool, calm collectiveness till the very end, which showcases a lot of insight towards them. But what do you guys think? Will this hinder their performance?
No. So REVENANT XSPARK are only able to get these many eliminations because they have superior positioning. They're clearly focusing on placements more. Meanwhile, FIREEYES Gaming have the exact opposite philosophy. They believe that if they are able to eliminate the team with the best possible spot, then they will get the Booyah regardless. And this is exactly why they hopped into that monster truck and barreled on towards the southern edge of the circle, because that's where the shift was happening. They knew that if they are the first team to reach that spot, they will be able to eliminate anybody, because at that point, all the teams are gunning for their spot. They enjoy the high ground, they enjoy the favorable position, and they don't need to leave their cover. So when teams like IQOO, OGXTSG, REVENANT XSPARK are all trying to come towards them, all they have to do is stand their ground, and with the amount of firepower at the disposal of FIREEYES Gaming, they will be able to hold their ground very, very easily.
And holding the ground was Jack. He was the reason IQOO OGXTSG lost their positioning, instantly taking Legend down, their IGL, and then making the whole squad crumble. If that opening was not found, Arjun was very comfortable in the position he was. Yes, the zone was closing, but he was moving along the zone with the glue walls. 5 eliminations, 2 assists, and his opening with Legend being spotted. That is where Jack did the magic.
You say good position, I say being claustrophobic. Okay? He was just stuck there with his own glue walls, reinforced in such a tight cocoon that he could not help his teammates at all. Imagine Arjun was going alongside the entire team. He could have saved that one person who took the brunt of Jack to begin with.
And on top of that, you have to give kudos to the teammates, right? While we spoke about Jack with the Oscar, you have to see Troll has Mars. As a sniper, he wants to play around, snipe his opponents without knowing where they are, the sniper, where he's going to be hiding. Bunny, you have to give kudos to him because he made the jump, right? He was the one who found that double whammy. As Legend went down, the others were rushing towards the few who were left from IQOO OGXTSG, and Bunny is the man who did it. Found 4 total eliminations, a damage of 1,520, and Prince being the IGL, you can see this is a team of rushers. They're like, we don't need any supporters per se, we are all rushers, and then only one person to make sure he gives us information and becomes a sniper.
It's a very nice combination. They have already adapted OB53, and I would like to give them a huge salute. 3 rushers, 1 sniper. Even though they have a Thiva equipped in the middle of all of that as a passive, that's amazing. They're bringing in the support as well. But the initial point is to keep charging forward and tell Troll, give us support.
Exactly. I mean, if you eliminate all your opponents, then nobody can gatekeep you. If you get all the eliminations, then nobody will be able to stop you from getting the position that you want. It's a very simple, very straightforward philosophy. I mean, everybody says, oh, you want to win a game? Just shoot your opponent in the head. Obviously, just shoot your shots, right? It's much easier said than done. But if there is one team who can walk the talk, if there is one team who can actually shoot their shot and get away with having a bad position, is FIREEYES Gaming. Meanwhile, on the polar opposite end of that is IQOO OGXTSG. Credit where it's due, their positioning has been superb. superb in the first 2 games of the day. Yes, they haven't been able to convert the Booyah like they wanted. They were in amazing spots, but you know, they didn't get as much success as they deserved.
Yeah.
But their predictions, their rotations, so beautiful. Like, just the virtue of being able to get all 4 of your players into the final circle itself is something that no other team can achieve.
And even from a position where we saw IQOO TSG were on a ridge, the zone and the circle going away from them, and they were able to hold their foot while they made the jump. They spotted IQOO Total Gaming as well and stopped them.
Well, before we head towards the circle analysis, I would love to hear from the audience out there who's watching this entire broadcast. I would love to see which team you guys are supporting, as we are going to dive right in and understand what's going on in this particular map. Guys, I would say the start was phenomenal for most of the players. Like, most of the teams, they wanted to actually have a very nice game, but Godlike, all of a sudden, I do not know what happened. They hit those brakes so hard that they just stopped right there. They could not do much, even though their only arch nemesis is GG Instincts, and whenever we have seen a head-to-head performance against them, Godlike has been the clear victors.
Let's be honest, right? This position, golf course, has been a ground, has been a hometown, has been a fortress for GG Instinct for time to come. Anybody who's challenged them so far, we all clearly remember going back to the knockout stages, it was none other than Kane, and they tried so many times heading at this position and it never worked. And Godlike tried to challenge them once again. And what is the best result that is there? It is going to be them being eliminated. And why? Why so? I don't know. But from here also, we ended up seeing a position where we spoke about Brasilia, right? Where God's Reign Pros, let me just clear that off, where here God's Reign Pros and IQOO TSG as well as IQOO Total Gaming all were there. TSG got eliminated, most of their players. Only one player was surviving, that was Ayush. And Ayush was hiding in between that attic and roof opening. And once God's Reign Pros decided to move away, that's when he was able to bring back his teammates. That's where a situation arose where they felt confident. But I don't know, this movement where Total Gaming started going in this direction. While from here, they made the jump towards the golf course. They did eliminate GG Instinct, but then they were under fire with FIREEYES Gaming itself. And FIREEYES, that's where they got the confidence. Once they cleared this position, once they were able to push another team out, and from here Total Gaming managed to go up here towards Fire Brigade, then they started coming up here. We ended up seeing that at the very end when God's Reign Pros, IQOO TSG, they all had positions, and you can still see IQOO TSG are still not visible. They're slowly now coming from here after the whole revival.
Yeah.
And Team Hind, they were already inside. They should have had the position to win.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought up Team Hind, because I mean, take a look at this circle, right? Revenant XSPARK, they take the mansion house. They thought that this is going to be the center of the circle.
Yeah.
As always. Fair enough for them, as always. This is a good enough position. Team Hind, again, one of the best possible spots. What happens to them? They get completely run over. Like, they get absolutely annihilated, because the moment they try to step out of this area, the moment they try to step out of that hiding hole, they have so many teams focusing on them. And now somewhere over here, you will start to see even God's Reign Pros are under a lot of pressure, because you got IQOO OGXTSG. Sorry, let me clear this out. You got IQOO OGXTSG shooting at them from the top of the hill. You get IQOO Total Gaming shooting at them. So Anubhav is just going to die over here. And now we have reached a critical crossroad. At this point, the circle is going to shift somewhere over here, right? So instead of going around the circle and trying to fight Team Hind, instead of going around the circle fighting Total Gaming and then coming in from here, what do Total Gaming do? They make a straight dash. They literally just use the jump pad and then go right inside, which is the riskier move. But then, after all of this is over, IQOO OGXTSG have the same idea. They also use the jump pad. They also get in here very quickly. And after that, they were able to just hold that ground. They were able to eliminate almost everyone except FIREEYES Gaming.
So to keep it plain and simple, right? FIREEYES, once all of this shenanigan was happening, Hind's position, GYAN Gaming, even Total Gaming trying to make a jump, FIREEYES were just like how Revenant XSPARK tried to play in the very first game, got their booyah. That's what FIREEYES were doing. Holding the edge of the play zone, which worked for them brilliantly. And once they saw that IQOO Total Gaming, Team Hind were all having a fight, FIREEYES Gaming started to help in whose favor, while IQOO OGTSG were trying to hold them off to get into the circle. And FIREEYES found that sweet spot in a crossfire and made their heyday as well in terms of getting eliminations and got their way in back into the game.
Well, that was a very nice summary of what just happened in the previous map, and this is how most of the teams are trying to figure things out, right? I could see some really good performance coming in from GODLIKE in game number 1, but in game number 2, they just crumbled way too soon.
Yeah.
But same thing goes for RNX as well. RNX game number 1, they were out, right? They had a very bad first game, but the second game, the mentality shift, and they achieved 14 total points, which in fact is showcasing that all the other teams are slowly but surely reaching towards that one point of conclusion that now is the time that they need to understand it is high time, get the head start points, reach towards tomorrow, and play your games, get their champions rush activated. But it's about how much hard work you want to do at the end of the day. And Solara is here to break the backs of the entire momentum game.
It's a very weird circle of games that we are going through. Started with Bermuda, then jumped all the way towards Purgatory, and now we are towards Solara. In terms of the pace of this game, right, it is changing very rapidly. Where Bermuda had to be slow and steady, it was very rapid from the very beginning. Purgatory had its ups and downs. Started at fields where then everybody slowed down in game, and then towards the final circles, we ended up seeing a lot of fights start brew out. And when we go towards Solara, here, it's the best of both, Bermuda as well as Purgatory. You're forced in a smaller game, and every time you jump from one position to another position, any of the areas from Delta Isle to Aquarium, you end up in a fight. From Delta Isle to Windmill, you end up in a fight. From Delta Isle to Funfair, you'll end up in a fight. And why I'm talking about Delta Isle is I end up seeing RNX here. But we remember, it was Total Gaming and TSG, both at Delta Isle, and this is the small rivalry I was talking about, which was kind of seen every time we saw Solara and these two teams. This time, however, it seems like they are all the way towards the hub and in reckoning in the mix of it.
Oh, well, there's one point that I would love to highlight. Solara is one of the favorite maps of Total Gaming, GODLIKE Esports, GYAN Gaming, alongside God's Reign Pros. All 4 giants that we have already spoken about. They're going to be looking super good. We have seen the kind of movements, the kind of mechanical skills that they can present, and the average points that they have attained so far has been phenomenal compared to the rest of the herd. So I'm just hoping that the booyah rate that GYAN Gaming is currently having, which is like 16.6, is going to be a tad bit more helpful in this following map, because they need it desperately.
Needing it desperately is also God's Reign Pros, to be honest, right? They've always looked nice and better, but they've never found value in terms of closing off a game. IQOO Total Gaming, so far, it's fun in games. You can see Mafia not completely very serious, because we know a channel and a change in their performance once they know they have to deliver. Today, again, for everybody watching, it's about getting in the top of the charts, not about winning the Champions Trophy. And RNX, they are slowly getting into that, I would say, feeling the fire, all of this happening in this direction, and okay.
They're trying to put on a show for the camera. I love it. I love it. I love a little bit of showmanship along with firepower. And clearly, RNX Esports are having way too much fun. This is what happens when you try to have fun while competing in the biggest tournament of your lives. As long as you keep it light and breezy, as long as the mood is all right and the player's mentality is on point, nothing can go wrong for you.
Hey, come on. How is it going to go wrong? First game, they didn't have really good performance. They didn't have really good points. Game number 2, 14 points. Squeezing it merely. I mean, I do understand the North rotation was not that great, but overall, they somehow found some kind of a safe haven, but they just could not call it theirs.
Yeah. I think a lot of teams so far haven't been able to call it their map.
Yeah.
We were talking about it, right? We've seen in the overall tournament journey itself, there have been teams who have managed to get their booyahs in very specific ones. They've been very confident playing those games. They've gotten closer to it. We saw it in every game. Even in Bermuda, we ended up seeing that happening where GODLIKE were so close. When we ended up seeing in Purgatory, we saw IQOO OGXTSG getting closer. And now that we are going to Solara, and as you did mention, GYAN Gaming, this is their opportunity. They've tried to get closer, but it's so far not worked out in the first 2 games.
That's right, GYAN Gaming, all eyes on you, because it's going to be a very phenomenal game. You win this one, you get good amount of eliminations, then it is going to be in your pockets. Else, yet again, it's the pressure that will keep surmounting, and at one point, well, that pressure is just going to make you crack. So GYAN Gaming, I'm hoping that they're listening to us in general and understanding the gravity of the situation, as the next following map is going to be Solara. And Solara so far has not at all been really good for most of the teams as they struggle to find what needs to be done next. As we're going to head towards Solara, where blazing chaos meets precision, and only the the sharpest can endure this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the third map, Solara.
FIREEYES with a fiery game 2. Now head towards game 3. Prince, he made it happen for their team in the game 2. Got them booyah. He got them towards the top 4 as well in the previous game. And now he wants to make sure he celebrates with a lot more. Drops already happening. Godlike, we end up seeing them around Bloomtown, and right ahead of it, we end up towards the studio. That is going to be IQOO Total Gaming, and towards the hub I can see only Mafia making a glide. But we spoke about this IQOO OGXTSG. They will go towards Delta Isle, and they are moving. But moving towards a fight and an elimination with the Uzi is going to be Yogi against Ash. IGL versus IGL, but Godlike had more members, and Ash will be finally put to rest along with Ash, even while Fox9 and Sabo going down. Maybe the whole team reckoning. This is not what you would have wanted to start at Bloomtown.
Yeah, not the kind of start that you would have wanted. Godlike Esports thumping their flag into the ground, thumping their chests loudly.
Thumping is what they would have wanted. Everybody right now is what that feeling is in terms of eliminations. It's a thump in their chest. AEROBOTZ losing a couple of players, FIREEYES as well, but they get their players revived back up. But IQOO Total Gaming, they will be the happiest as they pick eliminations. But right as now, they went in the complete other direction towards studio and not clashing out with IQOO OGXTSG, whereas IQOO OGXTSG in trouble as RNX is picking eliminations with every team that wanted to clash against them. Arjun also being picked up.
Yeah. RNX want to claim Delta Isle as their own. Team HIND and IQOO OGXTSG, both of them tried to go for a split drop on Delta Isle, and at this point RNX are just trying to shoot down any members who gets in the vicinity. They've already deployed the UAV, and they see the last member of IQOO OGXTSG, Legend, is just trying to get away using the zip rail. Meanwhile, Hemu, the last survivor for Reckoning Esports, is also just trying to hold his own ground. Reckoning Esports, man, I do not know how they have managed to survive again and again. They clashed against Godlike Esports, the team that once claimed to be free kills are now suffering a lot, but somehow against all odds, even after losing 3 members, Reckoning Esports have managed to get all of their players back online, and they are just a bunch of survivors in its true sense. Like, they really define this word properly.
Yeah.
Because even after losing their members again and again and again, they just somehow keep on reviving them again. And that is a very good characteristic to have. The ability to never give up, the ability to always find your opponents and find your teammates back again is just amazing. Meanwhile, on the other side of TV Tower, you got AEROBOTZ fighting against GYAN Gaming. And while none of these teams are putting all their eggs in one basket, which means even if they lose their players, they won't be completely eliminated, Total Gaming also want to get a little bit of this action. They want some points as well. So they will commit 3 of their players over here, with Mafia coming in a little bit late as the support player. Now, you got Total Gaming trying to get upstairs. Meanwhile, FIREEYES Gaming were already holding. Look at Shanky's dash. He goes right past that staircase, which was being held by Mad God. But finally, Mad God with the vectors will be able to spray down Shanky. They try to come up one by one, and Mad God will be able to isolate these fights and exterminate all his opponents. He's up at 4 eliminations now. Mafia trying to get away from the spot will not be allowed to get away. GYAN Gaming intercept that escape, and Total Gaming are out of this game.
However, it's only insane here. AEROBOTZ have better members and numbers. They should be able to put him down. Instantly grabs the vehicle, trying to make a run for it. Damage being done. Vehicle destroyed, and Insane in big, deep trouble. And he gets instantly put down. Riptide Rhythm and Johan to secure it also makes a jump with Prodigy's help. And that is going to be 9 total eliminations. AEROBOTZ go berserk at TV Tower. This was a very big rotation as well that we ended up seeing from teams happening from studio all the way to TV Tower. IQOO Total Gaming going over there. AEROBOTZ, they were already around these positions and they eventually got an advantage of it, put the team down. And the only team so far right now that's eliminated is Total Gaming. GG Instinct in a similar position. They could be in big, deep trouble. Team HIND, they destroy their vehicle. Swaroop is already down. Power trying to make a run, but is now on his own foot. And Team HIND will try to make a chase for it. They're already trying to do the damage. Tiger is a little bit closer. He goes across the ridge, and this should be an opportunity. But they're tracking him, and they're not letting him run.
Power just trying to survive on his last legs. He's been cornered. Nowhere left to go, nowhere left to hide. He will have to stand his ground and hopefully get all the eliminations. But hold on, Team Hind are getting third-partied. Sahil Jat goes down to a completely different opponent, and this might just create an opportunity for GG Instinct. Power might just be able to use this opportunity well. He uses the landmine to damage up Wolvin, but Shoto gets in his face, and he will eliminate Power. Now, even GG Instinct have been reduced to just one member. And Team Hind recover all of their losses. They are all 4-man strong again. Reckoning Esports somehow making a comeback over here as they clash against REVENANT XSPARK. And while REVENANT XSPARK are busy trying to fight GYAN Gaming, Reckoning are just getting all the fights. Reckoning are clashing against GODLIKE again. Hold up! Hold up, this is some personal rivalry over here. Reckoning had no business trying to fight GODLIKE over here. They could have easily avoided this battle, but Reckoning called GODLIKE a bunch of free kills at one point, and now they want to establish that statement. They want to double down on it.
The banter keeps continuing, and GODLIKE wants to prove that they're better. But however, Ash, the IGL, charging up to Marco, but he is the better eliminator. And taking a fight against him is not going to be easy. Sabo 1v1 against Marco. Health is better for Sabo, but he has to land this M590. If he's able to, then Marco will be put down, but he says no. Marco proving why he's one of the best so far eliminators. He is the most dominating, having the highest eliminations.
Marco, he is the ever-looming threat. He is the alpha and the omega. And he will not take any statements lightly. If you say a word against his team, he will become wrath incarnate. Reckoning Esports might have made a massive mistake by calling out GODLIKE to be the weaker team. And by simply uttering those words a couple of weeks ago, they have activated something primal inside of GODLIKE. Keep in mind, neither of these teams needed to fight over here. This is happening in the hub. None of these teams needed to drop in this spot. And at this point, as a neutral third-party caster, the only reason why I can say this fight took place was good old ego.
And rivalry.
Rivalry and a ego clash. This is what makes a tournament interesting, but this is the LAN finale. You cannot afford to fight with your ego. You cannot afford to let them get into your head. Let's forget about ego for now. RNX taking a calculated decision against IQOO OGXTSG. This fight is happening in Windmill, and these guys are trying to intercept each other inside of the zone. But Arman lands a lovely shot against Arjun. That's the opening that they were looking for, and Krish tries to escape. The repositioning attempt will not work. Arman up at 5 eliminations now. He finds Legend as well. Legend gets on the zip rails. Can he get away from here in time? He is the second member of his team who is very low on health. IQOO OGXTSG will split apart now. Both the two remaining members will go in different directions to hopefully maximize their chances of survival. But RNX are not going to let them go easily. They also get on the zip rail and they try to chase down IQOO OGXTSG. Legend and Ayush, they were trying to split up first, but now they're going to play together. They will need to combine their resources and get inside the vending machine and hopefully get the rest. They will be able to res Arjun, but they will go down. RNX are not taking any prisoners.
This is why we said Solara is a map where we end up seeing teams fight at every corner. It's very difficult to call yourselves at a safe spot. And now RNX, with the 12 total eliminations, they have to make their way inside the circle. They have to take the tracks and get back in. Binoculars used to just check the close by angles, and so far nobody's been spotted, and therefore they could start making their move outside, get back inside the circle. But when we talk about the circle itself, it's moved towards the north, and that's where GODLIKE are from the hub. They made their way towards the waterfall, and at hub right now is going to be God's Reign Pros. And GODLIKE, after fighting off with Reckoning, getting those eliminations, they have another corner edge, and similar corner is for Team Hind. But while all of this has so far happened, REVENANT XSPARK still in a position at the southern part of the map at Archway are holding off, and IQOO TSG right as of now at Funfair. Delta Isle did not work for them, and IQOO TSG now towards Funfair want to make a move in, but AEROBOTZ, Prodigy, the man who was all out at Windmill, starts reviving his teammates using the revival point. FIREEYES, Troll, and his team right now all gathered and bunched up right between the revival point at Waterfall and Funfair's intersection. And it's going to be an interesting position to be at. When we speak about a cluster, it makes trouble. But right now, trouble could be brewed as God's Reign Pros are treading in the same direction of GODLIKE, and GODLIKE are feeling complete fire right now. Instantly Struggle spots it, sends out the Nero plushie, but I think it might have missed the mark. No, it lands right to Yogi, and Struggle instantly lands the knock and finds the confirmation.
Still, the alarm bells for Godlike are not ringing just yet. They are still in a very nice and safe spot inside the circle. And God's Reign Pros, while they have the high ground advantage for now, will have to eventually get downstairs. They will use the UAV to gather as much information as possible because they only know about Godlike. They don't know if there's any more teams hiding in this vicinity. And as soon as the UAV discovers that there's only just 3 players in that area, God's Reign Pros will probably feel more safe. But they're still going to stick to the northern periphery and try to get over towards the other side of Waterfall in order to get inside the circle. They even use the binoculars and they figured out that the entire area is empty. So yeah, God's Reign Pros are going to start heading in the same direction as Team HIND. That's because when God's Reign Pros use their binoculars, they didn't spot anyone. At that time, Team HIND were not present over there. And even Team HIND think that this area is empty. Nope, never mind. They just used the binoculars and they spotted all 4 players of God's Reign Pros. So at least Team HIND know about the impending danger around the corner, and now God's Reign Pros are finally made aware of this potential danger. So they start taking pot shots at Bullwin, but no knocks just yet. Meanwhile, on the other end of the circle, X-Divine has just acquired a double elimination onto RNX. Even Adeep goes down. Revenant, XSPARK are on the verge of eliminating RNX. They are just down to their last legs. Just a little bit of health left onto their players, and RNX will go down in the 10th spot.
That is with the help of AEROBOTZ as well. Team HIND, however, them trying to get back inside the circle, they are also at the edge of the play zone, and their trouble is going to be God's Reign Pros. We already spoke about that, but Godlike, they're charging in for a fight with GYAN Gaming. They've spotted them, they want to clear them off the compound, and they want it for themselves. They're charging right through, and Marco is the one who opens up. Ninja has already been confirmed. Arup trying to buy some time with a plethora of glue walls, but there's a nade that gets tossed, forced into a fight, and GYAN Gaming's Arup, he'll also be put down. They slash him, and now Shubho, he is making a run, and Echo, he spotted him, trying to whack him with a pan. He's gotten closer, but the vending machine could be the savior.
Who's shooting at Godlike Esports from afar? This might just be a guardian angel for AEROBOTZ Esports, but nah. GG Instinct once again stealing away eliminations from Godlike Esports. How many times will GG Instinct steal a morsel straight out of Godlike's mouth? And at this point, Godlike Esports are done taking any more thefts. They try to steal their attention, they try to take their firepower towards God's Reign Pros, but this is just misdirected anger. It's GG Instinct who stole your eliminations, not God's Reign Pros. So they might just go into a fake war. Meanwhile, Revenant XSPARK closing in the distance against this team. How on earth have GG Instinct managed to survive for this long? That time turner only protects power for just a couple more seconds, but Roshan will invade it and get the elimination. Patlu will be knocked down to the play zone. You can't afford to make mistakes like these, not at the LAN tournament. Arch finally goes down, but he's going to be instantly picked back up. Revenant XSPARK seem to be doing nothing wrong. It seems like they are almost invincible, because even after fighting against GG Instinct, when HIND tries to third party them, they remain unfazed. Oh, Ninja, hold up. Buddy, no, you don't want to go past that. Nah. That was a mistake by Ninja. Shoto shoots him down. And now Revenant XSPARK are like, okay, cool. Thank you so much, Team HIND. You guys stay here. We're going to try to get inside. Oh, no. Team HIND are getting shot by FIREEYES Gaming as well. These guys are just taking L's from everybody.
And there is another big fight breaking out while Revenant XSPARK is trying to fend off. There is a quick jump that's coming from Godlike and FIREEYES at the same spot with IQOO OGXTSG. Landing blows after blows. It's going to be Echo trying to confirm, but Revenant XSPARK taking away those eliminations. Even land a knock on Godlike, and Revenant XSPARK taking this advantage. FIREEYES Gaming in the meantime having the first floor for themselves, letting the teams at the ground fight against each other. But Godlike understand that's going to be a very difficult one. If they start losing players, they will have to give up to FIREEYES Gaming or any other team behind them. So decide to take a dip, take that ledge advantage and cover themselves while FIREEYES and Revenant XSPARK go berserk amongst themselves.
The Wooden House has never been this heated. The Revenant XSPARK members are still soldiering on onto the first floor. Meanwhile, FIREEYES Gaming are trying to hold onto the ground floor. Godlike Esports try to take the ledge on the grass side, but you've got GYAN Gaming on top. Arup, what are you doing on the roof over there, buddy? You need to get down from that spot. Lovely nade by Echo. He blows up X Divine, and that's the cue for Godlike Esports to start sending it full into the first floor. But hold up, buddy. That's not Revenant XSPARK, that's FIREEYES Gaming. Godlike Esports are indiscriminate in their anger. They will shoot at anything that moves. They don't care if it's Revenant XSPARK or FIREEYES Gaming. They will just make sure that this ground floor belongs to them. Ursh tries to get a piece of the pie. He tries to get into the action, but Vincent will be the one that leads the charge. And they just put up a bunch of glue walls so that Godlike do not invade the staircase. They're trying to cut off Godlike's access to the stairs so that the first floor can remain safe for Revenant XSPARK. But hold up, FIREEYES Gaming have climbed up on top, and now Revenant XSPARK are trapped near the staircase area. They're trapped between a rock and a hard place. They've got FIREEYES above them, Godlike below, and Revenant XSPARK are sandwiched. They've got nowhere left to run. They've got nowhere left to hide. They will have to fight their way out.
They have the control of this compound. Now they're in a crunch, and there are landmines. If those glue walls broke and they try to exit, they are going to walk right into damage. But on the other end, Vincent still trying to find opening from any position that he could. Lands blows on KD God, confirms one elimination. On the other end, Yogi, he is the glue wall breaker. 41 in this game, and whenever Godlike have played on Solara, they have had the highest in terms of eliminations, and they are also trying for another one. Missed on Booyahs though.
GG Instinct. Can they survive this one? Swaroop was just trying to rat around the corner, hoping to stay hidden. Hind find him, and he runs into the house only to discover that Revenant XSPARK are also over there. So he now tries to go back outside. He's near the porch, just proning on the ground. This is actually a good spot, because if anyone tries to get outside the house and try to hunt down Swaroop, they will get shot by the members of Team Hind. So he's basically using Team Hind as his bodyguard, while Revenant XSPARK are still trapped near the staircase, and the circle is continuing to move ahead. God's Reign Pros, by the way, have been eliminated because they were the only team who are not fighting near this little house. Oh my god, I can already feel the circle analysis going insane, because literally everybody is over here. And Swaroop finally goes down. GG Instinct are out of this house.
5 teams still surviving. This is the 5th circle, and it is moving. This is insane. Aroop is still standing. GYAN Gaming had lost almost all their players. Ninja revived Aroop, and Aroop is now on the roof. Waiting in biding time, but biding eliminations is going to be Revenant XSPARK. Finally, after all their wait with that crunch, will be able to climb the stairs and climb themselves to finishes. They will be able to land this for themselves. 17 total eliminations, and we are at the top 4.
Yeah, the glue UAV is really turning out to be a problem for Revenant XSPARK. They will have to get outside the house eventually. Aroop, standing on his last legs, down to 30 HP, has to face the entire wrath of Godlike Esports, who, by the way, are now the only team who are outside of this house. And they are in a prime spot to shoot at everybody. Wolvin peeks his head out and he gets a bullet in his brain, but KD God avenges. Double elimination from KD God as he knocks down Echo as well as Yogi. He might just be the savior of his team. Godlike using the Diva abilities to get the reses onto Yogi as quickly as they can. The Thunder Zone has been activated. The Riptide Rhythm from behind. Godlike Esports are finally feeling the pressure, and this actually alleviates pressure from Team Hind, because now they have nobody shooting at them. As soon as Revenant XSPARK try to get outside, they will be shot down, but Vincent and Roshan get lovely knocks. They get the confirmation onto Shoto as well, and somehow, even though they were being gate-kept, Revenant XSPARK are able to break through that chokehold and eliminate most of the members of Team Hind, who are now just down to one last member.
Aroop, he tried his best to survive through a narrow plushie, but it did not work out. Revenant XSPARK in a similar 3v3 with Godlike. However, Hind have one last survivor, the IGL. KD God so far has picked up 3 eliminations. Nice Riptide Rhythm, and Yogi's got a knock. This is the opportunity for Revenant XSPARK, and Roshan confirms that elimination. This is what Revenant XSPARK wanted, an opening, and KD God gave it with the hands. Previous year, it was KD God in Revenant XSPARK, and now he's challenging his predecessors, and he's all alone, and he gets taken down by Ursh, and Revenant XSPARK have the best opportunity. Nancy and Echo. Nancy now has to come out alive. We remember in the 25 season, but with Echo, can they make it happen?
Ursh is trapped inside that cocoon of blue walls, and the Roshan jump shot connects onto Nancy. Echo with just valiant effort will not be able to stop the spark. Revenant XSPARK have engulfed this arena in flames. Back to back lovely games from Revenant XSPARK. Sheesh! There is no denying that this team is on fire today. My goodness, how on earth can you be so consistent across the first half of this day? They have been in the top spots in every single game so far. Whether they win the Booyah or not, they will always end up getting the most eliminations. And now finally they get the Booyah as well. At this point, they must have built up such a massive buffer that nobody else can get close to them.
Nobody is even. And I think how Revenant XSPARK are playing, we spoke about this. They've been very smart about their movement, and now once again, they play it so well. We were so worried in that wooden house that they were stuck in, right? We thought, especially when Godlike entered it, that Revenant XSPARK have no space. On top, there's FIREEYES Gaming, and there's below, that's Godlike holding it off. They put down landmines as well, and somehow they make the push happen. Arup tried his best to find an opening on Revenant XSPARK through an arrow plushie, but Godlike did not try to find an opening or a knock on Revenant XSPARK, and that's where Godlike missed their opportunity. And Vincent, along with Roshan, what a hit coming through. Especially as soon as an opening was found by KD God on Yogi, Revenant XSPARK thought that this is our chance, charged up, went towards KD God, put him down, and after that landing the last two. Nancy ran out in the open, not having complete information. You spoke about the cocoon wall that Ursh was stuck in. I felt that was just a bait that Revenant XSPARK put, and there was a foil plan that Godlike walked right into it. But just like how Godlike we ended up seeing in terms of eliminations, Revenant XSPARK also could have walked in that direction. However, their name of the game so far is being consistent. They're pulling off points and surviving till the very last and always in the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's so cool that these guys are able to do it so consistently, because we have not seen such amazing performance from Revenant XSPARK during the online phase. It's almost like their second LAN experience has turned them into some sort of demons, bro. I mean, I remember them struggling to do anything in the previous 25 LAN, and now it's like they're a completely different team.
It is indeed. And until now, right, we were seeing in Revenant XSPARK's side, it was Ursh doing a lot of those heavy lifting, him finding a lot of eliminations. And in total, we've seen Ursh pick up somewhere around 144 eliminations. This is excluding the 3 games that we saw earlier. But today, Roshan is popping off. From the very first game, we are seeing Roshan landing those final shots as well. Him getting those last shots in his team's favor, getting that final hit is incredible. Total 36 points. Unbelievable stuff coming in from Revenant XSPARK. 24 eliminations and Booyah added on, but Godlike were not far out of it. 15 eliminations they had, and 24 is what they reach as well, Azora.
Well. The final circle being an absolute cinema. We all enjoyed it thoroughly. And if this is the way Revenant XSPARK is going to perform moving forward, we're going to love the one-sided domination that they're showcasing. But IQOO Total Gaming, in the midst of all of that, they just have 4 points in the third game. Solara hit them so hard, even though Solara is one of the most favorite maps for them.
Yep. IQOO Total Gaming really couldn't do much. They committed all 4 of their players to a fight which they couldn't win. And when Mafia thought that he's safe enough to run away, unfortunately GYAN Gaming got in the way and they eliminated him as well. So yeah, IQOO Total Gaming couldn't really do much. Same with Reckoning Esports, who are just struggling today. IQOO OGXTSG, a rare fumble from them. But my goodness, Arsh, what on earth is that performance? 3,800 damage? That's ridiculous. I mean, that damage is way too much for him to just have 6 eliminations.
Highest in the room, man. And see, here's the thing, right? You dish out so much damage and someone else is out there just stealing away your eliminations.
Yeah.
That's where it hurts the most. But at the same time, he's happy to at least contribute to the team and make the opponents even weaker for them to pick them one by one. Oscar, J-Beebs, Joseph, Nikita, all combinations working so well. Faster reload, Silver Spoon, and alongside getting that additional buff onto himself. Arsh is an all-rounder, and M590, of course, he has used it in the short range where I could see most of them just perish away.
Yeah, that M590 was doing God's work today, eliminating not just God's Reign Pros, but even Godlike Esports, who had a lovely position outside the house. I mean, more than anything, what I'm impressed by is the ability of Ursh to break through HIND's chokehold. Keep in mind, Team HIND were holding head glitches against Revenant XSPARK, and when you jump out of the first floor window and land on your feet, there's like a tiny animation that doesn't let you shoot quickly enough, and despite that disadvantage, Revenant XSPARK were able to win the battle against Team HIND. The moment that happened, they were basically set to win the game.
And on top of it, right, they'd lost their IGL. X Divine was not there in all those final fights that they were with other teams. Stuck with FIREEYES, on another like GODLIKE, and on the other end there was GYAN Gaming, Zaroop, all trying to cause trouble for REVENANT XSPARK, and without XDivine being there, they were still able to hold themselves calm. That is so crucial.
I made a mistake while saying that REVENANT XSPARK were trapped near the staircase. Nah. They were not the ones trapped over there. Everybody else was trapped in there with them.
Yes. And REVENANT XSPARK, I do not know how. They just had that spidey sense tingling, knowing that it might be the right spot for them to stay right next to the rock. That was a really good call, and I love XDivine for this. He is so good in terms of adaptability, in terms of telling where the opponents are, alongside repositioning the entire crew. KD, he was just right there, right? He was just hoping that he can stay alive in those cocoon of his own from the glue walls. But unfortunately, those walls go just a couple of floors, not more than that. In order to take it up a notch, you need to go even more further. But here's the thing, right? The entire squad was just swarming him around, and that was basically 1 point given away.
There was nothing much that KD God could have done from there. Imagine Vincent on one end, he had a sniper ready, Chrono in case Roshan was troubled, but Roshan is been a big land surprise for me, to be honest, right? I was checking again to make sure of where our individual players from REVENANT XSPARK stand, right? Vincent, XDivine, and Ursh, they already topped the charts. Lowest so far in the total elimination spree was Roshan. And now he is picking up eliminations like he is the rusher, taking down this entire land stage. 2 games out of the 3 that we have seen Roshan topping the charts. Look at him, 8 eliminations in total, 7 knockouts, 5 assists, and he has been getting eliminations. He's the man who's securing it. While Arsh is doing the damage at 3,800, his teammates helping out Vincent at 3,400. Roshan is like, you do the damage, I do the deed.
Yeah, and also keep in mind that Roshan has only 7 knockouts but 8 eliminations. Means he's stolen away someone's eliminations. I'm pretty sure it was GODLIKE's elimination that he stole away. I mean, GODLIKE are just getting their points stolen away left, right, and center, bro. They will be so pissed at GG Instinct because GG Instinct have been stealing points on them left, right, and center all day. And now even REVENANT XSPARK want to take away their points. Like it's open season on GODLIKE. Like they just cannot secure any eliminations, even though they're doing all the damage.
The heavy lifting, all the hard work, every single thing GODLIKE is just doing very good. But finishing it off, getting the elimination, that's one of the things that you need to instantly get towards your pocket, because that's going to make the difference. It is all about rushing. It is about the aggressive gameplay. And I know GODLIKE from game number 1, day number 1, they are aggressive as always. They get those eliminations and they're really good at it. And I'm hoping that this time around, moving forward towards the 4th, 5th, and 6th map, they get back their gameplay, they get back their senses, and from whatever happens, they just keep themselves in the game. That's it.
All right, now let's move on to circle analysis, because this game, I think we can skip right to the end. Okay?
Yeah.
Like there was a lot of stuff in Solara. You see the rotations. There's a lot of fights happening. IQOO Gaming in the hub. There's a nice ego fight also that happens somewhere on Delta Isle over here. And while all of that is happening, we can just skip right to. Can we skip right towards the end?
I was about to say the same thing.
I mean, just fast forward it all the way ahead. I mean, there is a bunch of interesting stuff happening, you know, in between as well. There's a little bit of a clash over here where HIND tried to go towards another rotation. Somewhere over here, Reckoning will end up fighting against GODLIKE Esports, and this ego clash is probably my favorite.
Oh yeah.
All right, but it wasn't even the most interesting thing in this game, even though it was like a phenomenal thing that
it happened in the very beginning at Bloomtown, and then GODLIKE went all the way towards the Riders Club, and from there again back towards the hub.
All the way up here and then back down here. It was all over the place. So I love it how these teams just basically chase each other to the ends of the earth. That ego clash ended up costing Reckoning Esports their lives. But as the circle closes in, this house, you see this house over there, it's going to become the epicenter of all the fights. Let's fast forward just a little bit more, and now we have back to normal.
There's actually nothing going on in the mid game, but later on, every single thing
there
just
was a lot going on from the very beginning, but all the things that you have to pay attention to happen at the very end in only one compound, that wooden house.
Okay.
The real estate value over there right now is soaring high.
Soaring high, bro. I know. It's like the South Bombay over there. I mean, I'm from Mumbai. I don't know what the Ahmedabad equivalent of that area is. But now, take a look at everybody as they start to just settle into this spot. There's so many teams that if I just circle this spot, I will end up covering like some 5 names at once.
You will make a bigger circle than the circle that's there.
Yeah, actually. But while all of this happens, take a look at God's Reign Bros. They are outside the circle. They thought they were doing something cool.
Yeah.
They thought that they were doing something really smart when they tried to stay away from this one house where everybody is. But nah, that did not happen. And then after this, even Godlike Esports stepped out of the house over there. If you see, they are slightly far away from this house. And Godlike Esports also had the same idea as God's Reign Pros. They thought that they would be able to shoot at every other team just stepping outside the house. They were so mistaken. HIND tried to also gatekeep REVENANT XSPARK while they were inside this house, and yeah, I mean, HIND made a very good call taking that position, but they just couldn't land the shots against Arsh because Arsh was just demolishing everybody.
Yeah, I think they gave away a lot of position. It also has to go to Vincent, right? We ended up seeing Vincent pick up eliminations on HIND while he had a very sneaky angle. That I did not believe that was possible coming in from him, and eventually did land that. I think that's where HIND lost that opportunity. While just like we saw Godlike moving back, right? They retreated towards the edge. They got down towards the ground, made sure that they did not have any headshot angles. They did not give an opportunity for either REVENANT XSPARK or FIREEYES. But problem happened was HIND was on the other side and never realized this, that they had to step back. They decided to take the fight, and there was an open season for FIREEYES Gaming, REVENANT XSPARK, and anybody that was seen. KD God tried to make a smart move, made a jump, but it was not enough. Ozora.
It's always the ones who are trying to be bold enough, right? But again, you need to have man count advantage to be bold enough to go ahead and capitalize that. But for now, we have a small bit of an interview. So we're going to head all the way towards our host. Over to you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, REVENANT XSPARK have started with a bang. 2 wins from 3 games, and currently they're at the #1 position on the leaderboard. And I have with me Arsh. Arsh, पहले तो congratulations, शानदार शुरुआत रहा है आपका. कितने खुश हो अपने परफॉर्मेंस को लेके?
ज़्यादा खुश तो नहीं है हम लोग, वैसे जस्ट नॉर्मल. मेन डे तो कल है, तो कल के लिए हम प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं. जस्ट अ ड्राई रन फॉर अस.
इसको आप ड्राई रन बोल रहे हो? ओके, वेरी नाइस. बूया जीतने के बाद ना आपने बहुत यूनिक से एक सेलिब्रेशन किया था. आप वापस वो रिक्रिएट कर सकते हैं हमारे लिए? ज़ूम इन करो, ज़ूम इन करो. अच्छा, इसका मतलब क्या है?
इट्स बेसिकली एक स्टार है, सो स्टार ही है और कुछ नहीं.
We have a star celebrating like a star. That being said, obviously आपके जो इन गेम लीडर हैं डिवाइन, वो पहले तो स्नाइपर रहा करते थे, अभी उनका रोल चेंज हुआ है, बॉम्बर बन गया. इसके पीछे क्या मतलब था, और ये चेंज आपके गेम को कितने इम्पैक्ट किया है?
बेसिकली ये चीज़ उतना इम्पैक्ट तो करी नहीं, उल्टा मुझे लगा हमें डाउनग्रेड ही हुआ है. बट हाँ, जो है सो है. बाकी
Very candid, I must say. That being said, वो जो तीसरा गेम था उसमें आपका टाइमिंग was absolutely brilliant. क्या प्लानिंग किया था उससे पहले आपने?
ऐसा कुछ प्लानिंग वगैरह तो किया नहीं था, जस्ट कॉल पे खेल रहे थे. क्लियर कॉल थी, नो पैनिक, बस हो गया.
All right, finally क्या आप आपकी जीत को मार्वल के लिए डेडिकेट करना चाहोगे?
वो तो हमेशा से ही करता आया हूँ, तो ये भी हमेशा के लिए ही.
All right, thank you so much for chatting with us and all the very best. And over to Mamba.
Of course, crazy match, and फर्श से अर्श का सफर जो रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क तय करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, वो तो वक्त ही बताएगा. बट फॉर नाउ आई हैव जैक, ऑफ कोर्स, फ्रॉम फायरएस गेमिंग. मैं बहुत सारे सवाल है. सबसे पहला सवाल तो मैं सेलिब्रेशन की बात करना चाहता हूँ. वहाँ पे अर्श ने एक सेलिब्रेशन दिखाया था, आपने ऑनलाइन एक दिखाया था. आज क्या दिखाओगे?
आज अभी तो मैं कुछ सेलिब्रेशन नहीं करूँगा, लेकिन सारे गेम कंप्लीट हो जाएंगे और कल के मैचेस के बाद ही करूँगा अगर जीते तो.
ऑनलाइन वाला याद दिलाओगे ऑडियंस को? क्या था?
ऑडियंस को याद ही होगा, याद दिलाने की जरूरत ही नहीं है.
मुझे लग रहा है क्लिपें बन जाएंगी, क्लिपें आ जाएंगी. बट सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल, आपने जिस तरीके से पुश किया था जब लास्ट फाइट चल रही थी आपकी IQOO और TEZ के साथ, इट वॉज नॉट वन ऑफ दो सिचुएशन जहाँ पे आप इंतजार कर सकते थे. आपने सीधा डिसाइड किया कि आपको पुश करना है. तो थॉट प्रोसेस क्या था उसके पीछे?
बस यही था कि फर्स्ट नॉक मिल जाए, बस चढ़ जाओ. या तो उस साइड से स्नाइपर का नॉक आ जाए, या फिर हम में से ही कोई बंदा नॉक गिरा दे. तो नॉक आते ही फिर घुस गए और ख़त्म.
और एक और चीज़ मुझे आपकी टीम के बारे में जानने मिली थी. एक बहुत ही बेहतरीन, बहुत ही ब्यूटीफुल स्टोरी लाइन है इस टीम की. अगर ऑडियंस को नहीं मालूम है तो दिस टीम गॉट टुगेदर एंड गिफ्टेड अ डिवाइस टू वन ऑफ द टीममेट्स. उसकी क्या स्टोरी है?
हाँ, बस ट्रोल के पास लो एंड डिवाइस था, तो इतने अच्छे से खेल नहीं पाता था, ना POV रिकॉर्ड कर पाता था. तो हम सब ने थर्ड पार्टी टूर्नामेंट और पेड स्क्रीम्स का प्राइस पूल इकट्ठा करके उसको डिवाइस दिलाया था.
इतनी बेहतरीन बात है. सिनर्जी, प्यार, टीम के अंदर भाईचारा जो दिखाई दे रहा है, इट इज समथिंग दैट रियली वार्म्स माय हार्ट. बट जैक, वंस अगेन कांग्रेचुलेशंस. आई विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट आगे की जो मैचेस है उसके लिए. बट अपने फैंस को क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
बस प्यार सपोर्ट बनाए रखो ऐसे ही।
Alright, thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, wonderful matchup. बात करें इन दोनों टीमों की, रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क बेहतरीन तरीके से उन्होंने बूया निकाला था पहली मैच में। दूसरी मैच में बहुत ही शानदार, बहुत ही स्मार्ट तरीके से उन्होंने वेट किया। हिंद का इकलौता जो प्लेयर था उसका इंतजार किया फ्लैंक करने के लिए, एंड ऑफ कोर्स दूसरा बूया भी निकाला। बट समीना, जैक, वंडरफul person to talk to, and
so was Arsh. Arsh was pretty cool as well. He called this a dry run. That's a champion's attitude. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, 3 down, 3 more to go, and I'm going to request the casters to take over.
We are halfway through the day and it seems like Arsh is still living in the past. He's still living as if it's the dry run day yesterday. I mean, I would love to have that kind of an attitude. I would love to have that kind of confidence. But I would also love to see how FIREEYES Gaming persevere through all the hardships. I mean, that story about them not even having the proper devices. They had to get roller device after going through all the paid scrims and all the other tournaments that they acquired, using all those tournaments to acquire the money and getting through that device to get over here in the LAN. It is just phenomenal. FIREEYES Gaming, they are the newest team on the block, but they are certainly going to leave a mark. And speaking of new teams, we also have a new name over here with us. Welcome to the desk, Arka.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I was just watching on the sites. You were speaking about FIREEYES Gaming, right? I was just calculating the amount of money they can rake up. If they continue to play like this, I think he can return the money in the next, prize pool he's going to receive.
At this point, it's not even about the money. It's about making your own legacy. I mean, there are very few teams who are able to get to the LAN in their very first official event. And once they get to the official event, after getting to the LAN, they are not able to actually do anything on the LAN. We've seen that in the 25 season, how so many new names, all the underdogs that we were hyping, really succumbed under the pressure. But in this season, in 2026 spring, all the underdogs are just on fire. It's almost like there's a shift in the paradigm, there's a shift in the competitive scene of this country. And the underdogs are no longer just bugs to be squashed. They are a very credible and a very dangerous threat, Azora.
That's right. I mean, most of the places, whenever we have seen these teams perform, we have always seen some kind of a zeal in them. And the learning curve as well that we have seen through the online phase, Arka, we have personally looked at them nurture the way they could easily find, fumble, and with those fumble, they could somehow find a very nice forte as well. So that's how you can go ahead and start becoming as a champion. But I just love the mentality, man, like you've already rightfully said, that dry run, champions mentality, oh my god, it's a huge statement right after saying free kills.
I mean, yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up because Reckoning Esports, I don't know if they regret saying that, but they're definitely being punished by Godlike for saying that. That ego clash in Solara, completely unnecessary for their points, but absolutely crucial for us as entertainers. I hope to see more of that again, because this time, Reckoning Esports and Revenant XSPARK might have a potential drop clash in Bayfront, and you know for a fact that Godlike Esports, after they leave Refinery, they are gonna go hunting.
Now, this is the only map which kind of makes me a little skeptical of how it has turned out to be in the first two, because most of the action took place towards that Holdhampton region, the northern western side, until the previous map, and now we can see the cluster happening on the northern eastern side of the map, and I hope to see that teams like FIREEYES Gaming, Revenant, XSPARK, Reckoning and Godlike, these are the table toppers for now, all of them clustering towards that corner. I'm expecting a big action to take place from the get-go.
And that action, right, the cluster, usually whenever we are seeing it is towards Refinery, then it heads all the way towards the command post, Santa Catrina. Now that we have IQOO, Total Gaming right there in that corner, they love to call that as a safe haven, but we have seen so many drop clashes. Team HIND, for example, whenever they want to go on Notorious and FIREEYES alongside, both of them want to, if they want to target Total Gaming, then this is the very moment that they can do. I've loved to see their performance. Moreover, the rotations that they have called in this particular map is absolutely amazing. And now the eyes on these players.
Yeah. So far, all the teams that have done really well in the online stages continue to retain their form. However, there are a couple of teams that are still struggling. GYAN Gaming, Reckoning Esports. They did decently in the online phase. At least GYAN Gaming did. They were one of the first teams to qualify.
Yeah.
Reckoning Esports barely scraped past the online stage, and now they're struggling over here as well. So that's kind of characteristic of them. But what's happening to God's Reign Pros? They used to be the manifestation of the Grim Reapers, and now they are sitting at the 10th spot. They barely have 25 points. Meanwhile, teams like REVENANT, XSPARK, FIREEYES Gaming are so far ahead of them that they have almost double the amount of points that God's Reign Pros do.
I still have a feeling that these teams are trying to constrain themselves, are trying to hide the true strategy which they want to bring out tomorrow.
That's possible, yes.
Yeah, because we can see that teams like FIREEYES Gaming and REVENANT, XSPARK, they try to build momentum over the confidence they're going to gain from today. But whereas the other teams, they're like, you know what, we're considering this as a dry run. We're just going to hold on to our horses. Probably tomorrow is where we can pick up the actual points. But all of these teams on the top, they're fighting for that head start, right? It's just 10 points, which I believe can be covered if you can play like how REVENANT XSPARK played in the previous game.
And as long as that carries forward, right? Arka, it's not about the gameplay that you can perform tomorrow. It's not at all about that. It's about the mental clarity that you have to just get 70 points right after it. Just 70. It's not like 80 points. It's just 70.
Imagine the mental clarity of a person who is considering today to be a dry run.
I mean, that's just down to diabolical, what I can say.
Yeah, and that's not even mental clarity. That is the superior sense of belief in self.
Truth be told.
Truth be told. I mean, that's not clarity, right? That is superiority complex personified in human form.
Ooh.
So, yeah, I mean, I love it. I love it when players feel confident enough to make bold statements, and I love it even more when they can back it up.
Yeah,
I'm throwing shade at Reckoning over here for backing up and not being able to back up their claims. But so far, the Reckoning versus Godlike rivalry has been amazing.
Yeah,
it has entertained us all throughout the online stage. Today, we are seeing a new form of rivalry develop over here with GG Instant and Godlike Esports also clashing so many times. Or rather, instead of clashing against each other, GG Instinct are just stealing away all their elimination points. And this has happened in every single game that we've seen so far.
I think they're the smart ones in this lobby, GG Instincts, because they understood, they watched the games before, the homework was done, and I believe this was the discussion. Godlike Esports are the most aggressive ones. They knocked down the most glue walls. They knocked down the most number of players. So what we're going to do, we're going to dominate on that. Once they knock somebody, we're going to steal it. Once they clear the glue wall, we're going to knock people and take away those finishes as well.
Yeah. The aggressive gameplay, right? Yeah. The aggressive meta, that's what is going on right now, and they're playing it so perfectly, man. I'm just enjoying it thoroughly. I was having a stand there, having in some such good moments where the third map itself was giving us such nice, aggressive parts of it, and alongside the passiveness as well. Staying towards the last circle with 6 teams. Who even does that? One real estate being bombarded, one was on the rooftop for Pete's sake, and the others inside the house, first floor, second floor. And as long as this thing goes on, right, it's just going to be crazy to look at.
Yep. What's going to be even crazier to look at is going to be the 4th game of the day. We are heading to the hot sandy plains of Kalahari, ladies and gentlemen. This happens to be the home turf of Godlike Esports. Will they be able to dominate over here again, or will GG Instinct continue to plunder their points away? Let's take it off over the skies of Kalahari.
The temperature has risen as teams are now going to step forward to dominate the final 3 games of the day, after which one team is going to walk away with the biggest chunk of that point rush, and eventually we'll be witnessing one of them taking down the XSPARKs in the beginning itself, because this is what I want to see. If one team is dominating, somebody pounces upon them, eats them up, that is where the gates open for the rest of the teams.
Oh, the gateways to hell as we head towards Kalahari. The others reaching towards their following drop location, and every single one of them is respecting each other. It doesn't matter where they're heading towards. It's about how well they can keep getting those drop clashes on point. AEROBOTZ and alongside God's Reign Pros, these 2 teams, they're going to lock on real soon.
Kunal, for now, holding on to his horses. He knows that this vicinity can be a little bit of a tricky situation as the topography challenges those who stick to one another. Yes, for now, Mad God is going to be leading this. He gets in closer to Manu. He knows he's the strongest for the team. He gets in closer, runs out of bullet, eventually puts those glue walls, but he gets taken down from an off angle altogether because Cropsy, he says, I'm the strongest in this team and I come here to land and cause havoc against the opponents.
Johan, what a lovely peek, and well, Cropsy already knows the backpack is revealed already, And Cropsy, he is looking for some very nice alternatives, but the Chrono Shield just instantly dropped down just to escape. That's a very nice bait and switch game. And there you go, AEROBOTZ! You cannot survive if you play like that. Instantly gets demolished, instantly goes away as God's Reign pros. They are here to claim the entire Kalahari.
My goodness, what a domination that was, where one player is trying to get forward and grab all the attention. The others are dominating from 3 angles, but Arman from that of RNX is also favoring a really good performance out here. Reckoning,
no.
Wildfog gets taken down. There's no way we can stop this man if he continues to dominate. I think RNX, since this is their favorite map, they might do the best of what they can.
I did not even see them in the elimination feed. How on earth, RNX? What's going on? Shifting gears, shifting paradigms, getting 8 total eliminations right about now, and they are ruling the entire refinery. Where is Godlike? What happened to them?
I think they tucked their tails and ran away from this position because RNX, my goodness, 8 eliminations even before the first siren went out, shows how dominating they're choosing to be in this game. Violence is the only thing visible right now. Arman has his eyes set on another lad. Small pixels being visible. Ash is just going to be caught on fire, down on his knees. And he says, Arman, yes, you are the god for now.
Arman, 4 eliminations. Team looks super strong. RNX, no more emote kings. They're playing it very clean. They're being very surgical. And as long as they're doing this, it's going to help them overall get the confidence as well. FIREEYES, so far, they've been playing phenomenally good. And now locking horns against one player, that is Shanky. It's tough to take him down. But Aztec, he has been taken right apart. It's not at all a good sight. And Bunny, look at him providing the support, getting the eliminations, wrecking it up against the defending champions. Who does that?
Oh, it's going to be FIREEYES Gaming. My goodness, look at the composure. Every single game they go in to challenge a team, they've always come out successful, and that has been their top priority from the beginning. But for now, I just realized one thing. RNX, we saw the IGL is doing everything possible in the front line, but now Struggle gets taken down, gets punished as Ayush continues to dominate. And these are the OGs slowly, I can hear it from far away, the chests are starting to thump.
Oh yeah, heartbeats rising. As IQOO, OGXTSG, they are on a hot pursuit. They want to run away instantly, see what else they can carry around in their back packet. And that's where I would say Godlike Yogi, oh, they're at command post and FIREEYES. They're here quick to retaliate and capitalize at the same time.
FIREEYES Gaming. I mean, I've never seen such an aggressive start to the map of Kalahari. Trust me when I say it. For now, I see Godlike slowly inching towards this place. Jack, I think he realizes there might be somebody close by, but there's another team. It's going to be HIND, who also come down out here. And they've got 4 for themselves. And KD God, the youngest of the lads in this LAN, is showing how to lead a team. And let me tell you this, he's leading by example and not by force.
Examples given, understandings out there. And Team HIND, well, so far, we were hoping, Arka. Both of us were hoping, right, that Team HIND, the way they have been performing since the online stages, they're a different team altogether. But that's one thing that we could not see. The aggression, the gameplay, the focus, the charge upon the situation. We're not able to see it so far. What do you think? When is it going to come in?
Oh, before that, look at what's happening over here. RNTX versus RNX. The least 2 teams I thought will fight towards the Mammoth region, but for now, RNX, they've got 14 eliminations. Arman has got 8 for himself. My God, IGL. Somebody make him realize that he's the Grenadier and not the frontline assaulter.
See, that's the thing, right? The mentality shift.
Yeah.
Even though you're a Grenadier, you're not going to shy away from getting free points.
Yeah.
And you have to focus towards it. Heavy focus is out there. And that's where I am going to love to see this battle coming through. Godlike against Reckoning. Once again, let's hit it out. Yogi, what you up to?
Oh my god, he gets taken down because it's Heimu who answers him back, but the locations have been revealed. Echo needs to be careful. He needs to head out of this situation, and that's what he does. He chooses to fall back as the others are trying to buy some time. That's not going to be easy, as it's going to be Wild Fox landing one between Marco's skulls. Gets another elimination for himself, but now they run behind Echo in deep troubles. He needs to retaliate as a frontline assaulter. He's not done much, but for now, as a support player, tries to do his best, but Hash with that grenade launcher into his faces. 4 eliminations strong is what Reckoning are doing over here. I think for now, they are the force to reckon with.
That's right, but there's another force in the vicinity. Command post heavily contested by Team HIND, and they're super opportunistic whenever it comes towards this corner. They love to go ahead and seek for blood, and looking at Reckoning locking horns against Godlike, this is just the opportunity that they were waiting for. Now moving forward, Ash, he's just out there. Shoto spots Ash, and he's instantly going to rush right in towards the vicinity, but Wolvin, HP low as the grappling hook has been utilized perfectly. Command post right on top. There's one player of Reckoning, and he's still holding it. He knows there's going to be a cross coming right about now, and no matter how many things you lob at the opponents, it's just the sheer control that Heimu is bringing right about now.
Oh, Shoto, the man to watch out for in this LAN, is just hiding in that position. Eventually uses the glue wall to fall back, but his location has been compromised. Reckoning coming in from the right and the left, slowly converging to choke down Team HIND as they fall back to regroup. I believe it's one of the best decisions they have done in this fight. But look at how Reckoning have been distributed throughout this command post. One holds to be the eyes for the team, whereas the rest are looking out to hunt players, as Harsh, the demon of this lobby, is still alive.
Heimu, enhanced hammer on the car 98k. And look at him just constantly being aware about where Shoto is. Heimu! That's a shot that we were waiting for. Instantly takes him down, but there is a quick revival coming right in. Shoto on the other end trying to barge right in, and it's Reckoning keeping the wolves away from the door. And as long as they can do this, it's going to be helpful for them. But it's FIREEYES out of nowhere. They have been completely eradicated from Kalahari. No threat, says Total Gaming.
Oh, this is where Shoto, he shows why he's one of the most aggressive player out there. Puts down Heimu, making Reckoning one of the weakest teams right now in front of him. Yes, Wolverine on the other side. He's also trying to get in another player down on his knees, but Shailjat, he comes in closer. He knows that he needs to support Shoto for now. Gets that confirmation immediately, but Shoto, since he put so much glue wall in front of him, he's so busy breaking that out, and Sabo takes big advantage of it. Tries to run away, but KD, God, from a distance, lands one perfectly, and that is Reckoning out of this lobby.
Oh, not a good side at all. Not at all a good side. Reckoning, good start for them. But unfortunately, they did succumb to all of those mistakes that they have made. Team HIND, they were prepared for all of this. And same thing goes for GG Instincts as well. Taking a fight against Godlike. What's going on? GG Instincts, they woke up on the wrong side of the bed. And as long as they can go ahead and accomplish this, Godlike is gonna be taken down into bits and pieces. Yogi, this is the second time I'm seeing this giant fall. And there's one person inside the cocoon which has been taken. Eco. No more luck there in Kalahari as they go away.
Godlike Esports eliminated. A shocker for every single lad out there. The way it started this tournament, or rather the way they started this day, we were expecting them to be in the top. But guess what? Now we can see that Total Gaming, they come in closer and they send the orangutans back to the jungle because they know that this is one of the maps where they can call it home.
You cannot go all the way hoo and say that we are here. If you give it information, that's where the players are going to come right in and take you right out. Kalahari has punished so many teams so far, and I can see Revenant XSPARK. They are standing tall in the overall standings right about now. They need to start creating that difference, get those points early in the game so that you can at least have a sigh of relief rather than staying focused towards how well you have to perform or play in the next following one. And Revenant XSPARK, 19 eliminations.
RNX with 19 eliminations, because even I got confused for a second. I mean, I never expected RNX to play so good. Yes, this is their favorite map for the taking.
But leave the confusion. 19 eliminations. It's just 11 minutes into the game.
My goodness, Arman, the leader. As I always call this, right? If you're leading as example, you can expect some wonders being created. And that's what we're able to see out here. RNX with 19 eliminations. My goodness, I don't think so. They're going to stop anytime soon. Whereas GDR, for now, they watch the Hunters. And it seems like the gods might have an answer for RNX.
They've seen 10 fights more against God's Reign. And God's Reign. And I'm hoping that they're prepared for this bit. RNX on the other corner. Just born prepared. There's a good battle brewing right about here. GG Instincts trying to take the entire submarine. Sahil Jad, lower ground, that's a disadvantage, but they're taking down players one by one. Those shots are landing right between the skull, and it's KD God doing the heavy lifting right here. Power right in front, Sahil Jad charging forward, M590 in hand, and he's just twirling around, seeing where the opponent is. And look at Bulvin, he's taking shots from far, he's not going in, he's not charging forward, and there you go, GG Instincts. They have been clinically taken out.
Team HIND, 13 eliminations, and here as well, there's a pattern which we can see. KD God, being the IGL, has got the highest amount of eliminations, and that's good for us to say that the IGLs are woken up, and they say that we set the examples when it comes to the LAN. But yes, the game is still not done. There's a lot more teams left out. I know the scenario in the previous game was a little bit different. We had around 6 to 7 teams in the 8th circle, or rather 4 teams in the 8th circle and 6 to 7 in the 6th or the 7th circle. But in Kalahari, it's a little bit disappointing to see lesser teams, but 2 of them are eating them alive.
Oh well, just farming so many points already. It's just helping them out a lot in getting the confidence overall, and even seeing what kind of competition that is there in Kalahari so far. Volwin, well, I've seen these folks, they've been super good. So far, they have showcased such impressive gameplays, and KD God, all of a sudden, his HP is going down, but they've already crossed the entire field of it. Now inside the tent, and on top is GYAN Gaming.
GYAN Gaming, the best spot in the house. With
just like
a
us.
little bit of a high ground out there.
Just like us.
Yeah, exactly. With a little bit of a high ground out there. They have the bird's eye view as well. But for now, Team HIND, they'll have to come up with a different kind of a game style. They'll have to run away. Yes, they use the grapple gun for now, where Shoto holds back to that position. He doesn't believe that they might survive. Whereas on the other side, Total Gaming, they're getting ruthlessly taken down. And Manu has an angle out here. He's going to take down most of the players. But RNX gets eliminated out of nowhere because it's Total Gaming who bring in the chaos.
I can imagine just one name who's doing every single thing now. With just 6 eliminations, it is IQOO Total Gaming. But there's one player who's already faced the wrath, instantly healed. Now he's going to patch himself. But yet another shot connects. And it is Team HIND who's constantly keeping tabs on the opponent. And now we have our top 3. I was about to say top 4. But before I could finish it, there was yet another shot being landed on the skull. And that's how another team perishes away.
Now let's see who's going to walk away with the booyah, because it's going to be an interesting one. Because the teams at the very bottom will now have to start waking up. Because I see Total Gaming, I see REVENANT, XSPARK, and I see GYAN Gaming. All 3 of them were in the middle fray, trying to fight it out. And now, with them getting a booyah, I believe they'll be stepping up. Yes, I would rather eliminate REVENANT, XSPARK from this equation, because if they walk away with another booyah, it's good for us to say they have 10 points tomorrow.
Oh my goodness. GYAN Gaming, so far, like you rightly mentioned, it's a really good spot for them. But Arup, he needs to not stray away. There's an entire platoon coming right about now. He's cooking a nade, but I hope that he's going to safeguard himself real soon. Those tum-tum shots need to come right about now, and that's where Shubo comes in the picture. Insane, even though he's been taken down, but there's a really good exchange. Shanky, he tried his level best, but it's Arup still keeping the entire flag on the names of GG. Ninja alongside going incognito. He just helped so much build the overall tension into the game, but it is RN, REVENANT XSPARK, who has yet again done the impossible, getting the 3rd booyah on their name.
My goodness, the wolves are howling on their cribs, because I've heard you say that before, and I believe it's time for us to do it in 3, 2, 1. Goes to REVENANT XSPARK. I believe this is where the spark has hit the land.
Sheesh! We thought that godlike pulling off triple booyah in the knockout stage was impressive. What's even more impressive is Revenant XSPARK pulling off 3 booyahs on land. They are totally different calibers. This is not the Revenant XSPARK that we saw before. They have never performed this well before. And sheesh! I don't know what they went through. That 1 week transition between the knockout stage and the LAN has done something to these boys. And I do not recognize this team anymore because they were never this lethal. They were never this vicious, never so clinical before. And if there's any moment to improve, it is now.
Once a wise man said, it's going to be Revenant XSPARK lifting that trophy. And I'm not going to quote this wise man, but so far, he's so true, man. Look at the way they've been forming the circles, just anticipating, playing the end game in their head like it's a game of chess. One step ahead, always against the opponent. And that's how the champions are forged.
I mean, I don't know what else to say. You got the demon of the LAN, Harsh, in your team, and you have the rest of them just following his footsteps. That's what I'm feeling right now, because they have no pressure whatsoever. They're playing every card right, and the best part about Revenant XSPARK, the way they're changing gears. In one game, they go all wild. In the previous one, they had more than 20 eliminations, and in this one, they just waited and waited and waited, and when the time came right, they hit the iron when it was hot.
Yeah. I mean, this was a rather tame game from Revenant XSPARK. We have seen them do much better before. 4 eliminations and 16 total points is still very impressive considering that they already have more points than anyone could acquire. But RNX Esports with 19 eliminations, that is definitely nothing to scoff at.
The pinnacle of performance. RNX, they knew it's all right, even if they don't get the booyah. It's about aggression. Let's just go ahead and play with the meta and get our elimination points, and then later on worry about what's going to come next. I do understand that IQOO Total Gaming was out of the syllabus, and that's the only question that they could not answer. So it's okay. Getting 24 total points is super important to keep that pace on a very high note. So GYAN Gaming on the other end, getting the 2nd spot has been a really nice start for them.
Yeah, a good start. Team HIND as well. Even they were kind of suffering in this game, but eventually we were able to see, right, the consistency has been the key for this team. With no booyah whatsoever, they were holding the top 3 position. Even in this game, they've got 20 points, and I believe that, it's a fair trade they've got so far.
Yeah, Team HIND continue to be in the top 2 even without a single booyah. 60 points is very impressive. Of course, Revenant XSPARK is racing ahead of everybody else. With just 4 games, they've already crossed the 87-point marker. I'm pretty sure that they will cross 100 by the time this day ends. FIREEYES Gaming, though, while they're only 5 points behind Team HIND, they are just 2 eliminations behind HIND. So that is also very impressive. RNX Esports, they don't have a lot of placement points, but their eliminations are speaking for them, and they have 52 points total. GG Instinct, decent balance with 51 points, and IQOO Total Gaming have 49 to their name. Let's be honest, IQOO Total Gaming can do better. We haven't seen them put their best foot forward yet, and at this point they're playing very defaultish. But IQOO OGXTSG having 31 eliminations is also pretty damn impressive considering that they were struggling in the last few weeks. So yeah, that is amazing. God's Reign Pros finally starting to wake up. They had 25 total points before this game, and now they've jumped up to 42. That's amazing. They almost doubled their points. Even GYAN Gaming, for that matter, they were sitting dead last before this game with less than 20 points, and now they have 40. So even they have basically doubled up their points. But Godlike Esports is still struggling. This time I can't even say that they had their elimination stolen from them. They just couldn't get the spark right. They just couldn't get the right cylinders to fire.
I'm hoping to see, but let's speak about the man of the hour. Again, the demon on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. Harsh, he struck only when his IGL told him to, and then eventually gets a minimum of 1,300 damage because it doesn't matter. They're on the top of the table, and they've got the maximum points amongst them all.
They were eyeing just for the booyah. They were not here in it for eliminations. They were just waiting for the booyah points. Getting the 12 is super important, and that's what they did. damage doesn't matter. It's about those 12 points that they could earn at the end of the day. Arsh, lovely performance. As always, getting the same meta, Oscar, J-Beebs, Joseph, Nikita, just to get the additional silver spoon and to nullify any and everything that is thrown right at him. He's out there to get the information as well with the Arvon, and the team booster works like a charm. You can boost up your glue walls, you can boost up your tanking damage of the circle, and alongside keep traversing through and throughout. Being the rusher, he's been very significant for the entire team.
Yeah, and I do believe that, you know, more than one player using a team booster, you'll have all your boxes checked out. The health will be taken care, the defense will be taken care, and I believe that's one of the reasons why RNTX will incline towards having more than one team booster in the lobby. But yes, the Joseph and the Nikita, we have been seeing these two becoming almost the default for everybody else in this lobby, because who doesn't want to, you know, reload early and also able to move faster when they've been damaged?
I don't know about the moving fast, but yeah, you can get a very nice reload speed on your weapon, and that's where they keep using the M590. The moment they lob one shot, instant reload, and that's very much how the team has been performing. Tactical markets all across just to bring in the lightning zone onto the opponents, and that's one of the best things, that you can keep the enemies on their feet, on their toes. So Vincent, lovely performance coming from his end as well, as he was the bird in the sky, just giving them the right information on the right time on where the opponents are. From there up, it was just a follow-up coming in from Roshan and Arsh both.
Yep, amazing stuff from Revenant XSPARK. Even though this wasn't very typical of them, we've seen them perform much more viciously. We've seen the Wolves tear their opponents to shred. While this was a rather tame game from them, it's still very impressive that they can pull off 3 booyahs on LAN. We have not seen many teams do this before. Last year, IQOO Total Gaming managed to get 4 booyahs, but none of them were like in a row, you know?
Yeah.
So them getting 3 booyahs on the trot is still very impressive. Now, if they get one more booyah, then they will be tied with Total Gaming's record. And if they get another one, they will have set a brand new record in the Indian Free Fire Max circuit.
I don't doubt that, you know. I strongly feel they have the capability, because if you see them, right, they had position points as well as elimination points almost the same. They are the only team who are managing to do so far.
Yeah.
So in case they go aggressive in the next one, it's going to follow up with a booyah. In case they have a booyah in the next one, it's going to be vice versa on the final game.
Always, man. So it's just about the momentum that the teams are so far locking on to.
Yeah.
And no matter how much they say it's just a dry run, still they're participating so well, right? They're still performing it. They're still playing their hearts out and getting that booyah, surviving till the very end. If this was just another normal day, they would have stayed, they would have twirled around, seen what they could do, and then from there on, just constantly be right there. Even though the damage point of view is way too low on all of these folks, it's just the booyah that they're focusing towards. Survivability, adapting towards the skill of it, and just stopping the others to get the 12 points. Because first is 12, and for the second spot, you have just 9.
Yeah, and those 3 points can make a massive difference. Forget about the 3 points. Imagine what you can do with the 10-pointer lead that you will get at the end of the day if you continue to retain in the top spot.
I mean, this is the first time I'm able to see that the team stat of a Booyah team, I think they're setting a new record as well. X-Divine, not the one which you would want to have, but the least amount of damage by an individual who walks away with the Booyah team. 155 damage, and that is all he had to do to pick up one elimination, and that shows how precise this whole team was.
And even then, I'm pretty sure that somewhere he must have landed the last bullet, because if you have only 155 damage, how do you have an elimination and 2 assists? Like, either those assists came through with the ability usage, or it came through by like hitting your opponent with just like 1 bullet at the end or something
Ability
like that.
Usage.
So yeah, it's super funny. Like, I know this is not a very big thing to boast about. I know that you wouldn't want to have the lowest damage with a Booyah record, but I mean, it's a very entertaining thing to talk about nonetheless, man.
Yeah, and I think we are speaking less about one team out here. That's going to be Team HIND.
Yeah.
The way they've been performing, the way KD God has been leading this team. He's one of the youngsters in this lobby. He's barely 17 years old, and the way he's able to manage the rest of the players, especially Shoto coming in as an assaulter over here, previously playing in Total Gaming, where we saw that Forziajai said that there's no space for an extra player. Obviously, how many players can I keep who are such stars? And then eventually Shoto comes out, he finds a really good home out here, and then eventually this team is formed beautifully, and I won't be shocked if they lift up the trophy as well.
Exactly. I mean, keep in mind the team HIND are full of some really experienced players.
Yeah.
And having a new player like Shoto, one would expect him to be nervous before his first LAN.
Exactly.
Bro is chilling. He is feeling so comfortable.
Yeah.
He's super chill. He's super calm. Even when he's talking to a person, right? His body language speaks a lot.
True.
And that's where I would say, like, he's just one of those guys who keeps quiet, understands what's happening, and then later on responds, whether it be game or whether it be real life. It's just out there, man. He's like a lovely person to even hang out with.
Yeah, and one thing I still remember, he's also a bit of a shy person in a group. Whenever he was sitting on streams as well, when we all were speaking together, I just asked him, what are you expecting to be in the LAN? Because everybody says that you are the person to watch out for. He just hides himself behind a player and says, bhai, tu dekh lena.
Can he even hide?
Yeah, he does. He does,
I mean, he never hides in game. He will always face you head on.
Dude's like 6'2", if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, he's really tall, he's really big, he's really hefty as well. He's very built. So I'm expecting, a lot from this lad.
Right.
Yeah.
So while we are really proud of him, another player who's stepping up right now is going to be Adeep from RNX Esports, even Hassan for that matter.
Exactly.
Keep in mind that RNX Esports weren't doing super well in the first 3 games, but now they finally have had a lovely resurgence, and with a very high scoring game, they have, invaded the top 4. Now the bigger question is, can they stay there by the time the day ends?
Oh, well, to answer that, I believe they can do it. In a jiffy, in a flick, because I could see the pattern. Starting game did not go that well. And right after that, they could up the ante. They were kicking up a rack, 14 points right after that.
Yeah.
And it's just the confidence game that is rolling right after the other. And that's beautiful thing about this team, man. Like, once they feel the flow, they're not going to stop. They're unstoppable, and that's where East or West, it is RNX.
Oh, okay,
I mean, the one thing which is turning out to be a little different in this LAN is that the IGLs, I know that Hashtag has already set a benchmark in the previous LAN, being the MVP, the IGL. He walked away with so many trophies and so much of money. But again, we are able to see that KD God over here is doing well, and then you have Arman doing well. Both of them being the IGLs for the team. I somewhere feel that, most of the teams are formed around an aggressive IGL rather than somebody who can give you the circle.
Okay, well, if you can do both, if you can be the aggressive IGL and if you can get them into the circle, that's like having your cake and eating it too.
I would say on that note, it is X-Divine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Always.
Yeah.
That
Undeniably.
dude is aggressive, and at the same time, he even keeps the entire build of going inside the circle. Lowest damage, booyah. What do you expect? He knew where to head towards. He found those corners, those routes. I believe he had some kind of an imaginary GPS going on, and that's where he just led the entire team towards.
Exactly. It's almost like he can figure out where his opponents will move. So it's a bit of prediction over here as well. Not just predicting where the circle will end up, but also predicting what kind of pathway his opponents will take in order to get there. And the fact that he can always pick up the most vulnerable team and then target them, eliminate them before they even get a chance to revive, that is just the best ability to have in a lobby like this, where revival is actually super difficult.
When we look at the circle analysis, right, I would really love to see REVENANT XSPARK's rotation, because when there's so much chaos in a small map like Kalahari, you're hiding away from everybody's eyes, holding on to one position, or rather you're rotating from places where there's no action taking place. You should have done so much homework to establish this in a game. So I somewhere feel that, watching that is going to be so much more better. But before that, I still feel like GODLIKE is somewhere losing their phrase. So GODLIKE is somewhere losing their momentum. Are you able to see that? Are we witnessing another downfall from these lads?
I wouldn't call it a downfall just yet. They are still winning a lot of their gunfights. Yeah, sure, they have their points stolen away from them. Sometimes they get targeted by 3 teams at the same time. I would just call that a little bit of bad luck. So I wouldn't say that GODLIKE are experiencing a bit of a downfall just yet.
Okay.
First time, okay. Second time, okay. Third time is All right, I understand it might be bad luck. 4th time? Even in Kalahari?
Which happens to be their home map.
Exactly, and that's what I was thinking. Refinery, I can see Reckoning, and I can see RNX, but where is Godlike?
Exactly.
Where did they go? Because that's one of the places where they instantly land and they get those elimination points right off the bat. Because it's Reckoning trying to challenge them, trying to take them away from the home. But that's one thing that they heavily resist towards. But again, what is going on? I don't think so. It's bad luck.
You know, when you look at the stats, right, when we have to speak about some numbers, we're able to see that, you know, OGXTSG, the best map was Kalahari. Then we saw RNX had their best map as Kalahari. And only one of the few were able to, you know, perform really well. So when you guys bring in the picture of Godlike, I still feel like they also fall into this fray of trying to avoid fights, trying to avoid situations, but they do it really late.
So maybe that could be the issue that they have been experiencing so far. I mean, if you can identify the problem, you can fix it. Half the problem is knowing what the actual problem is. And if you have identified it, then I'm hoping that the actual Godlike members are not that far behind. So yeah, I think that could be a major factor. At least we are able to see the clear problem over here. But unfortunately, even GG Instant can see that. At least in this game, they didn't try to steal much from Godlike, but they have been doing so in the past 3 games. So there's a clear pattern over here that one needs to address.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it's going to be the next game, ladies and gentlemen, and let's all be prepared. Let's share it among, among your friends. Make sure that they all come in to witness the next map that's going to take place. It's going to be the map of Nextera. And let me tell you this, it might have a coffee bar to make everybody have a chill place, but for the players, it's going to be a very chaotic one.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Nextera, the penultimate game of the Point Rush Day. Take it away, my dear caster friends.
Well, it's a very nice split. Every single one of them just heading down to wherever they want to go. Intellect Center, heavily crowded. As I can see, Total Gaming already heading towards that area. Hemu, he's on a far-off angle. He would love to see what's happening there. And wait a second, am I seeing one of the members of Revenant XSPARK in that crowd? Yes, it is.
Roshan, he's trying to be the best of what we can find in this lobby. Whereas on the other side, we see Vincent has also joined him over here. As a duo, they step into a territory where they shouldn't be. As Harsh gets taken down, a fair trade comes in from the other side. But the confirmations do not fall in. It's going to be Total Gaming versus Revenant XSPARK. And I believe Total Gaming had to choose this. Oh my god, Aztec lands one perfectly. And he's given that opening. And he steps inside, sees another player, puts a little bit of damage to him also. Roshan also gets taken down. And the Wolves might have met their hunters.
Oh my goodness, already getting 3 eliminations, and there you go, bringing back Shanky right into the picture. Aztec, this dude is leading the charts, and FIREEYES on the other end, they're taking the brunt of AEROBOTZ. Good shots being fired, but there's a lot of damage control that needs to be done right about now. Mad God, Johan, both of them, easy revival is what I can say, as they have not at all given a single point to the opponents. Mad God getting knocked again and again. There's a very nice tactic going on right about here. And I believe it's a height advantage that is giving them the benefit of this overall situation. Prince, what's he doing there on top of Deca Square? If he gets the information on where the opponents are swarming from, this can be a chaotic fight.
Yeah, absolutely. We were speaking, right? The northern western side of the map has been the new fighting spot for all the teams out there, no matter which map they're playing in. But AEROBOTZ on the other side, I'm starting to get worried for this team because they are filled with confidence. Once they start to pop off, they do really well. And let me remind you, they had the highest amount of points stepping into the grand finals from the knockout stages. They had the highest number of eliminations in the overall tournament as well. So I'm hoping to see them make a proper comeback. But for now, FIREEYES Gaming, this is one of those teams who have already found the fray, who have understood how to take fights, and they're doing a really good job.
Oh well, good job indeed. IQOO, OGXTSG, they are the legends of Deca Square. And as long as I can see Arjun, Krish, alongside Legend just leading the charge right here, it is just going to be their home again and again. Vending machine close by, and this is one of the best things that you can ever get. You have a portal to instantly transmission to one corner to the other, And you have even the vending machine to call in the players. Troll, HP low. And there you go, IQOO, OGXTSG, they're everywhere. It's a single fight being taken, and Legend, he is about to finish. Troll right about now, healing right outside. But it's not going to be that easy. Drogon on the face, and there he goes.
Oh my god, Legend, I believe the OGs have woken up. The orangutans will now have to find the momentum, will now have to find the composure as well, because everything has not gotten their way. But at the same time, when it comes to eliminations, they've always found a place to fight. For now, it's got to be FIREEYES Gaming, getting in closer with GYAN Gaming. Yes, a close range SMG battle, but Jack was able to pull it off.
Oh, good amount of eliminations, man. They're just getting confident each and every game that they play. But still, they have to take down the final boss. The one who's already received 3 booyahs back-to-back. IQOO, Total Gaming, taking a really good battle, and they're winning it so far. Knuckle Cluster being fed on the opponent, and they're taking down GODLIKE Pros. One by one, the eliminations have been secured, and Aztec providing the right cover as Cropsy has been taken down as well. 7 total eliminations, and from here on, all they need to do is regroup, reassemble, as the others have done the heavy lifting, and there's one team completely out of the picture.
It seems like there could be another. It's going to be Orangutan in deep troubles for now. One of the players knocked down where the other is trying to buy some time, traversing around. He also gets damaged and gets taken down. The vending machine is really close to the grabs. So OGs will have to now prioritize to bring down their players. Whereas on the other side, we see that AEROBOTZ as well. They're doing a good job. Oh my god, Prodigy! He puts down another player. He could clutch it out. The last man standing right in front of him. Very low on HP. Arjun comes in. He gets in closer from above that blue wall. Is unable to land one, but from a distance comes in another player to support him. But Prodigy, my goodness, and I wonder what happened in that in a split second. We saw that players were getting taken on. Yes, there it is. Krish comes in. He's going to revive all his lads, but that valiant effort coming in from that of ARG, we have to credit him for that clutch. He almost pulled off.
Almost. Oh my goodness, the HP were low in both the ends. Oh my god, such good gameplay. And it's a boxing gym. I'm not at all surprised. They were not at all hesitant to throw in all of those punches. And FIREEYES versus Team HIND. This is another battle which is about to be brewed up. And it is the Grav Labs. You need to be aware about the anti-gravity, and then from there on, call it a clutch. Prince sitting in the corner. He's trying to play it sneaky peeky like. But for how long will this location be hidden?
Am I seeing this right? Revenant XSPARK are down to just one man, Divine. And I hope that, he'll be able to revive his teammates, because if they fail to do so, probably this will be one of those maps where they might lose that momentum. But yes, GODLIKE, they need to be careful. A plushie is going to be used, and Echo's location has been compromised. Hashtag doesn't miss much. Jumps and lands one, and immediately with a melee finishes him off. Total Gaming, they're inclining towards being aggressive, and that means the rest of the teams will have to watch out for them, because in case Hashtag gets his momentum up and running in a LAN, we have seen what he has done before.
Oh well, the example set in the previous tournament, and GODLIKE, this is not at all bad luck. It's just that they're not able to take the right fights at all whatsoever. So the coordination is missing. They're not able to see things clearly, envision it before heading towards whatever they can do. Team HIND on the other end, the emote game is on, setting down all of those flags as they're gonna take in that super duper box.
The calm before the storm. And the circle right now. We have been seeing that, right? We saw a little bit of pause in every single game from the second to the third circle. There's not much action, and that is where teams try to find a home inside the circle. For now, we're able to see that AEROBOTZ is the only team inside of the circle, whereas Team HIND, who are right now on our screens at Placeria region, will have a long way into the circle. But Mafia, the sniper, as soon as he scopes in, we all know what's going to happen.
Oh, the quick scopes. Looking at the opponents, GG, which is GYAN Gaming, they're not at all aware about what's going to happen next. Jump pad being taken and those shots, lovely as we can see through, but there's unfortunately no knock whatsoever. Not at all being disheartened. IQOO Total Gaming, they're just staying there, knowing what's going to happen next. Gatekeeping the opponents, checking their backs as well, as long as they can. And alongside, they need to even revive Aztec, because him inside the game, that is going to be super important for some really nice inputs. But there is another team eyeing for the prize. GYAN Gaming, they're left stranded.
Oh my God!
As soon as I saw IQOO OGXTSG ponder upon that very location, GYAN Gaming got kicked out like nothing, man.
Oh my goodness, 14 eliminations and Ayush has stepped up. We just saw that, right, with that AC-80. Man, he just led everybody down on their knees and then eventually got that confirmation. But OGXTSG, since they've got a momentum now, they need to be careful. They need to build upon this. They need to make sure that they come closer to the podium, or else it becomes a little bit harder for them to catch up to the rest of the teams at the very tippity top. GG Instance as well. They've got 9 eliminations so far, and not far away from them is going to be FIREEYES Gaming.
Ooh. GG Instincts. Well, I've seen them. They've been performing super well today. They have the confidence game going in their pocket. And I'm hoping that they can take the fight against FIREEYES as well. Lock on horns and finish them again. But for that, they need to be a bit more aware, as there's another team in the vicinity. RN next, just waiting across the corner. Shots fired. It's Prince taking down Power, but instant revival just kicks right in. Prince lobbing the nade, knowing that the opponent is there right out here towards the cocoon, but unfortunately that the nade fell short. They don't have any grenade here. All they have is 3 rushers and 1 sniper. So how is he thinking about throwing a nade in that pocket?
I mean, they realize, right, in those mid-range battles, sometimes when you don't have the eyes on the enemies, you'll have to loft in a little bit of a glue wall melters or probably 2 grenades to just lure out enemies. And FIREEYES Gaming, they're well prepared for it. But a good point being told out here, if there's any team in this land who are playing without a grenadier, that has to be FIREEYES Gaming. They've got 3 rushers, Bunny, Jack, and Prince, as Stroll is going to be the sole sniper who is not going to be using any grenades whatsoever.
AEROBOTZ. Close by in the vicinity, good shots. They already have seen one team far off, but there's FIREEYES right in front. They want to contest, they need the vending machine, they want to call in an instant revival, and that's what they're aiming towards. Rushing down the throat of the opponent, taking all the risk, but it's calculative. It's a room that they want, and they will get it as well, claiming it, and hence bringing in their 4th as well. AEROBOTZ, I would say you guys have missed your opportunity, but still there is a hope for you to slam right in and take all of those 4 points.
Absolutely. With 10 eliminations and their finger completely warm, they know that they're doing everything right in this game. But what's more important is that gatekeep scenario. They need to make sure that FIREEYES don't come into the center of the circle so that they have a bit of an opportunity in the latter stages of this game. For now, the bottom of the table are suffering except for that of AEROBOTZ. Whereas on the other side, FIREEYES Gaming, look at how cleverly they're just traversing through those buildings. But what they'll have to watch out for is how they're going to be countered from outside of the circle. And before I could complete my sentence, comes in another team in the name of Team HIND to pester them before they make it to the center.
Good rotations, Team HIND. They want more points. They're eyeing for it. So far, they have a very nice standing. Eliminations as well as looking very nice in their pockets. REVENANT XSPARK, so far they just have 1 elimination, man. This seems to be very concerning, as they always eye for the final bout of it. They always eye towards heading and getting the booyah, but they need eliminations, else the game is not gonna keep moving forward.
Total Gaming, 13 eliminations and Aztec leading them all. Mafia, being the sniper, now will get an opportunity. If you look at the topography of this map, not much of hard compounds for you to hide in. But if you've got a little bit of a high ground and you have a good sniper like Mafia, you'll be able to pick up a lot of points. And I believe IQOO Total Gaming is aiming to do so. Whereas on the other side, the circle betrays Total Gaming completely. And this time, it's going to favor 2 teams who had to perform in the previous game. That's going to be OGXTSG as well as RNTX.
Oh boy. They're still alive, far off, just waiting to see where the opponents are going to rotate towards. The circle has not been contested. I can just see one team inside the circle. Revenant XSPARK, that too inside one of those bunkers where they can upgrade their weapons. They can get every single thing. That's the arsenal that they are at right now. Fortifying the entire area, but with that fortification, it doesn't matter. You have Mad God in front. You better be crazy at your gameplay, else you're going to be picked right off clean.
This is where delete as well. And look at that, shots have been connected.
Oh!
They're just teaching Mafia what is to be done. And Mafia says, I can land one as well before he gets traded out. 16 eliminations. We were wanting Total Gaming to become the demons in the lobby. And it seems like they're preparing themselves to walk up to be in the top 2. 69 points so far. And they're looking forward to end this with a booyah. Yes, the call comes into flight to the center of the circle.
no.
And that is where RNX are calling their home.
Oh my god, the windows have already been broken. That's where the big mistake comes right in. But the slam is equally good. RNX is out for the count. So clean. As clean as a whistle. IQOO Total Gaming just forming things so well for them. And there is GG Instinct just swarming on top, trying to know where on earth this action has been seen at.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the two big bulls are about to lock on. FIREEYES Gaming and AEROBOTZ. GYAN immediately rushes in with the plushie in, and he knows that they can do a lot of damage, and there it is. 2 players gets taken down. Mad God comes in closer. GYAN lands the final one, and they make sure that FIREEYES Gaming will just burn in the fire. They just prepared in this game. But AEROBOTZ, 16 eliminations, and with this, ladies and gentlemen, all the teams in this lobby have got double-digit eliminations, with AEROBOTZ out there with 16 in total.
Oh my goodness, I can see IQOO, OGXTSG, they want to go big or go home. AEROBOTZ out, and Tiger is right underneath. Spidey sends Stingling, and they know there's another point waiting for them, but they want to cook it even better. Power right in front, plushie been thrown, but he has already gone away. He has taken in that deja vu, but there you go. He's been out. There is no way they can exist in this entire circle where the cluster is so huge and you have no cover whatsoever. Team HIND, they're outside. They're waiting. They want to know where the whereabouts is of IQOO Orangutan TSG, and that's where they're just constantly keeping pace right there.
Yeah, it's gonna be Total Gaming trying to make it inside the circle, but as I said, it's gonna be Orangutans who's pulling all the strings in this game. I know Team HIND on the other side, they're like, you know what, we have a really good cover and let's take advantage of it, but we'll have to always remember that the circle, that is gonna favor and have a different tail altogether. Total Gaming prioritizing the circle, heads to one corner and have a little bit of a hard compound as well, and this could be a little bit problematic for that of OG.
Lovely nade. Sahil Jha just constantly obliterating, but it's IQOO Total Gaming. The rivals taking down yet another big name with just 3 members. It's Team HIND who have a healthy team, and I do not think they can take a fight against the Giant, who already have 23 total eliminations, 11 just on the name of Aztec.
Hashtag already knows the location of KD God, but Shanky needs to be careful. Delete as well. KD God couldn't have missed those shots. Eventually, Delete gets taken down. Shoto goes in closer and says, I am the new hero in this lobby. And he starts to decimate everybody else out there. Hashtag the last man standing has got 11 eliminations. He's going to be trying his best to take down the players. But Shoto says no, because I am the new MVP of this land. And look at his team just tapping his shoulder, building in confidence, because they know Team HIND have been amazing in this game.
What a performance. What a lovely performance. Total Gaming, for sure, they have overshadowed the performance of Team HIND, but the nerves that Team HIND kept till the very end. They knew where the opponents are, they kept tabs on them, constantly knowing and getting the entire demolition derby on point. Shots been fired from all corners, and the height advantage is where I can say changed the entire course of action. Team HIND, that's how you claim the territory. That's how you claim the map on your name. And it is Nextera that has been absolutely lovely for them.
IQOO Total Gaming as well take on their final form as the final boss, and Team HIND, by virtue of eliminating the final boss, by virtue of eliminating the defending champions, get their first booyah of the day. And wow, Shoto How on earth do you pull that off? First land, and you're already proving that you can take down a seasoned player like Aztec. That is incredible. I think we have a new contender as the MVP. His hat is in the ring for the MVP title already.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, you know, the star for me in this team has to be KD. As always, that youngster up front showing his team way. He's been the light for the team, to be frank, because when you look at the complete team, right, where you've got Sahil Jat, where you've got Shoto as well with Wolvin, you expect them to be a little bit aggressive, but it's hard for them to hold on to their aggression. And KD has been successful in trying to hold on to his horses and then leaving them when required.
Oh, 32 total points. Total domination, man. Total domination. Take a bow. It is them who has already set the record for today. This is the highest.
Oh my God. I just realized it as soon as you said that. But again, I'm looking at the top 3 teams and I realized that 32, 31 and 25 points. It's so close to one another. It all came down to the placement points.
Yep. But even though the placement points are the ones that determine the difference, IQOO Total Gaming have finally woken up. Up until now, they were struggling at the 6th spot in the overall standings. And with this one, I think they must be within a stone's throw of the 100-point marker, which finally means that IQOO Total Gaming are waking up. In the penultimate game of the day, they take on their final form. Congratulations to Team HIND as well for finally getting the booyah, even though they've been performing really well. They somehow just fumble at the last possible moment, but this time they complete the dream run. Also, big props to AEROBOTZ Esports because they were also struggling a lot all throughout, but in this game, they finally did something really well. Oh my God, Shoto. When you said that he's a rather shy person, I did not believe you. But now in this photo, I can see that he is acting like a shy person. I mean, even when he puts his fists up to, perform a fighting stance, he doesn't feel like he's going to punch your face in. But my God, you look at his performance inside the game. It's like they're two completely different people.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I said, right? Sometimes you can expect the most aggressive people to be the sweetest looking people. So yeah, Shoto has done everything possible. 4,379 damage using a Drakey, a Nikita, Joseph and J Beeps. And I'm able to see, right, most of those MVPs, they have the same combination. J Beeps, Joseph and Nikita.
That's the combination of champions. That's the combination of rushers. And Drakey is one of the best things that you can bring in because you can see where the opponents are trying. It's just like a 30-meter or a 50-meter radius where you can spot or just intimates you where the opponents are trying to pass themselves. And just imagine this dude with a shotgun full of leads, pummeling you down. It's an entire chaotic scenario according to me.
Yeah, and once we look at the compositions of the rest of his team, KD, as always, sticking to a very basic, I would say a very basic lineup of defenses, as he's going to have Moko, Suzy and Maro, whereas he's got the Skylar just in case he wants to give opening for Shoto. Whereas on the other side, we're able to see that Wolvin, he's got the Thiva, Nikita and Joseph as well. So 2 of the assaulters are thinking very similar, whereas 1 will just incline towards having a quick revival.
So the quick revival system is helping them out a lot. Being a pack of 4 and taking a fight against the defending champions is no joke. Anything can go wrong. And I would say if you have a 5th, bring in that as well, if the game allows. But of course, so you just need the man count, you need the manpower against such a huge team. And that's what I would say. They just kept their cool, they kept their calm, they kept reviving, even though whatever happened was past. And they just kept moving forward, pressing, taking down Aztec to be the last man standing for Total Gaming.
You take a look at Sahil Jat's assists. He's got 6 assists and 2,164 damage. And since he's got so many assists, it basically means that he was setting up Shoto for success. This guy was just throwing in the nades, and at the same time, Shoto was the one going in and finishing the job that his teammates had already started. Yeah. So really good performance from Team HIND all day, but this time they finally get that cherry on top of the cake.
Yeah, and with this, I believe that, they might have that the fight for the top 2 spots, because they were in the top 3, they were shying away from a booyah, and they've got a big chunk of 12 right there, so they might come up to the top 2 positions. But before which, let's look at how the circle analysis was in this game, because
let's just dive right in.
Yeah, two things which happened really well in this game was how OG shifted gears, right? From the beginning itself, we see them. They get down at one corner of the map, and then eventually they realize it's important for us to get into fights. After they get into fights, they prioritize the circle. So yes, there was a bit of a fight taking place in the northern side near the Intellect Center, and we then saw OGXTSG over in this position. And look at how quickly they changed that position as well. They come from over here. They make sure that they take and they clear off fights, and then we see that they're taking fights here, they're taking fights here. They're also having one person legend in the backlines, even though he was the one who had maximum amount of damage against players. And then eventually they shift up the gears. They start to move into the circle. They come in from this direction and eventually jump to find the best spot in the house.
And that's just the best part of it, right? Like, all of this time, they were just waiting for one golden opportunity. And once they got it, they even passed HIND.
Yeah.
HIND just let them go unchecked. They're like, it's okay, we're not going to take any toll tax from you. But moving forward, this is where things just started to keep changing, right? They were all of a sudden more interested towards taking fight against FIREEYES, because of course you want to take a challenge inside the circle and not be gate kept. But looking at the corner of this circle, this very part of it, they just kept on hanging out here. They just knew. Every single one of them, if they want to enter towards a circle, they're going to take a fight, and right after that, it's your time to shine. It's your time to pick the other things which are just left over there. You're taking a 4v4 fight, there's bound to be some stranglers, and go ahead, get those points.
Yeah, I mean, HIND even had the high ground on that bridge.
Yes.
So you got to account for that as well. Getting that vantage point is super important.
Yeah, and the most important part is how REVENANT XSPARK again and again and again are there in the final circles. And I really love to see them, capitalize more on it. The most important part over here is how Total Gaming really had a good position. I really expected them to, do well, but this is how it all ended, right? We saw how quickly they moved forward, and from there on, it was a cakewalk for them to, get closer to that booyah.
So a lot of things did have to go right for Team HIND in order for them to get this booyah.
Yeah.
Getting that high ground position was not the only thing that set them up for success. You also need to shoot your opposition down, cut them down to size if you actually want to stand a chance to get that booyah. Because there were, like you pointed out, a lot of other teams who had pretty good positions.
Yeah.
Total Gaming had a wonderful spot until the circle moved away from them. REVENANT XSPARK, that Arsenal position that they held, again, super crucial. But despite these teams having significant amounts of advantage, Team HIND were able to shoot them and cut them down to size and then get that booyah. Getting those opponents out of a well-entrenched position is super difficult, and Team HIND made it look much easier than it actually is.
There's another thing that most of the teams are just escaping from. That is the head start points. You need to focus down to that very minute detail that head start points are super important to keep a very nice mindset towards the next following day. And most of them, they're just forgetting it. They're like, it's okay, regular day, yada yada, and they're just taking those fights and unfortunately losing them. Hence, they're losing even the opportunity to go ahead and get the booyah, which REVENANT XSPARK is doing so well constantly again and again, and they have already set a very nice standard. If it's not first, they can get the second. If it is not second, they can at least be in the podium spot of it. And that's what makes them even more confident towards the next following day.
Yeah, but right now, the team that ends up getting that 10-point head start tomorrow is going to have a significant advantage. Because let's be honest, even if you get inside the top 6, if you get like 1 or 2 points as a head start, it won't make that much of a difference. And right now, the top spot is being contested. While REVENANT XSPARK enjoyed that position on top for like the last few games, Team HIND are super close to them. In fact, they might have even tied up the score with them. So yeah, now whether or not REVENANT XSPARK can hold that top spot will only be decided in the last game.
The interesting fact about every single tournament or every single LAN we have seen so far, anybody who tops the point rush are unable to do well in the grand finals in the champion rush. So I'm hoping that no curse, is moving forward over here. I know that REVENANT XSPARK fans are really happy that the team is doing really good, but again, the team to top in the point rush has not done well in the champion rush. Take it any tournament so far, any LAN event so far. So I'm hoping to see something different out here. The second important thing is how REVENANT XSPARK have played this game as well.
Yeah. Now, as we head into the last game of the day, let's try to figure out whether any of these teams will get into any early drop clashes. Revenant XSPARK, the team that has been enjoying the top spot so far, are once again uncontested in Forest Red. But we know for a fact that Forest Red is going to be one of those places where teams like FIREEYES Gaming and GODLIKE will rotate to very, very quickly. So, in Alpine, the thing that you need to worry about the most is not getting eliminated in the middle of your rotations.
I'm kind of inclining towards the snowfall region as we speak about this map, because it's important for us to understand this, right? Every single game we have seen that the northern side of the map have a lot of action taking place. And if you see over here, we're able to see that Reckoning Esports and GYAN Gaming are over there, who are not actually doing so well for the day. And I'm also concerned for a team like God's Reign as well, because these are the places where teams are heading towards as soon as they finish their loot. And sadly, these are the places where teams are holding and they're at the very bottom of the table.
This is yet again 4 teams map. It's the same thing. Total Gaming, we have seen them all the time, going like a hooligan from one corner to the other, bashing each and every team, throwing them off the game. Same thing goes for the most mechanically gifted team as well, which is IQOO, OGXTSG, GYAN Gaming. We have seen them perform in this map, and they have been super good wherever it comes to the final moments, the mid-game, and the end round of it. But all of that can be contested. FIREEYES, they can be the element of surprise, and they can just be a wild card that can prove me wrong. And if they do, I'll be more than happy.
I'm happy that you brought up FIREEYES Gaming, because they are actually tied up with IQOO, OGXTSG right now at 72 points each. Both these teams have a completely different philosophy coming into this land. For FIREEYES Gaming, they've got nothing to lose. They were the underdogs that were supposed to surprise everyone. For IQOO, OGXTSG, they were the fan favorites. So when these two very opposing teams clash against each other, especially when they are drawed, that would be crazy. At the same time, there are 3 teams at draw at the bottom of the table. 3 teams like GODLIKE, GYAN Gaming and God's Reign Pros, each at 45 points, tied up at the bottom of the table. Can they make a resurgence in the final game of the day? We will find out in just a couple of moments as the plane is going to take off over the skies of Alpine. The final map of the Point Rush Day begins now.
My goodness, the energy over here is just skyrocketing as the team prepare themselves. And let me tell you this, the teams at the very bottom of the table, they're looking for redemption, as the teams at the top of the table, they're like, you know what, I need those 10 points. I don't care about the curse of being at the top and not doing well tomorrow, but I know very well that if I do well today, I can carry forward that momentum tomorrow.
And that's where the hopes have been dotted towards. Heading all the way, there's a drop clash. Nonetheless, Reckoning taking a very nice pause shot against GG Instincts. And GG Instincts, so far, they've been super confident. The moment they drop, they have a VSK in hand, and they're just constantly on the hunt to get the elimination. Finally, we can see GODLIKE come on the charts, and they have been called the elimination leaders so far.
Yeah, the first elimination going towards GODLIKE is a different thing unfolding as Marco gets in closer, puts down Roshan and immediately gets a trade as well. Whereas on the other side, it's got to be Sabo who comes in closer against GG Instincts as they start to find a little bit of a momentum. Ash gets taken down and Heimu will be the last man standing, who's at a distance and will easily bring back all his teammates.
Tiger, vending machine that needed to be contested. But unfortunately, it's okay. Getting 3 points was super important, and that's the same ideology through which RNX is moving forward as well. They're taking fights against FIREEYES, and so far they have extinguished them, getting 3 points on the name.
You know, I'm starting to see a different pattern altogether, because I can see that the teams in the middle fray and the bottom fray are slowly able to pick up eliminations, and the teams at the top of the table, they are the sufferers. You take any team right now in this overall standing, but for now, AEROBOTZ, since they're looking forward to dominate on the momentum they got in the previous game, Aztec just misses out on a little bit, but AEROBOTZ says, you know what, it's time for us to step back.
AEROBOTZ, couple of eliminations, HP, they have already been dwindled. Prodigy on the other end, he's not there in the game whatsoever. But the shots coming from Struggle is making the entire team question onto what's happening outside in the road. Aztec right in front, good shots been taken, and there you go. That's how you derail a person who's trying to escape. As Shanky, they're just out there getting the binoculars used constantly to see where the opponents are rushing or rotating towards.
Delete. If not for that chrono shield, I believe would have been deep troubles, because Godstrain at a distance was trying to put him down, get themselves an opening to rush from. But again, as soon as the siren comes off the second circle, right, everybody becomes silent. Everybody like, you know what, let's look forward to regroup and then come in from a different approach altogether. But yes, for now, Total Gaming, who did so well in the previous game, is also doing well, whereas FIREEYES Gaming, they won the end of the day in a good note.
They're seizing the moment. They're getting the opportunity to get those eliminations, and they're just banking on top of it. Specifically with the start that they had against Reckoning, which did not go that well. This is comparatively very nice. They have a launch pad right in front. They can call in a rotation, but they won't do it just yet, as they can wander around, see where the opponents are, and then keep fighting it out. Hassan is right in Militia, and if they take the launch pad on towards that location and use the binoculars, then Hassan is gonna be down for the count. But unfortunately, Hassan, he has been blessed, as he has not been spotted just yet.
FIREEYES Gaming at the 4th position, 75 points. They'll need another 20 more in case they have to make sure they come into the top 2. Whereas GDR on the other side, you can see at the very bottom of the table, kind of disappointing to see them suffer out here. And let me remind you, they had a really good run in this tournament so far. Struggle, Anubhav, Tropsy as Manu. Even at the beginning of the day, they did really well, right? When it comes to a 4v4 battle.
Yes. Those performances, it's just banking on top now. Shanky. Little does he know, 3 players just swarming him right across. Shanky, he needs to be prepared for this, but unfortunately the second person swinging around the corner, just calling in the teammate for a very nice huddle. And that's the elimination that they have received. And now FIREEYES, they're in the radar. Bunny right in front, and those shots from Cropsy is just isolating the overall situation. Quick scope and scope out, and above is constantly parading all of those glue walls so that it melts down, and Jack is right behind. He can take control over the situation.
It's too early. He realizes that it's too early, but eventually Troll from the other side says, I am also a sniper, my friend, and if I find you lingering around in the open, I'm going to make sure that I punish you. And I give another point to their team. Bunny gets taken down, and with that, we're able to see that Troll was able to register his second elimination.
A huge friendly monster helping FIREEYES get those elimination points, but Hassan, he's here to hustle, as he has a couple of headshots already on his name, and he's also called the headhunter for now in the lobby.
Look at this, every single team are interested for a kerfuffle. The early skirmishes, it is just making sure that team inclined towards being a little bit aggressive, which has not turned out to be good for all the teams out there. Revenant, XSPARK and Team IND are the only 2 teams with no elimination so far. And Godlike says, if Total Game can do it in the previous game, I believe we can do it in this one.
Nancy, he's a quick patch up. Needs to fix himself right about now. The team, I don't think so. They're about to provide the support, and this is the redemption for Kalahari. GG Instincts. You better be aware. You better keep your eyes out, aware onto where the opponents are. Marco constantly just twirling around, knowing where the opponent is. And one by one, they're getting this elimination. They're getting the knock. Marco could not do much there. And IQOO, the last man standing, he has been hunted down by the following team. GG Instincts, their head-to-head battle is super good. And GG Instincts, they're here to finish the deal. Godlike, they have been eliminated. They could not do much. This team just cannot catch a break. They're constantly being kicked around from map to map like Pluto from the solar system.
Oh my goodness, that was a little bit offensive for a planet. But yes, we come back over here to see Team HIND as they put on another player. An immediate confirmation comes in, and guess what? It was Skady God from a distance who gave that opening. But GDR, at this point of time, even they need to be careful, right? Because RNX, the aggressors of the lobby, is here. And in case these two lads keep fighting with one another, not far away is Team HIND, who love to come in and third party every single team.
God's Rain. Well, I could see how well they can perform this very bit of it. They're super confident, they have a very nice stand, and I'm hoping that they can at least not do anything about this particular scenario. One by one, the shot's been connected. Team HIND, 4 eliminations on their name. And that's where they would want to keep getting those eliminations, keep raking it up as they're on the #1 position with total of 95 points. And this is going to keep changing depending upon how well they perform. So far, Shoto and KD God, both of them have a target on their back, and they've been revived as well. RNX right on top, they have the bird's eye view. Dinocular is being utilized. They know where the opponents are, as the ping has given them just a little bit of information on how many people are there in this vicinity.
Only the top 6 teams are going to be rewarded by the end of the day. And most of these teams are making sure that they remain in the top 3 to have the biggest chunk of this point rush. But for now, AEROBOTZ, they've got the arsenal for themselves. And look at that level 3 Winchester. But he's got to be challenged in the close range as Roshan comes in with a time turner. Buys some time, gets in closer. But Kunal has been clever. But eventually, it's going to be the wolves hunting. And they continue to pick up another elimination.
Perishing away, AEROBOTZ, they're making mistakes again and again. They have no clue on where the opponents are. And they're letting Arsh heal himself out in the open. Who even does that? I know that there was a support being provided, but a glue wall would have been really helpful. But unfortunately, this team is gonna succumb to their mistakes as REVENANT XSPARK, they're here to yet again claim this map theirs.
The top 2 teams, Team HIND and REVENANT XSPARK, going head-to-head when it comes to collecting points. Team HIND being a little bit aggressive, making sure they've got 5 eliminations. And REVENANT XSPARK says, you know what? We're just going to be 2 more than you, as they've got 7. Both these teams are fighting it out, but behind them comes the slow creepers, the demigods of this lobby. Total Gaming, they've got 86 points, and I believe they're hanging on to that booyah because they know in case they get it, they can continue to dominate in day 2.
And the domination streak, we all know, it's a very addictive thing, and it's just going to keep you afloat. IQOO Total Gaming, 4 eliminations. They are going very slow, and we have seen them. Once they start catching the pace, they can get some really good eliminations. And Aztec, the moment he threw the plushie, I knew it's game over for that one player who's trying to sneak around from the likes of GG Instincts.
Eventually, TSG, they'll have to be careful because they realize they've done a lot of hard work. And look at them. They're nowhere to be found near the circle. Whereas immediately FIREEYES Gaming says, you know what, if we have to be in the top 3, we have to head to the center of the circle, and that's what they're trying to do. GDR, they take the eastern side, and Manu is just watching his backlines because he knows somebody comes in from the northern side. It's his job to tell his teammates that somebody is trying to breach in from the right side.
Finally, the buzzer being hit. IQOO OGXTSG, they still do not move. They're very close to the circle. And if they claim it, they have a compound as well, right towards the southern side. And now we can see them moving forward, calling it a day. And right beside them is RNX. It's a very nice collaborative move coming in from them. But all they have to do is keep one team away, which is God's Rain. Not a good day for them. They could not perform that well from the start till the end. This is the final map, and I'm hoping that they can do something big, as they have already taken down Hassan and they have claimed that point. It's a 3v3 as Adib, Arman, Shoko, they are looking forward to end this once and for all.
Look at Shoko's rotation all the way from deep outside the circle. He comes in, he realizes that it's important for him, but Cropsy, it was a long rotation due to which he gets taken down, and I'm sure that he's going to be cursing his luck. But for now, it's got to be RNX. They need to retaliate out here. GDR, they're trying to do their best. They come in closer from a different angle altogether. But RNX on the other side says, you know what? Let's buy some time. And that is when we're going to be coming in to dominate. But eventually, it's going to be GDR to put them out.
God's Rain Pros, What a lovely way to finish the entire streak. RNX, they were looking forward to enter towards the circle, but unfortunately they did not get the opportunity. And this is the same thing going on for IQOO Total Gaming as well. Players falling like flies, but somehow they have the control. Nobody's throwing anything at them, and even if they are, they're surviving it. What on earth is going on?
Revenant XSPARK hit the 100-pointer as the first team to do so, to hit a century in the overall standing. But for now, what matters the most is who's going to walk away with that booyah. We see a three-way Mexican standoff at one corner of the circle for now, and the survivors also have to be careful, because the more they delay the fights, the more late they enter inside the circle, with a lot of them holding that spot.
GYAN Gaming, it's a huge skirmish for them. They need to win this one clean. They need to not have any casualties. And that's where GG Instincts, they are crumbling down like a piece of paper. Last man standing, and the entire team wiped clean as 13 eliminations is in the pocket. But they need to yet again keep the enemies outside as Total Gaming. They're taking pot shots at GYAN Gaming, and that's the best they can do.
GYAN Gaming, the first 3 games was a different tale, and the next 3 have been a comeback story for these lads. But for now, they can see some players close by, and they need to be careful because of the man disadvantage. But Total Gaming, since they're choosing to fly into the center of the circle, this could be an advantage for GYAN Gaming to make it inside the circle without getting tagged. And let me remind you, the teams inside the circle, we have got the OGs, we have got Reckoning, we have got the Dragon, that's the God's Reign, we have got FIREEYES Gaming, and Team HIND now enter inside the circle, and they've got a hard compound for them as well.
The hard compound, which is going to help them a lot. IQOO Total Gaming, look at them keeping the entire team away from what's going to happen next. But Revenant XSPARK, they're one step closer to demolishing this entire squad. It's a very nice compound for IQOO OGXTSG as well. They have a very good shack. And GYAN Gaming, the moment they head towards and they enter, they think that this is a safe place. They've been taken, obliterated, somehow keeping themselves afloat. And wait a second, what's going on? That's a very nice combined rush coming in. IQOO Total Gaming wants to take lock horns against Orangutan TSG. This is a big call from them.
Oh my god, God's Reign, they get eliminated on the other side, and slowly we are inching to the top 4 being surviving in this map. But Total Gaming, they're still waiting for an opportunity. I know that OGXTSG realized that their players were around, and they would have laid in a lot of landmines, so it's going to be hard for them. But eventually, the center of the circle, as you correctly pointed out, GG Instincts, my goodness, the way they've called that spot their home, I don't think so anybody can take them down anytime soon.
It's going to be impossible for them to do. And it's like a 2-factor authentication that they need to go through first, and then and only then they can take down GYAN Gaming players, which I feel is an ordeal.
Look at the circle, ladies and gentlemen. All of a sudden, the fan favorites are at the center of the circle. Total Gaming hold on to the center spot, and now they're going to be watching everyone else decimate each other. Team HIND, oh my goodness, they get taken down, and that means Revenant XSPARK, they can hold the top of the table if they continue this. But for now, it's got to be FIREEYES Gaming still pushing on. The Reckonings are coming in to reckon, and they're unable to do so as Heimu gets taken down. It's got to be Sabo and Ash caught behind that glue wall. Won't be able to do anything much as the circle is going to take care of them.
It's been fortified, Arka. They need to move in. The circle is doing a lot of damage on them, and they're falling down like flies. Sabo, he's not going to do much. And there you go, the revival not been able to kick in. And FIREEYES in the midst of all of that, they're inside the circle. IQOO Total Gaming, they are here to dominate yet again. But there's another team on the back line as Insane just single-handedly takes down the entirety of IQOO OGXTSG.
Insane coming in with an insane gameplay. But what can he do now? Because to the center of the circle, I'm able to see that TGs will now have to come out of their home as Revenant XSPARK are looking forward to howl themselves and get a booyah. Insane getting closer. He wants to play with fire, but this time he gets burned as it's going to be Total Gaming who know what to do. But Troll on the other side, FIREEYES Gaming, in case they damage Total Gaming out here, the story could be different. Whereas on the other side, it's going to be FIREEYES Gaming starting to take down Revenant XSPARK, who took a wrong move in this game.
Oh my god, he's still aiming to go ahead and finish that one person who's been knocked. The elimination unfortunately did not come in his pocket, but look at the way he's just dancing with the devil. Arch, We have seen him back-to-back MVPs. The entire team has done a number, and Vincent, he is hitting his shots, but unfortunately there's no one who can stand tall against a three-man squad rolling right in. Arsh, the last man standing, and Revenant XSPARK, they're still holding on to this tiny sliver of hope, but not for long, as IQOO Total Gaming claim this booyah.
What a dominating performance in the final circle coming in from the side of Total Gaming. We never expected them to catch up to that momentum, but finally they have. But have they done enough? Because with this booyah, have they got enough points to be at the top of the table? Let me remind the audience before this game, they had 81 points. That is 10 points shy of Revenant XSPARK as well as Team HIND. So in case they've done enough, they might be at the top of the table. Revenant XSPARK, they have survived until the end. Team HIND, they tried to do their best. Probably they might have fallen short.
Oh yeah, falling short. I think that they've already done the number, Arka. They've done numbers on the opponents. Good amount of points being racked up. And 12 nonetheless, as they get the booyah, as this is the final shot through which every single thing was going right. And GYAN Gaming's insane. This dude is on a different level, single-handedly taking the entire team. It's just absolutely crazy. I do understand that the others also contributed, but this dude was alive till the very end. And there was another shot, M590, 5 meters away, and he took down one of the players of Total Gaming. What?
I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better ending if you ask me, but for all of this to just be put on a single sheet of paper, I'm gonna bring back my host. It's gonna be Crips.
Well, Total Gaming, the final boss, get the booyah in the final game of what could be one of the final Alpine appearances in this game. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that Alpine will not be a part of the map pool from the next tournament onwards. So except for the one that we see tomorrow, this could be one of the last Alpine matches that we see. And what better way to end this game of Alpine than the final boss of this game winning the final match. IQOO Total Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. I know you guys are watching the English stream, but for a moment I would like to switch over to our Hindi language. TG mane kya, bro? These
Booyah,
guys.
booyah, booyah!
Yeah, absolutely. That is one incredible game to end the day on. And with this, Total Gaming get 22 points. GYAN Gaming, very respectable 14 eliminations. Even though they were trapped in between a rock and a hard place, even though they were getting hyper-targeted, getting 21 points out of a game like that is still damn impressive. Same with Revenant XSPARK. I almost expected Harsh to pull off a little bit of a clutch, but damn, he's tied up with GYAN Gaming at 21 points each. Even FIREEYES Gaming, they have just gone from strength to strength, getting 19. And GG Instinct making a bit of a resurgence with 12 points. Even God's Reign Pros finally waking up with 11 points, but I think it's too little too late for them.
Yeah, absolutely. But look at the bottom of the table. I'm kind of worried for Godlike because they've been aggressive. They've been trying to do their best, but somewhere they're failing real hard. They're unable to find momentum between fights. They're unable to bring back their lads because Echo will be the last man standing where the rest of the team's decimated, and then he has to run to the nearest vending machine. That also very late.
Yep. Now, whether or not it's too little too late for these teams, we will see as the overall standings will appear on our screen very soon. And then we will find out which team walks away with the most amount of advantage. So far, the teams like Revenant XSPARK and Team HIND have been in the running. So far, they have been competing for the top spots. But can Total Gaming steal that top spot away from them? We will find out soon. For now, the one thing that you need to know is that Aztec is the MVP of this game. Amazing stuff from him. 2,132 damage does not reflect the 3 eliminations that he's acquired.
It's always the case, right? It's always been the case. They've been constant. They've been running around, seeing where the opponents are rotating towards. And in that, just taking some pot shots here and there, that itself is going to rake up to 2,132. So 3 eliminations, 3 assists. I would love to see the amount of knocks this dude has received.
Yeah, absolutely.
Might be more than this, of course.
Yeah, and at the same time, you know, I like this overall combination of using a Nero and a Beastin with it.
Yeah.
You know that, you'll be able to do some damage with the grenade, and extra damage just comes in from Beastin, and then all of a sudden you're going to push your plushie to make sure that more damage is being done to the player and becomes so much more easier for them.
It's about the projectile.
Yeah, it does help with the projectile as well. It also helps with a little bit of, you need to have an Alvaro for that.
Yeah.
And you have an Alvaro as well.
Alvaro is all about the pucks, like the nade just being into a cluster, then that's where, like, it's an overall, more damage, more damage, that's right. And a good amount of rage as well, so delete. Well, that has been a very nice scenario for him as well. Shanky on the other end, couple of rushers from this team, Aztec being the brains behind the entire action. And Mafia, the control game on this lad is crazy good. I was still seeing, he's like constantly taking shots from afar, keeping the enemies checked that, you know what, if you come here, I'm gonna just condition you.
Yeah, and speaking of condition, IQOO Total Gaming are very good at identifying their win condition. There was a moment where they took a little brief pause and they just recognized that they have an advantageous position.
Yeah.
If they poke their heads out, they will end up getting shot at and losing their members, which is absolutely critical of them to avoid. So, yeah, IQOO Total Gaming, they know when to start being aggressive and when to be passive. More than that, if you take a look at their overall team composition, you will see that Shanky is clearly the rusher, Delete is clearly the support player, even though his tag is the rusher. He's using the Chrono and the Tiva along with Joseph. I would call that a hybrid support player. But Aztec is the most hybrid of them all. On one hand, he's got Beeson and Alvaro to be the nader. On the other hand, he's got Moko and Nero to be a good sniper as well. So he's a nader, a sniper hybrid, and he's there to assist Mafia alongside it.
Yeah, exactly. And they've done a decent job. Everybody coming close to 2,000 damage. They've got 3 knocks each, whereas Mafia has got more knocks, and due to which Shanky was able to capitalize on it. With no assist whatsoever coming in from Shanky, the things were pretty much clear. It's important for everyone else to give some backings for Shanky, because hashtag on one side is picking up to be the MVP of every single game. On the other side, Shanky's contribution is also something we need to speak about.
The contribution part of it, right? I am hoping that the contribution of the eliminations, of the placement points, all of that is going to account to one of the places where every single one of them is going to be happy with the performance. Of course not. They're going to just be biting their nails and be like, you know what, from 7 to 12, they have nothing. They have to again start anew. It's a fresh game tomorrow. But the others, from the first spot to the 6th spot, they're going to be afloat. They're going to be happy. At least they will get this much point in the next following day as they start their day. And before we head towards any other spot, it's about the circle, right? It's about the performance. So let's just directly head towards the circle analysis.
Yeah, absolutely. The circle analysis, where we saw that several teams were trying to avoid fights in the beginning. The most of the action happened in the final circle itself, and that is where we're going to be heading, because again, even in this map, most of the action took place in the northern western side of the map. We can see RNTX and OG taking that fight as well, whereas on the other side, we were able to see that some other teams were also trying to do their best to take some fights in the eastern side of the map. So yes, Team HIND's rotation also something was very important, because we see them right now at this region, and then they start to move forward. They're not bothered about what's happening inside the circle, and once they realize there's not much taking place, they cut off everybody else and they make it inside the circle. But the most action was taking place over here, as we can see. And everybody trying to make it into the circle from that corner were unable to do so because they were involved in so many fights.
And here is the part where every single thing started to crumble down. Every single one of them who wanted to safeguard themselves, call in the revivals, they were heading all the way towards the western or the eastern side just to keep the entire team afloat. But here's the thing, right? For this, you need to have a very nice strategy. You need to know where the opponents are. Arvon, keep using it. Keep knowing where the opponents are. But here's the worst part. The worst part is you can only use 3 times in the entire game.
Yeah, but look at this, okay? Look at this, how Revenant XSPARK have been clever. They wait for the right time, and that is when they move. And from here on, things will start to change out for every other team, because we see that FIREEYES come to one position, and then we see that Team HIND is taking so much time, whereas Team HIND could have made it inside the circle. And look at how well they make it inside the circle, because this region where everything is taking place, that is where we see that they come into the circle.
I would say IQOO OGXTSG had the best possible spot. Best possible spot. But still what happened was they just could not get the grip over the situation. So I just want to know, like, the exact scenario, what was going on in their head. If they wanted to fumble, they couldn't have done that right about here, man. I do understand they're going to be facing a lot of brunt from the others who are trying to reach inside the circle, which is going on right in front of our screen, which is IQOO, Total Gaming. They were right there trying to claim the circle, reach in. Same thing goes for REVENANT XSPARK as well. They themselves wanted to be inside the circle, not take the zone damage, of course. Who's going to take it in the 5th circle? If they do, then they're going to take huge chunk damages. And that's one thing that we saw from so many teams. Taking it and being eliminated.
True, but look at what Total Gaming does after this, right? And there are fights taking place, and all of a sudden we see that they shift their gears. They see that nobody is inside the circle, and they become the first team to enter inside, and then they wait for the rest of them to come in. And this is where the whole game changed.
So if there was one win condition that you could attribute to Total Gaming, if you could point one reason out why they were able to win, what would that be?
That the final circle rotation which they did, because they were in a cluster. At one corner we saw that OGs were also there, and they were having a different fight altogether. And then Reckoning was there. That one solo man was trying to wreck everybody else. As soon as they finished that solo man, and that was the timing they did it, they cleared their backlines and then they made it inside the circle even before anybody else could.
Yep.
I'll tell you one more part. It was about the fortification. It was about the house. They had the best possible house, and that's how they won it, man.
Well, let's see if they are able to win the top spot of this day, ladies and gentlemen. So far, Team HIND and REVENANT XSPARK were leading the charge, but can they retain their top spot? Yes, they can. REVENANT XSPARK take the #1 spot with 112 points.
It's going to be... It's the Wolves walking off with 10 points to start the day off tomorrow. As Total Gaming, they tried their best to make the comeback of the century to be on the top. Team HIND as well. What a team this is turning out to be. Man, until the final moments, even this team was fighting to retain the top spot. But I'm really happy that they were able to be in the top 3.
It doesn't matter whether your pattern is that you can reach towards the top 4 or not, or somehow get a booyah and reach towards the XYZ corners. It's about domination, it's about understanding, it's about synergy, and all of that has been checked right off from REVENANT XSPARK. Game #1, game #3, and game #4. 2 games back to back, not a single bullseye drawn on their back, and that's how they perform.
Yeah, man. I mean, I couldn't have said that better. But Trips, the bottom of the table, this is where I'm kind of confused. Are they actually hiding their strategy? Or do you think that, you know, they are the people who are suffering? Because I know that you being the host will usually fire questions at me, but this point cannot be explained better than you.
So, God's Reign and Godlike, you can give them the benefit of doubt. You can probably say they are hiding some strats for tomorrow because they weren't struggling so much. But Reckoning Esports, oh my god, they were struggling. They were down to just one man and in the second circle itself in most of the game. So they were struggling quite a lot. But now that neither of these teams will have any sort of an advantage going in tomorrow, it's all about the teams who can capitalize on this advantage. Tomorrow, before even a single bullet is fired, before even a single player lands on the ground after jumping off the plane, REVENANT XSPARK will have 10 points in their bag already. IQOO Total Gaming, just 3 points behind REVENANT XSPARK, but hey, even a 7-point head start is good enough for the defending champions. And then Team HIND exacting revenge for what happened to them last year. They are back with a vengeance, and those 5 points could be the difference between them walking away with disappointment yet again, or this time becoming the champions. The underdogs, FIREEYES Gaming, they are giving everybody a run for their money, and they will have 3 head start points for tomorrow. The fan favorites, IQOO, OGXTSG, have silenced all their haters. Their doubters will be damned as they will start with 2 head start points. And finally, GG Instinct with 1 point to start with tomorrow.
The heavy concerns, RNX, GYAN Gaming, AEROBOTZ, God's Reign, Godlike, Reckoning. It's a huge question, Arka. It's a huge question. I have never seen them in this form. Every day when we were going through the online phase, they were spectacular. Even God's Reign pros, they were ready for LAN. But what do you think went wrong there?
I still feel like, you know, they were not prioritizing booyahs. They need to realize that having more placement points at the end of the day will matter a lot. Yes, they were good in their firepower. We saw them do really well in the map of Kalahari, especially RNX. And then we saw AEROBOTZ as well. Here and there, they were also picking up some eliminations. But after which we saw that they're unable to capitalize thereafter, be consistent to find the best spot inside the circle, which is so much more important.
Yeah. So whether or not you prioritize the circle, whether or not you prioritize the eliminations, as long as you can get those points, I think you will be golden for tomorrow.
Yeah.
That being said, though, there's a couple of things that we can learn from this game.
Yeah.
In the fourth game itself, Revenant XSPARK crossed the 80-point marker, which means if they replicate this performance tomorrow, they will activate the champion rush condition by game number 4. By game number 5, teams like Team HIND and Total Gaming had also activated the champion rush condition, which means by the 5th game, if we expect similar performances tomorrow, by the 5th game there will be 3 teams on champion rush condition. Keep in mind, in the 2025 season, IQOO Total Gaming was able to win this championship in just 6 games. How many games do you think we will need tomorrow to crown a champion?
Glad that you brought up this point, and I believe it's going to be more than 6.
Yeah.
Trust me, it's not going to be that easy. All of them will have a target on their back. Last time, what I witnessed personally was no targeting at all. They were respecting their places. They were being so respectful. And that's one thing which is not at all digestive in such a game, man. This is BR. It's about surviving, winning right after that. And nobody was able to challenge Total Gaming. Total Gaming was so far superior. In the CS mode itself, they gained so much confidence that they kept moving forward. And BR was just a piece of cake. They kept walking through, they kept hurling around, and they followed that one man leading the charge, Aztec.
You know, I want to tell a point over here. The previous LAN as well, Total Gaming was the last team to walk away with a win, right? They got the Booyah in the final one, and then later they become the champion of CS. And the amount of momentum they gained from there the next day, they're replicating the same thing here. And I believe that Total Gaming might be one of the top contenders tomorrow, because you give them some momentum, you give them some consistency, they become unstoppable.
Exactly. If you give them a single inch, they will take a mile off of you.
True.
And that's the aspect about Total Gaming that makes them so dangerous. However, even Revenant XSPARK is going to be a super important team to keep your eyes on.
Indeed,
so far,
man.
Arsh already said that they were treating this like a dry run day. But do you think their feelings have changed after playing the other 3 games where they were rightfully humbled? Let's find out when our hosts ask them a couple of interesting questions.
Well, it's Samina taking over, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring. What a phenomenal day it has been so far. Point rush was entertaining and exciting, and we witnessed Revenant XSPARK, who were nothing short of absolutely brilliant, with 3 booyahs and 112 points across 6 games. They dictated and dominated the game so far, and right now my co-host Mamba is all set to chat with the team. Let's hear it from them.
Thank you so much, Samina, and my goodness, what a way to stamp your authority. Divine, आपके पास मैं आऊँगा ज़रूर, पूरी की पूरी टीम से मैं बात करूँगा, but what a redemption arc. How are you feeling right now?
Great, just really great.
मैंने सुना आपका जोन प्रेडिक्शन जो है वो बहुत ज़्यादा क्रेजी है, लेकिन उसका सीक्रेट क्या है, मुझे ये बताइए.
Secret, I think there's something in my vein. Roshan, check that. Yeah, I can see that. One more thing, I got this pen from the host. I think Lady Luck is also there with me.
देख लो, मुझे लग रहा है अब I think everybody is going to be after Samina for the pen to make sure कि भाई जिस तरीके से इन्होंने आज खेला है, क्योंकि 3 बूया निकाले आपने, and उससे भी ज़्यादा the way you guys were positioning yourself was phenomenal. तो अंदर बातचीत कैसे हो रही थी, कैसे अपनी टीम को आप पोजीशन कर रहे थे लास्ट जोन में?
मैं तो स्पेक्टेट में चले गया था, तो कंसंट्रेशन बढ़ गया था मेरा. इंडिविजुअली मैं देख पा रहा था सब किसी का POV, तो और अच्छे से कॉल दे रहा था. तो देखते हैं अभी आगे भी मेरे को थोड़ा उस पर वर्क करना पड़ेगा. स्पेक्टेट में नहीं, प्लेइंग में थोड़ा सा मेरे को करना पड़ेगा, उसमें इम्प्रूव करूँगा.
आई डोंट थिंक इससे ज़्यादा इंप्रूवमेंट की जरूरत है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से इन्होंने डोमिनेट किया वो तो किया ही है. बट ऑफ कोर्स अर्श, आई वांट टू कम टू यू. थोड़ी जगह दे दो मुझे. बट इधर आपका जो सेलिब्रेशन था आपने दिखाया था, अभी कोई नया सेलिब्रेशन सोच के आए हो कि अब सोच रहे कल ही दिखाना है?
फिलहाल तो अभी कुछ सोचा नहीं है, देखते हैं, कल के दिन है, कल देखेंगे.
मैंने सुना आपकी टीम में ब्रोमांस बहुत ज़्यादा है.
हाँ, इन दोनों का चलता रहता है, ये मुझे तो अजीब ही लगते हैं दोनों.
नहीं है, ये बात नहीं है. बट इट्स गुड टू सी जिस तरीके की सिनर्जी आपके साथ Of course, I'm going to speak to you as well. But मैंने सुना ये भी बहुत ज़्यादा शाई है. इस खाली स्टेज पे नहीं बोलते या फिर गेम में भी नहीं बोलते?
नहीं, गेम में तो सबसे ज़्यादा यही बोलता है. बट थोड़ा सा कैमरा शाई पर्सन है, इसलिए यहाँ पे कुछ बोल नहीं पाता है.
कैमरा शाई पर्सन के पास भी आएंगे. Vincent, I want to know this. How are you feeling right now? Because आपने बोला था शुरुआत में सवाल ज़्यादा मत पूछना, लेकिन मैं पूछूंगा. कैसे लगता है ऐसे जब प्लेयर्स होते हैं आजू बाजू? The vibe is very chill. How does it feel?
बढ़िया लगता है अभी. और क्या
नहीं, उससे थोड़ा लंबा जवाब दे दो. आपके फैंस जो, उनको क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
ऐसे ही सपोर्ट करो और आगे सपोर्ट करते जाओ.
Crazy. We're coming to you now, Roshan. Phenomenal run. बेहतरीन तरीके से आपने जो खास तौर पे लास्ट जोन तक आप सर्वाइव कर रहे थे. Obviously you guys came in with a plan. बट मुझे डिवाइन ने बताया था अभी भी आपने जिस तरीके से खेला है वो आपका 100% एफर्ट नहीं था. उसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
हाँ, 100% तो नहीं था क्योंकि कल का दिन बाकी 100% लगाने के लिए. आज था 60-17 बस. अभी कल का दिन है 100 लगाने के लिए. आज तो देखा ही पॉइंट्स टेबल आपने कहाँ पे थे. 70-60 में. देखते कल क्या होता है.
ब्लैक, आई वांट टू कम टू यू. ऑफ कोर्स डिफरेंट स्टेज. लास्ट टाइम हम जब मिले थे हम आमने सामने खेल रहे थे. बीपीएल में थे हम वो या प्रीमियर लीग में. बट डिफरेंट स्टेज बट द सेम वाइब. यहाँ पे भी डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं आप.
हाँ, वहाँ नहीं कर पाया था बट यहाँ मेरी टीम और मैं कर रहे हैं. मैं वहाँ से चिल होके देख रहा था अपनी टीम को. मस्त बुया के मस्त मजा आया. देखने में मजा आ रहा था.
हाउ वाज इट लाइक आप जब बाहर बैठ के देखते हैं टीम को? ऑफ कोर्स एवरी मैच के बाद आप टीम से बात होती है या 3 मैचेस के बाद आप जब बात करते हैं, व्हाट इज द कॉन्वर्सेशन लाइक? क्योंकि जब प्लेयर्स अंदर खेल रहे होते हैं तो उनके पास इतना वक्त नहीं होता, वो इतना फोकस नहीं कर पाते एग्जैक्टली व्हाट वेंट रॉन्ग. तो जो छोटा मोटा आपको वक्त मिलता है, किस तरीके से आप कम्युनिकेट करते हैं अपने आइडियाज़ कि यहाँ पे गलती हो रही, ये हुआ था, ये नहीं होना चाहिए था?
मैचेस अच्छे जाते तो कुछ नहीं देखते. आते हैं बहुत बढ़िया खेला, नेक्स्ट में से खेलना है. कुछ गलती होती है, खराब जाते तब देखते हैं. वो फिर बैच में ही देखते हैं. अब इधर क्या ही बताएं.
Keeping it simple.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is Team Revenant XSPARK. Once again, big congratulations to all of you for topping the scoreboard. But now, of course, I will be moving towards Samina because it has been a phenomenal day. Point rush, 6 matches, a lot of action, unbelievable action as a matter of fact. And Sam, I have to say this, Revenant XSPARK was surprising.
Definitely. I think today they didn't just impress us. I think they made a statement. They're here to be heard and feared. And I think I did bring them a little luck too. That being said, I think Point Rush was very, very fun for me. I think all the best teams got their points and got their head starts while we felt the rush.
I felt the fire as well. Honestly, the way they were playing was अनबिलीवेबल. क्योंकि इस तरीके का डोमिनेशन यूजुअली आपको नहीं देखने मिलता है. बट एक दिन में 6 मैचेस, उसमें से आप 3 बुया निकाल के जा रहे हैं. हर बार आप कंसिस्टेंटली टॉप 5, टॉप 7 के अंदर आ रहे हैं. एंड जो गेम प्लान था was पिक्चर परफेक्ट. डिवाइन का जो जोन रीडिंग था, हमेशा से इस तरीके के प्लेयर के तौर पे जाने गए कि उनका जोन प्रेडिक्शन बेहतरीन होता है. And today he's just proven himself.
Yes, day 1 was fire, but day 2 is going to be bigger, better and fiercer. Do not forget to tune in, same time, same place. And until we meet again, this is me, Samina and Mamba, signing off. See you tomorrow.
Like you're going to I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. Moving like you're
fault. They hated, they never believe me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand. Ay, we on overtime, you don't need to understand. Ay, you just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get right. Cause it can get please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat a submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance, they coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk, I just show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and they're keeping the rolling, they already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand. Ay, we on overtime, you don't need to understand. Ay, you just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get right. Cause it can get right. Cause it can get right. Friend Bentley, leg up. Why they be down the boy? Tell them it's part of the plan. I'm just the underdog feeding them slaps. The gains in the palm of my hand. Whoa, they want me to fail, this is personal. They sleeping on me, this is perjury. You make us nobody is hurting. You tell the doctor prep the beat for the surgery. Killing it, they ain't gotta gas me up. Do it myself, I'm drilling it. How many times did they pass me up? I'm cool, can't walk on my shoes, I'm kicking it. Wanna jump in cause they see that it's working. Grow from the L's, they see wins on the surface. Flaunting my wins, I do it on purpose. Playing with you, take you down to the circus. One time for the underdogs, 2 times that they doubted me. You know I did it for my mama now. Only people know who proud of me. Now I'm getting where I gotta be. Everybody want me take off. You brought the beast from inside of me. I bet on myself and it paid off. They wanna hold me back, I said they must be joking. Look at me cool and calm, collected, yeah, I'm coasting. You ain't stop me, yeah, I got some motion. I got some motion. Been running this since I popped in. Y'all know me, I'm locked in. One hand on the game, one hand on the street. Gotta get it out the mud, no problem to me. Keep on rocking, tell them this is heavy metal. My baby's watching, let them know I never settle. And you know I got the keys to the wheel, hands on the wheel when I'm driving this. I spend a couple bands on my wrist, just show them that my time ain't free as a gift. Show them that I'm clocked in, I know that they watch it. Thank God I bet it on me, cause I ain't had much options. I gotta go ahead, show them. I cannot miss and I aim for the top with my brothers. I know that I gotta go get it by any means. I cannot lose, that's word of my mother. Give me respect and give me a check. I'm about to put on and get back to the bro. Cause if I'm winning and they winning too, that is the law, can't switch on the code. They wanna hold me back, I said they must be joking. Look at me cool and calm, collected, yeah, I'm coasting. You ain't stop me, yeah, I got some motion. I got some motion.